to Wesley. This time it's just covering up and pushing out to the onside, but still forcefully, and it's stopped by the man at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, kentcricket@gmail.com or at BBC Kent Sport. In fact, I did ask John in Valldal in Norway what the weather was like there. Weather here 20 degrees, says John, pouring with rain. Rain? You have that during the summer.
I was listening to
wettest July on record, he says.
Listening to the radio coming down, and they were saying, talking to one of the weather forecasters in this area, and he's saying you may get some rain, possibly Monday, scattered showers. He said the only trouble is it's going to be the wrong sort of rain. I'm not sure what the definition of that is. Sani is in once again to Wesley, and Wesley cutting wildly outside off stump, and got a toe end of the bat to it, and is stopped by the man down at third. Nice scrambling stop there, and prevents any more than a single, and Essex go to 49 for 2. I've heard of the wrong sort of leaves on the line, wrong sort of snow as well, but not the wrong sort of rain.
Does it sometimes rain too hard? Is that right for the ground to absorb it or something like that? There's a lot of talk about aquifers at this time of year, which I have no deeper knowledge than I did when I first heard the word about 20 years ago.
Well, the reservoirs are drying up as well. My brother-in-law, who farms for a living, said this could have real repercussions for the potato crop next year. I said, don't say that. You'll have people clearing the shelves of potatoes and tinned potatoes and everything else that's potato-related off the shelves if you say things like that. Sani in and bowling, and Rolofsson playing again behind square on the offside. The man from third has an easier job this time, and the Essex 50 is up. 50-4-2. 2 balls from the end of the 9th over here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent.
I'm already foreseeing the tabloid headlines for that one. You've had your chips. How about that? He's not dignifying that. I can't blame him. But yeah, I mean, there is as you say, that's a real serious implication for farmers just trying to plant things as well. For
the reservoirs are drying up, and the irrigators, as you drive along around the country roads, are going 9 to the dozen late in the evening. Sani in to Wesley, and Wesley is playing defensively for no run this time. 50 for 2, the Essex score after winning the toss and batting.
Our cameraman in front of us, I said, crikey, I'm not sure. Yeah, we've got a bit of sweatbox there. Are you all right out in the sun? He said, well, just going to enjoy it while it lasts, really. There we go. There's nothing much we can do about it, is there? So,
well, let's face it, they spend enough time in early April in the first championship game with scarves, bobble hats, jackets, snow boots on and everything like that, trying to hold the camera steady as it gets shaken by 90-mile-an-hour gusts. So, yeah, we probably shouldn't complain at this stage, but it's that time of year where the outfield's looking really parched now as well, and it's not much fun fielding out there. Sani into Wesley to complete this over, and Wesley again with a flourish, working this one through mid-wicket, and the man at wide mid-on can give that up, because once it was past mid-wicket it was gone. Goes for 4 runs. Another lovely shot from Tom Wesley. Essex end the 9th over on 54 for 2. Wesley's rocketed onto 20, and Rolofsson has 1.
Yeah, 10 off that over, 9 of them to Tom Wesley, who's not hanging around. My first sight, I think, of Grant Rolofsson. Just punch of gloves between the two batters. It's going to be Nathan Gilchrist, I think, to take over after Matt Quinn took a rather rude battering in the last over from his former captain, Tom Wesley, or certainly former teammate. Thanks for that, John, though. He says, great to hear about Darren Stevens possibly being back sooner than thought. We certainly hope so. But yes, he says, Norway, 20 degrees and pouring with rain, wettest July on record, August doing its best to match it. So, yeah. You can send the rain down here if you fancy it. Not sure that's entirely meteorologically possible, but so Gilchrist, a couple of wickets against Hampshire on Sunday. He's one of those bowlers, I'm going to say it because it's going to sound like a hindsight if I don't say it now, one of those bowlers that seems to take a lot of wickets in his first over, so brought on as a change or as a first time round. But it's Rawson facing and punch to the onside, but it's not going to be a run this time. A dive by Compton over the top of it, but cleaning up is Hamid Kadri. They effectively have 2 mid-wickets for Rawson, an orthodox one and one slightly narrower, like between mid-wicket and mid-on.
John is boiling in Suffolk. He says the live stream feed doesn't appear to be being received. More on that in a second.
Here's Gilchrist to drive into the offside by Rolofsson. That'll beat the fielder. And it's tough fielding out there as well. Joe Denley trying to get it. I think he's scorched his palms sliding along the turf there. Took a bit of a bobble and through, but it's going so fast anyway, it may well have beaten him from Rolfsson, who's shown real intent with these first two shots at 54-4-1.
So John's boiling in Suffolk says the live stream wasn't being received. Has anyone else got any problems? Well, Essex tell me it is now working, John. They had a couple of technical issues, so the live feed of the pictures is now working via the Essex website.
So it's 58-2, I should say, of course. As Gilchrist bowls to Rolfsson. This one's on a good length and just played to point, where it's fielded by Harry Finch, and there is no run.
And if it isn't, John, then if you go via the Kent website, it is working on there, I know, but Essex had a couple of issues which they've now managed to sort out. You can just stick with the good old audio feed via the BBC Sport website if you fancy that.
Tested that, that's certainly working at the moment. It's Gilchrist then, bowling to Rolfsson, drops it into the offside, but Blake takes it on the run. To be a bit wary of Alex Blake in the covers. Tigerish fielder. So dot ball there. Rolfsson with not just a 2 on his back, but a 0-2. There you go.
Is that an area code? I don't know. Could be his area code in South Africa. Invited himself to phone home.
Is there could be a reason for that. Here's Gilchrist to Rolfsson, caresses that through the covers, and with everybody in on the offside in the power play, no chance for either Finch or Blake. I don't think either of them picked it up. It's just flown away for 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, once it pierces the infield, just give it up and also hope that someone will kindly step over the advertising boards and throw the ball back to you to save you having to go and fetch it. And as you say, it's not much fun fielding. There's a few bumps and grazes when you're diving around on these hard grounds.
Yeah, bumpy outfields now as Gilchrist bowls. There's a bat and pad, I think, that one into the offside. Umpire at the far end emphasises that, yeah, it did seem to be very much 2 contacts. There was a strangled appeal, as you'd expect, and through for a single. Rolfsson will take the strike for the next over with Essex Eagles 63-2 here on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Kent.
The Grumbler on Twitter just sending us some pictures from the ground, saying it's completely rammed at Chelmsford today. Got here a bit late. Only seating left is under the scorching sun. It is. I was mentioning about the being undercover in that far corner. And he says the car park's full as well. Well, I managed to nab myself a space, Grumbler. Late on, having garnered the thoughts of one of our football managers here in Essex. We're in that lovely part. Matt and I are sports editors at our relative stations, and that lovely part, aren't we, Matt, of the crossover period between cricket and football, which seems to get longer and longer as the years go by, and you find yourself having to swap from the big ball sport to the smaller ball sport, and then wondering where you are, what day it is, what am I doing today.
A Tuesday night, Kevin Hand, who commentates on Middlesex through the summer, was at Wimbledon against Gillingham. That completely threw me off. I started asking him who'd won the toss, and it seemed to be quite a green out there. But yeah, that's no good, is it? Completely head spinning already. But yes, it's as you say, I'm not sure that's the greatest for supporters of either sport, that it's or both sports rather, the massive crossover, but it is what it is, as the phrase goes.
Change of bowling at the River End. Joey Everson's going to come on and have a go. And he's going to bowl to Rolfsson, who's 10 not out at the moment. And Rolfsson just drops his bat on that one. Quick call through for the single, which was always on. And Essex move up to 64-2.
As you say, those singles, farming them into the offside. Nicely done. Rotates the strike, of course. Wesley just tucking his bat under his arm, adjusting his gloves. Joey Everson, I'm not sure if Essex fans will know that much about him, but on loan to Kent for this competition, but has signed a long-term contract with at Canterbury for the next 3 years.
Well, he's in and bowling to Wesley, who just plays defensively back to him, and the bowler fields on his follow-through. There is a game in the 100 starting in a quarter of an hour's time from now. Oval Invincibles men against the Northern Superchargers. That's at the Oval, and then the women take over at 6:30 this evening. And again, that's the Oval Invincibles up against the Northern Superchargers. International T20 cricket as well later on today in Belfast. Ireland up against Afghanistan, as Everson is in and bowling. And Wesley again looking to whip that one away. Is a strangled LBW appeal behind the stumps, but bearing in mind where Wesley was aiming that one, it was always going down the leg side. And ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, United Arab Emirates against the United States, and that tour match as well, England Lions against South Africa, being played at Canterbury.
Yeah, Sam Cook, Dan Lawrence playing in that one, as well as Sam Billings.
Yeah, South Africa 433 all out as Everson turns in and bowling now to Wesley, and Wesley driving didn't really get a hold of that, and it's stopped at mid-on, and there is no run. Yes, so South Africa 4.33 all out. Sam Cook for Essex 1 for 67. Craig Overton took 5 for 74 there. Ollie Robinson 2 for 76. And the Lions of England, in reply, this is day 3 of this game, are 482 for 4. Dan Lawrence out for 97. Ben Duckett's 118 not out. Sam Billings 38 not out. Everson in, bowling to Wesley, drives past the outstretched left arm of the bowler Everson, but there's no run as it stopped at mid-off.
See, Harry Brook there is 140. He seems to score runs wherever you push him, doesn't he? Harry Brook, he is on the fringes of every England team, it seems, at the moment.
Typical Dan Lawrence innings, 97 from 97 balls, 17 falls. Billings 38 from 61 at the moment. Everson into Wesley, and just pushing out to the offside, and there's no run. Keaton Jennings, interesting to see him in and about the England setup again, because he's scored runs in all 3 formats this season. 27 he made, Sibley 48, and as you mentioned, Brook there with 140. End of the over, just the single from it as well. 64 for 2 is the Essex score after they won the toss and elected to bat on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent. 11 overs gone now.
For some of those batters, definitely, you're thinking, even the T20 side is not impregnable anymore, is it? They've listened to a podcast today mentioning that perhaps England selectors and coaches rather got away with the fact that the final game against South Africa was on the same day as the Lionesses won the Euros, as they were once again trounced. And yeah, going to the World Cup in a couple of months, maybe there are places up for grabs for the likes of Dan Lawrence and Harry Brook. As Gilchrist bowls now to Wesley. To Morrison, I beg your pardon. Into the offside, fielded by Blake once again, and there's no run.
Still seeing a few people finding their seats to our left-hand side as well, so a good crowd in here. Obviously, I think it's probably made easier as well, the fact it's a 2 o'clock start, so you can get all your chores done, get all your jobs done in the morning, or have a lane, and then get yourselves down to the cricket. And I certainly had a line this morning, spent all day in London doing the sights and a show with the family. It was a long old day, I can tell you. Enjoyable though.
Gilchrist advances down the pitch, flicks this off his toes as he turns it into a Yorker almost, but out towards Mayeye on the leg side boundary. And there's a single run taken there. So 63 for 2. The beginning of the 12th over.
Burnt the shoe leather yesterday, I can tell you. And, it was a warm old day in the capital, but whatever you say, it's warm everywhere.
It seems to be warmer in London and most places, doesn't it, when it's when you're schlepping around. Here's Gilchrist to Wesley up on his toes, but just guides that to mid-wicket, fielded by Ben Compton, who's been taken out of slip. Kent have now dispensed with any thought of slips. We're outside the power play, of course. More fielders allowed outside. 4 in this power play. There's a 3rd power play these days as well. They call it a power play, don't they? You're allowed a 5th outside the circle the last 10 overs. Just trying to staunch the flow of runs at the moment. As Wesley straight back at the bowler, it's actually broken the stumps. Didn't come off Gilchrist, so no fears for Robertson at the far end. He might be run out. It's a definite no.
We got the late train back last night. It was a busy old train as well. Lots of people were out and about yesterday, and they all sort of had that weary, too much sun look about them. And I wonder if when we get to around, bless you, when we get to about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock this evening, you'll probably find that in the crowd as well here. Maybe too much sun.
Too wearying is Gilchrist to Wesley, full drive, a bit toe endy from him, and it ends up with Blake at cover. Otherwise, that probably would have flown to the boundary. So dot ball. Yeah, perhaps one or two people might perk up when the sun starts to go down. In fact, you think it's pretty punishing out there. It's almost wall-to-wall sun hats, which I'm very glad to see to our right in the full sun. It's a more gentle drive by Wesley, but get a single for that one towards Hamid Kadri on the offside boundary, and they move on to 66 for 2. Wesley has beautiful symmetry on the scoreboard across to our right. Number 21 has 21. Actually, talking of symmetry, You really need number 12 to have 12 at that point, don't you? But it's number 2 has 12, so it's 66 for 2.
Yeah, it didn't quite work, that one.
No.
Back to the drawing board.
Another.
You talk about this game here as well, as Everson prepares to start another over from the river, and you talk about this game. Kent at 7th, Essex at 8th in respective tables. I mean, it's last chance saloon for these two sides, you really feel. Here's Everson, in and bowling to Tom Wesley. Full delivery, which Wesley drives, but hits mid-off, and there is no run. So Lancashire leads 7 points from 4, Hampshire 6 from 3, Yorkshire 6 from 4, Glamorgan 4 from 3, Northants and Derbyshire and Kent all on 2 from 3. Essex with a solitary point from the rain-off up at Sedbergh, and then Worcestershire played 4, lost 4. So the loser here can, I was going to say start thinking about blooding the youngsters, but they're already doing that. Well, here's Everson into Wesley, and Wesley, well, he's just tried to heave that one down to Cow Corner, gets an under edge, and it's stopped at extra cover, no run again. It is 66 for 2.
Yeah, I think for many sides, the next stop will be the creche, I think, or it would rather be we're taking care of them rather than getting them to play cricket. But yeah, I think Paul said at the outset, didn't he, that if you lose this one, you'd have to win probably your remaining 4 games and hope at that point other results go your way.
This next one from Everson has Wesley trying to whip it away through the onside. It's the front pad, and there's no run. It's a lot tighter in the other group. Nottinghamshire, Sussex, Middlesex, all on 4 points at the top, played 3. Gloucestershire and Leicestershire both on 4 points. Gloucestershire have played a game more there. Warwickshire on 3, Surrey on 3, Durham on 2, and Somerset, who aren't having a great time of it this season, without a point so far. So that's a lot tighter. Here's Everson into Wesley. No slips in here, and Wesley gives it the big booming drive. Again, he hits cover, and there is no run once again. 66 for 2. Wesley 21 not out. Rolofson on 12.
It's just slowed down a little bit here, isn't it? They were, what, 63 for 2 after the end of 10 overs, I think. So after a bit of an assault from Tom Wesley, just 1 off the Everson's previous over, 2 off the over from Gilchrist, and then dot balls in this one too.
This next one has Wesley just playing defensively this time. Good line and length that from Everson, and there is no run once again. Examines the ball very, very closely. Wipes various bits of perspiration from various parts of his anatomy. Tough old work for the bowlers out there. That front foot thuds down and the toe slides to the end of the boot. They've all got blackened nails, haven't they, quick bowlers?
Yeah.
Here's Everson bowling, and Wesley, nice drive, and again it's dead straight and he's hit the stumps. Rolofson was back in his ground, it didn't hit anybody on the way through anyway, and they just jogged through for a nicely jogged single. 67 for 2, and Wesley's pinched the strike as well at the end of that over.
Talking about bowlers' feet, and the bowling boots actually are in short supply. A couple of the major manufacturers have stopped making bowling boots.
Is that because there's been no rain, or is that
no, I think it's demand across the board, obviously, but for the professionals, there's stories of, I gather Chris Wokes has the particular boots that he wears, has gone onto the internet, has bought up every pair he can find for the future because they're comfortable, obviously, not because he's sponsored by them, but yeah. In all the other things that bowlers have had to suffer this summer, as Gilchrist bowls 1 bounce, this is crowd catch up to Compton at a narrowish mid-wicket. But yeah, I think it's supply and demand. Obviously if you're a professional, they're very important, but perhaps your Sunday and club cricketer now is just wearing a generic cricket boot rather than bowling boots. They're not, the toes aren't reinforced, they're not reinforced for the as Gilchrist bowls to Wesley, just runs that down to 3rd for a gentle single. 68 for 2 now in the 14th. So, but yeah, that sort of thing had never, obviously, casual cricketers, that's not really going to occur, is it? So you're worried about your next bowling boots. If you're getting through 4 or 5 pairs a summer, that's an issue. But
especially if you're one of those people who's one of those bowlers that cuts the toe out of maybe the front ones, if you do that, isn't there?
Well, Tamar Mills had a pretty horrific repetitive bowling injury to one of his toes. I'm not going to go into that because I'm a bit squeamish. Swing and a miss from Rolofson. He's well down the pitch there. A little bit of movement away from him by Gilchrist. Started about 4th or 5th stump and just nibbled away. Umpire Blackwell is looking quizzically at Nathan Gilchrist's foot marks at the far end. He's not mentioned anything to the bowler. He's looked across. Oh, the walkie-talkie comes out. No. Little word to Billy Taylor. I'm not sure how serious that was, but Gilchrist to Rolfson up in the air. It's ballooning, but he's safe there. It's rather a tennis shot, that one, up towards mid-on. I think he's not quite got to the pitch of that. It's ballooned up and in between, or just to the left of the man at mid-on, and safe in the end. They come through for a single. Shouldn't get too excited. This is one-day cricket, of course, isn't it? It's not. But just thought he'd miss-hit that for a second. Could have ended up with Matt Quinn at mid-on, but safely enough. 69 for 2, Essex Eagles, as Wesley drives outside part of the bat, but safe enough all the way along the ground to Hamid Kadri. Wesley has looked a class apart from the other three batsmen so far today. He's on to 24, 70 for 2. Essex with Rolfson on 13 so far. The 2 men to go. If you're just joining us, Feroz Kushi caught and bowled by Quinn in the 6th over for 14, and with no addition to the score at 33 for 2 it was when Josh Ryan was LBW to Navdeep Seni. Since then, 37 runs scored as Rolfson comes down the pitch and drives it out to Hamid Kadri once again. End of the over is this? I think it is. 71 for 2 then, after 14 here on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Kent.
Another piece of cricket news for you as well, which you may not have seen drop in on the BBC Sport webpage a little bit earlier on today. The Somerset batter James Hildreth to retire at the end of the season after 20 years with the clubs. 28,000 runs and 56 centuries in 715 matches across all formats of the game. The 37-year-old Somerset's all-time leading run scorer in T20 cricket and their 3rd highest in first-class cricket. Says, I left school at 18 and have spent 20 years with the club. It's been my life and I've loved every minute of it. One of those names you just look down a county lineup, there's Hildreth, and it won't be there next year. Everson in and bowling to Rolfson. Full delivery. Rolfson just drops the bat on that and picks up a single as the boundary sentry out on the mid-wicket boundary comes in and collects and tosses the ball in, and Essex move on to 71 for 2. Rolfson to 14 and Wesley there on 24.
An absolute mountain of runs every year, James Hildreth as well. Somerset.
Here's Everson in. Down the wicket comes Tom Wesley, and he's lofted that for 6 into the top tier of the Tom Pearce stand. And it wasn't any great big booming shot. It was a little shimmy down, a couple of strides, and it just went with the length and direction of the ball and eased it into the top tier of the Tom Pearce stand for our first maximum of the game. And Essex is 78 for 2.
Good looker from Tom Wesley, looking the batsman most likely to clear the boundary, that's for sure. Pugnacious.
Everson very quickly with ball back in hand, and Wesley's working that one into the onside wide of mid-wicket for 4 runs, and that was no more than a flick. There was nothing really in it. It's just all pure timing from the Essex skipper, and the score moves to 82 for 2, and he goes to 34. And a lot of Essex supporters, I think, will be hoping we're going to see a classic Tom Wesley this afternoon, not the bits and pieces of 40s and that sort of thing where he looks great and then gets out. Unfortunately, this looks like a man who wants to score a ton of runs this afternoon.
Imperious so far.
So a 6 and a 4. What's Everson's reply with this next delivery? He's in and bowling and outside off stump, and Wesley gives it absolutely everything, and it's the worst shot of the lot because he hasn't timed it at all, and it goes out to the man on the cover boundary, and they pick up a single. That sounded like an old chair leg when that one came off the toe end of the bat. 83 for 2. Matt is jogging off to update the BBC Kent listeners, and I think we'll take a break as well, and Paul will come in alongside myself to join us. So Everson's been taken for 11 from his last 3 deliveries, and he's in and bowling to Rolfson, who plays out to the offside, and there is no run. Sorry, Paul, I'll pull my chair in. You can squeeze in past us and come in and give us your thoughts. Ken on the email says, Paul and Glenn, afternoon. Mentioning John Shepherd reminds me of a game at Leighton when Keith Boyce hit what I believe is the highest I've ever seen towards mid-on for an obvious 6. However, it was so high, but he didn't have the length, and Kent Shep ran from a deep long leg to catch it. More on that in a second as Everson comes in and bowls, and Rolfson's cutting into the offside for a single. 84 for 2. I believe there was a certain amount of rivalry between both from back home, but I'm not too sure about that. The frenetic opening performances by Essex will become more and more the norm in the future unless the young future openers are brought up to play cricket properly, which is one of the reasons why the other competition must be buried, says Ken. Good old Ken, he always finishes off an email with a little jibe.
He does. That's very well put, Glenn. Yes, we enjoy his jibes. He usually starts one with one as well, like you weren't on at 11 o'clock. But anyway, Ken, very good afternoon to you. And actually, just on your last point, what I think could well be very good news for cricket, the confirmation that erstwhile chairman of Surrey, Richard Thompson, is the new chairman of the ECB. As here we see a new over starting from Gilchrist from the Hayes close end. It's a nice bit of fielding, but they can get through for one as the ball was driven back past the bowler. 85 for 2. And the point about Richard Thompson, he was the one county chairman, partly because Surrey have got the money, who stood up to Colin Graves and said, no, I don't think the 100's a good idea. And he didn't change his mind on that, and he actually resigned from the ECB at one point. As here we see the next ball from Gilchrist in, and bowls, and Wesley has whipped this ball away. Bit of a masterclass this from Wesley. Played thoroughly well, a delight to watch him come back to something like his fluent best. 36 to him and scored to 86 for 2. And something I really liked about Richard Thompson was that one of his statements when he was chairman of Surrey was, I really care about all 18 counties surviving. I don't want to see 2, 3, 4 disappear. And hopefully he'll bring that attitude to the chairmanship of the ECB as that one goes through outside the off stump. The score remains at 86 for 2. And we have a situation, Glenn, where, I mean, Andy Strauss, with this imminent report and wanting to reduce the number of championship games, has more or less indicated that he's only really interested in the test match side of things. But the test match players in the county championship represent only 5% of the workforce. You can't have an organisation that treats the other 95% as if they don't matter. This ball's played back to the bowler, and there is no run.
I have one thing to say, because we're enjoying a good game of cricket here in the sunshine at Chelmsford, classic county ground. Cricket, and in my job I cover a whole vast number and an array of sports. Cricket is the only one where when the season starts you're already talking about next season. Yes. And what the format might be and what the officials might do. And it also appears to me, just wait for Gilchrist bowl this ball.
Which he does now, still a slip in, bowls, and this ball comes down to fine leg for a single, and the score to 87 for 2.
Cricket is the only sport where I believe that its governing body or governing bodies appear to want to harm those that it is paid to represent, govern and manage. But that probably partly comes because a number of these clubs rely somewhat on that governing body for their existence, whereas if you take football or rugby, actually the dog wags the tail there.
Totally agree with your point. Here's the ball from Gilchrist. A lovely shot. I was saying it's a masterclass from Wesley. Hope I'm not talking him out, but 4 runs, glorious extra cover drive, 40 to him. And this is like the Wesley of old, Glenn. He's become a very circumspect player in the championship. And back in 2014, he was, just magnificent. He'd go out there and play an attack. Remember an innings at Swansea? He got 67 and for an hour. You just couldn't bowl to him. And although he was out in an anticlimactic way, I'd love to see him get back to this style of playing.
I do wonder whether the captaincy and the extra responsibility plays a part in that.
Yep.
But someone needs to tell him, well, look, you've got good players around you. Don't worry about that. If you go out and play your natural game, go out and play how we love watching you play. And if you get out, no one's going to point the fingers. You've got good players who can pick up the baton. As Everson starts another over from the river end. That's pulled away by Rollofson aerially, and not quite enough to go for 6. It wasn't as clean or smooth a hit as when Wesley sent Everson for a maximum in his previous over. This was more of a pull and looking to bully it over the boundary. Dropped just inside the rope, but he picks up 4 runs. And the Essex score moves up to, I'm going to say, 95 for 2, and it is.
Yeah, good partnership developing this one for Essex. 62 runs added for the 3rd wicket, and after slightly slow start, it really is picking up tempo as Rollison joins Wesley in boundary shots.
Everson in. Rollison coming down the wicket but plays defensively, and there is no run. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or at BBC Essex Sport, and it's Kent Cricket at gmail.com or at BBC Kent Sport if you want to get in touch with us this afternoon in the sunshine here at Chelmsford. Another good crowd inside. Lots of you sending us pictures of the various stands which are full all around the ground.
They're brave people to be out in the glare of this sun, I must say, but well done to them. Terrific crowd.
This next one is full, and Rollison drives lovely. It's past mid-off, and mid-off is merely just stretching his legs and jogging to fetch the ball as it bounces over the rope. 99 for 2, and the South African goes to 26 not out, and Wesley has 40.
Yep, I mean, for me, there are so many runs out in that pitch this afternoon, particularly in these conditions and with this lightning fast outfield, that I would really want to feel I could clear the boundary if I were going to hit the ball in the air at all, because there's so many runs coming from ground shots. I would like not to miss out, and therefore to cut out the possibility of being caught from the equation.
Everson has a chat, maybe discussing, well, I've bowled short, I got it for 6, I've bowled full, I've been driven for 4. What do you reckon? Everson is in, just pulls his length back a little bit.
That's well bowled.
Defensively for no run. Yeah, nice piece of bowling that. So the little bit of cajoling worked. Yeah, the men out today. Kushi caught and bowled by Quinn, former Essex man, for 14, and Rymel LBW to Sani for 18. These two have repaired the damage since then. Just the one wide so far, bowled by Kent. Otherwise they're nice and tidy in the extras column as well. And every run you can prevent is going to be so important in these conditions. Everson in and bowling. Rollison drops into the offside. There won't be a run there either. Sent back by Wesley. And indeed there isn't. 99 for 2 is the score.
Yes, Essex, certainly for me, whereas in the Derbyshire game they put Derbyshire in, and I think lived to regret that. They've certainly batted first whenever they've had the chance since, and today, by the time Essex are in the field, the temperatures will just be beginning to drop, and it'll be more conducive to tearing round in the outfield.
Got a bit of a breeze blowing into the box at the moment. 2 or 3 people up on the apartment of the retirement flats at the Hayes Close end as Everson turns, comes in and bowls to Rollison, who eases this one up to long on and picks up a single. And the Essex 100 is up now as well, right at the end of the 17th over. Essex are 100 without lot, for 2.
Well, we've been talking about the appointment of Richard Thompson to be the new chairman of the ECB. I think chalk and cheese is a reasonable comparison between his predecessor and himself. But I want to make a point I haven't heard anybody else make, and that is there appears to me to be a massive disconnect between the ECB's handling of county cricket and Test cricket. Now, when you think of it, in Test cricket, it's all hands to the pump. It's sort of 400 in 2 sessions, let's give it a go. You know, ultra positive. In county cricket, 8 points for a draw, slow pitches, smaller seams on the ball. And, you know, if there's his claim that county cricket shapes Test cricketers, well, then you can't have a disconnect like that. You know, if we're going to have baseball, and personally, I think it's great for cricket because I think it'll bring the crowds back. And we've got a younger generation who basically don't like red ball cricket. If they start seeing the entertainment that Johnny Bairstow, for one, has been providing this summer, then I think they will want to watch red ball cricket.
Well, we've got a red ball game going on, I was mentioning early on, between the Lions and South Africa at Canterbury, where Dan Lawrence hit 97 off 97 balls.
Yes, that's right.
Hamid Kadri is going to have a go from the Hayes Close end, Paul. First introduction of spin in this innings.
And very good afternoon to Dick Davis, who's popped into the box. Good to see you, Dick.
I'll tell you why he's in here in a second.
Kadri's in and bowls, and played to mid-wicket. Well, he was also here for the Derbyshire game, so I'm going to guess the answer is he can't keep away.
Well, it's either that or this is the only shady part in the ground he can get access to, so he's got, I'll pop up.
I'll take your answer on that one. This is a reverse sweep, and he's got hold of that very well, Rollison, and 4 runs, and scored to 104 for 2. He's a good young player, this lad, with a bag full of runs for Billericay this year, hailing from South Africa. He's moved along to 31, 26 years of age, and a useful signing for the moment, just for this competition. But that's not to say that Essex might see enough about him to make him a more permanent and wide-ranging signing, as Kadri is in. Bowls from the Hayes Close end, and met on the full by Rollison, and just a comfortable, oh, in fact they're coming back for a second. I was about to say a comfortable single, but a good bit of running there. They get 2 and score to 106 for 2, and Rollison to 33.
Yes, well, I heard you talking to the Essex coach Anthony McGrath about Rollison, and he was sort of saying, well, what about the red ball game? He said, well, he's here for this at the moment, but he's certainly someone they're looking at.
Yeah, it's, next ball is played back to the bowler. And on the same subject, when I interviewed Anthony McGrath the other day, we talked about Jamal Richards, an 18-year-old who I don't think he'll stay down at number 10 forever. He's averaging 72 in this competition with a 46 last man out and a 26 not out. As here the next ball's driven back to the bowler. And he also bowls very well. He was the one man at Northampton the other day who seemed to be able to keep a lid on the scoring in the closing stages. And I was saying to Anthony, red ball cricket as well, do you think, for Jamal? He said eventually, certainly, as this next ball is nicely fielded at mid-on. Again, there will be no run. In fact, I thought it had been cut off, but it goes through to deeper mid-on. And they get through for the single, my mistake. 107 for 2 in the 18th over with 40 to Tom Wesley, who really has played some gorgeous shots, and 34 to Rollison, who seems to be really finding his feet out there, getting better with every ball he faces. But, probably it's true to say, Glenn, that Essex could just do with another couple of the academy coming through in the way that Porter and Cook did in the past, and Dan Lawrence, of course. And certainly Jamal Richards, to me, looks a real find. Yeah,
he certainly looks like he's a busy, all-action sort of cricketer, doesn't he? On Grant Rollison as well. You've been playing in Billericay this year as a professional. Plays his professional cricket in South Africa for Dolphins, who are a really, really good franchise out there. So he's got a good background and a good pedigree. This isn't a guy who's just been playing club cricket and is trying his luck now. He's got a real good background and pedigree behind him, so could be one that Essex might look to bring on over the next year or two. 107 for 2 is the Essex score. Everson continues from the River End. He's had a long old stint here. That's worked into the offside, but there'll be no run as it stopped at forward point.
Yeah, there's nothing crowds like more, regardless of what county we're talking about, than to see someone who's been produced in their own womb coming through and proving a really good cricketer.
Everson, who Matt was telling us a little bit earlier on, Matt will be back in just about a quarter of an hour's time from now. Matt was telling us that has signed permanently for Kent on loan this season, but will become a Kent player next year. He's in on bowling, and Rollison on the drive with no timing. There's no run as it stopped at extra cover.
Just like to add my endorsement of what you've been saying earlier with Matt. Sad news that James Hildreth is winding. One of the nicest men on the circuit, an absolutely superb player. At one point it looked as if he really would be a fixture in the England side, and he's certainly been a prolific batsman.
There's another hole that Somerset will have to plug as well, and they have lost a deal of players over the last 2 years. This next one from Everson is played with a dead straight bat by Rollison, just evades the stumps at the non-striker's end. They come through for a single, 108 for 2. Yeah, they've been a little bit devastated, Somerset, losing players, and they could well get relegated this year as well out of Division 1 of the County Championship, and having been so strong for the last 3 or 4 years, looks like they might be heading into a transitional period. And Hildreth and Abel, the two names that have been sort of synonymous with the good years that Somerset have had, and they're going to lose one of those as Everson is in and bowling. And Wesley just opens the face of the bat. Got that very, very fine. The man at third stops it, overruns the ball, has to come back and pick it up, but they come through for a couple, but he has saved 2 runs down there. 110 for 2.
I was very surprised when Somerset about 2 or 3 years ago released Jamie Overton, because he is one of the best really quick bowlers in the country. May lack a bit of consistency, but he can bat as well, and I wouldn't have been letting him go.
Wesley on 42 from 36 deliveries, just wipes some moisture from his brow with the thumb of his glove, and he's ready now as Everson comes in and bowls. And on the back foot this time, Wesley is forcing up to long on, and they come through for another single. He goes to 43, the Essex score. Nelson is up, 111 for 2, with 19 overs gone on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, and via the BBC Sport website and the app this afternoon as well.
Yes, there's one lovely area I found while I nipped to the loo, and as I came back round the back of the pavilion, you really catch the breeze. Great place to recover from the sun.
Everson in, and that's driven up to mid-off. They'll come through for a single just to finish off this over. scoreboard had actually got that the over was over, so to speak. But whether that's a miscount by the umpires or whether the scorers have miscounted, it matters not. Just another run added, 112 for 2.
Well, I tell you, talking of mistakes, at 11 o'clock this morning, I was nice and relaxed because I was going to leave at midday, and I opened up the Times newspaper to find that this was a 1 o'clock start. And I thought, oh, crikey. And, thankfully, I got my Chromebook opened and checked with both the BBC Cricket website and the Essex County Cricket website, and was greatly relieved to find it was, after all, 2 o'clock.
Cadry's going to continue from the Hayes close end. Thanks to the Grumbler for his email, which we'll get to in a couple of moments.
Always nice to hear from the Grumbler. Good afternoon, Grumbler. Here is Cadry. In to bowl to Rollason, who flicks this one away with a minimum of effort out to deep mid-wicket. There's a long, long way to the mid-wicket boundary here, not far short of 100 yards, and that one travelled about 60 of them. And a single, 113 for 2, Rollason to 37. He's had more of the strike than Wesley in the last 3 or 4 overs. Wesley at one point had twice the number of runs of Rollason, but he's made good use of his time on strike. However, Wesley now gets another chance to face Cadry. He's on 43. And the appeal here for LBW, and it's a wide. So I'm not sure what the appeal was for in that case.
A catch, possibly.
Yeah, I don't know. I got the impression initially, because we're masked by the batsman there, that it was for LBW. But anyway, it's down leg side. Maybe it turns sharply. 114 for 2. Cadry's in. Bowls to Wesley and does what Rollason did earlier in the over, picks out deep mid-wicket, single, 115 for 2, Wesley to 44, but there's no greater humiliation for a bowler than when he appeals very, very excitedly, only to find the umpire looks round and there he is with his arms bespread. And just got a stat from our scorer David Jackman, as here Rollason has played the ball out for another single in the direction of mid-on. He goes to 38, 115 for 2. Wesley has faced only 5 balls in the last 5 overs. Excellent stuff, David. Thank you very much.
Yeah. As you say, though, Rollofson hasn't sort of hogged the strike and not made the most of it.
No. Cadry's in. Bowls to the skipper. Plays it to short mid-wicket. So that's his 6th ball in the last 5 or so overs. But doesn't score off it. 116 for 2, Essex having chosen to bat and losing both their openers with the score on 33. Rymel to just break in because Cadry's coming in again and bowls to Wesley, flicks it off the hip. Another single, 117 for 2, 45 to the skipper. Cushy was the first to go. Got one that rather stopped in the pitch and reared from Quinn and was caught and bowled for 14, and then without addition to score, Rymel was LBW to Senny for 18. But now 83 have been realised by this 3rd wicket partnership. There won't be any addition to that, with the last ball of the over played to mid-on, who's now fairly close to the bat, so there's no chance of pinching the single. And Essex, after 20 overs, still 30 overs to go, are 117 for 2. Wesley has 45 and Rollason 38.
Now, the Grumbler afternoon says it's quite frustrating today as the commentary of the game keeps interrupting Paul Newton's Chairman Mao-style thoughts on putting the game to rights. He says, well, sorry the cricket's getting in the way, Grumbler, but we do have a Royal London One Day Cup game to commentate on. But yeah, we get your point, and too much of cricket commentary these days is taken up with talking about the politics of the game, because there is just so much politics about at the moment. Everson's going to continue from the River End. Welcome to Kent. You've just signed a 3-year contract to take up with Kent at the start of next season. This is the sort of workload you're going to be up against as he comes in, running away from us now and bowling to Wesley, and Wesley on the walk out to the onside, and there is no run. Andrew on the email says, am I the only person puzzled by the fact there are 2 different Ollie Robinsons, one playing for Kent at Chelmsford today, the other playing for the England Lions against South Africa at Canterbury in Kent? Shouldn't the commentators go out of their way to point out which O. Robinson is O. Robinson? If they played for the same county, perhaps you would. Can you think of any similar potential mix-ups when 2 or more cricketers have had the same name while playing first-class cricket, or even for England, as Everson is in once again? Oh dear. And that's the first false shot by Tom Wesley, and it's got him 4 runs, actually. Big outside edge. It hasn't got him 4 runs. It's a really good save in the end. It gets him 2 runs, big outside edge. The man at third did a sliding stop. There were ironic jeers because it seemed to be rolling back towards the rope. Then he threw the ball in as though he'd stopped it. Now the umpire does signal 4 runs. At the end of it, it is a boundary, and it's all a bit messy. 121 for 2.
Yes, a lot happened in that single delivery there. No, I can't off the top of my head, Andrew, think of another case, but I'm sure there will be 1 or 2.
Here's Everson into Wesley, and Wesley driving nicely, but straight to the man at extra cover, and there is no run. Once again, the name evades me, and someone might want to get in touch. bbcscricket@gmail.com. There were 2 footballers in the 70s, and they both carried the same name, and it evades me. And people would have to say, "Oh no, it's not that one, it's that one." And the name evades me. It'll come back to me probably when I'm driving home at around about 11:15 this evening.
Well, we'll keep the line open.
Here's Everson into Wesley. Wesley gives it the full flourish of the bat outside the off stump and picks up 1, comes back for a second, and the Essex captain has a very nicely constructed half century. Wesley goes to 51 from 44 deliveries, and Essex are 123 for 2. Well batted, Tom Wesley.
Indeed, because there are 50s and 50s, and obviously it hasn't just been as impressive because he's lost the strike substantially in the last few overs, but shall we say the first 40 contained many of the best shots you could ever wish to see.
Everson in and bowling to Wesley, who drives, and there's no run. The grumbler says I misconstrued the email. I don't think I did, grumbler, because I got where you were coming from, but there's so much politics involved in cricket. As I was saying to Paul earlier on, it's the only sport where you start the season and immediately you start talking about next season, about what they might do to fiddle around with it. Well, thanks for your email, grumbler.
I beg to differ, but I think his point was actually he rather likes talking about the politics of the game, and was annoyed at the cricket getting in the way.
Yeah, here's Everson. And that's pushed back down the pitch. Oh, they'll pick up a single there, actually. 124 for 2. Yeah, I think he was sort of saying, sort of with tongue-in-cheek, that the cricket seems to get in the way of your theorems on the game, Paul. But it kind of feels like that, doesn't it? It does feel like you have to constantly be addressing things. And you mentioning the chairmanship of the ECB and what that might do. Obviously, we've got the 100, which has now started, and what's happening there. And it's just constant. And when the 50 over comes around as well, and you've got a team like Essex missing 6 players to the 100 plus Simon Harmer, it kind of magnifies it a little bit more.
Wouldn't it be great to have a period of 5 years where a reasonably agreeable format was agreed upon and nothing changed, and then you could all settle down? But we have rather the exact opposite of that. And just to throw another 4-penny within, encouraged by the grumbler's point, technically, if we take Bazball as the way forward, and the partnership with Ben Stokes, with Brendan McCullum, there is a very big argument that therefore, if Strauss believes that county cricket has got to prepare people for Test cricket, bring back 3-day cricket.
Yeah, I mentioned that in a previous game, that we probably, we're going to end up with 3-day cricket at some point, you feel.
And play it at outgrounds, not all the time. But if every county had 1 week of 2 3-day games, as the next ball is clipped away off the pads, and they go for a single here, it's 125 for 2, and Wesley to 53. And if you did that and threw in a white ball game, doesn't matter of which sort, to make up the full week, and of course you'd also play 2 3-day games from the away sides when you're on your travels as well. So everyone would get 4 3-day games. I would go back to 2 divisions of 9, so you've got 16 games altogether, which would go against the Cummings Strauss proposal. Another single down to long arm Rollison, and he moves along to 39, 126 for 2. And basically, a lot of county games now, because of all the headquarters cricket, is played on very tired pitches, which explains why so many of them are so slow and so difficult to time the ball on. Here's the next delivery from Kadri, and it's played straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run, 126 for 2. And to move into outground cricket, I remember Ilford, for that matter, Tunbridge Wells was a great favourite of mine. Lots of other good grounds, obviously in Essex, there's Colchester, the South End. And it would give batsmen, or batters as they're now called, a better chance, to play on a variety of pitches. And the outground pitches tend to be faster, bouncier, and to take turn. As this ball goes for a single, the score to 127 for 2, and Wesley has moved on to a regal 53.
Yeah, I'll pick up the outground point in a couple of moments, but Kadri is racing through these overs.
And David Jackman has sorry if you hear my microphone clonking, has just been firing his sheets all over the commentary box, but I think all is now well, and they've gone for a single, fine bit of fielding from deep mid-wicket, £1 throw to the bowler's end, but they're safely home, 128 for 2, with Wesley on to 54 and Rollison on 39.
On the outground question, it costs counties so much to put on games at festivals, because obviously it costs them to move. They lose money at their headquarters and have the upkeep of that, but also they need support elsewhere.
And there'll be another single to long on from Wesley, 55. He's quite content to let Rollison take over the leading role here for the moment. 129 for 2 in 22, and I have actually factored that point in, Glenn. I would have part of the handout from the ECB to cover the extra expense of the outgrounds.
Because a lot of the reasons why the outgrounds were lost is because the clubs would look towards the councils to help them support and help fund that, and obviously councils are stretched and strained as well at the moment, and that's why it went. But when you look at the game at the moment and you look at it this year, the number of clubs that play at the test playing grounds that are having to play at our grounds. Lancashire have played at Sedbergh, they've played at Liverpool, I'm not sure they've played at Blackpool this year. Yorkshire have played an extra game at Scarborough. Middlesex are all over the show, as are Surrey. So there is more outground cricket
Southport
being played because of that. Southport as well. Change of bowling at this River End. Joey Everson is finally going to get a breather, and Joe Denley is going to have a crack from this River End.
And he's no mean purveyor of leg spin, and there's, I think I'm right in saying he's got a wicket or two for England, and certainly in one-day cricket he's often been just what the doctor ordered in terms of getting a breakthrough. Terrific cricketer, Joe Denley, with a good record against Essex. Remember a wonderful 100 he got at Beckenham a good 14-15 years ago.
Well, he's in and bowling now to Tom Wesley, and Wesley greets him by skying the ball over the inner ring of fielders. Hasn't quite got enough of it to go all the way for 4. They've run 2. There's not one for the throw there, so they settle at 2. 131 for 2. We'll bring Matt in at the end of this over.
Yeah, I mean, you know, although runs came there, but it was a challenge for the batsman. You know, he took a bit of a risk.
Denley is in once again, and Wesley this time just pushes out to the offside for no run.
So I think a good tactic from Kent. I think the Everson spell was a little bit overlong. You know, the batsmen were able to get used to it. It's not that he bowled badly, but I think a little bit more switching the bowlers around might have been helpful. 98 this partnership's put on.
Denley is in, and they'll come through for a single. Won't quite bring up the 100 partnership as it's bullied into the onside for 1 run. 132 for 2. Rollison to 40, very understated, sort of quietly gone about it. Rollison got himself to 40. He's on strike now, just rescoring his guard.
Yeah, he's a well-organised batsman.
Sweeping away some of the dust from the striker's end there. Denley just signalling to the man at short third on the edge of the circle just to go a bit finer here. He's into Rollison, goes on the back foot, pushes into the onside, and this will bring up the 100 partnership. Essex moved to 133 for 2, Rollison to 41, Wesley to 58. It's come off 96 balls and it's taken exactly 1 hour.
Yeah, unusually the Essex crowd slightly slow off the mark there to applaud the 100 partnership, but we'll put it down to the excessive heat.
Here's Denley again, spinning himself a catch. As he comes in a little bit quicker through the air this time, and Wesley plays defensively into the onside for no run. Just going back to outground cricket, that's where I sort of first fell in love with the county game, being able to get out and see Essex mostly at Colchester as that's pushed into the offside, just dropped into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. 134 for 2, because growing up in Norfolk that was sort of my closest to get to, so he'd always get to the week-long Colchester Festival, and that's where a lot of people, I guess, of our generation, Paul, sort of watch their cricket. But nowadays you do have to come into the main city hubs and into the headquarters grounds. I'll leave you with that thought, and Matt will come in. Actually, Matt's going to do an update for BBC Kent, so I'll just stick with you for a couple of moments.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I didn't have to travel as far as you, living in Colchester, but love to get down there. The very first year, 1958, such had been the rains in June that the first I saw of Essex was at the Garrison Ground, which is up on much higher ground to the north of the town, whereas the Castle Park is sort of to the southeast. And but yeah, I remember it was Essex v Notts, and Dickie Dodds hit the first ball I ever saw for 4 as Wesley plays this ball out to deep mid-wicket, single, 135 for 2, 60 to the Essex skipper. But yeah, the outgrounds, I mean, they produce such marvellous cricket. One lovely memory I have is Ilford, a really wonderfully bouncy pitch that produced fantastic cricket. And I remember hitting Sid Lawrence, the Gloucestershire fast bowler, bowling bouncers at the rate of Billio, as here comes Kadri in and bowls, and Rollison pulls this ball to deep square leg, single, 136 for 2, 42 to Rollison. It was, you know, a wonderful sight to see Sid Lawrence bowling, but also David East took him on and hit him for 6 of the biggest sixes I've ever seen. Gloucestershire won the game, but David East got 93, I think it was. Fantastic knock. As the next ball, Wesley just stretches forward and angles the bat so that he can avoid the shortish mid-wicket and pick up a single that takes him to 61. The score to 137 for 2. We're in the 24th over.
Those outgrounds now, sadly at the moment, not used, albeit when you go to when Essex moved to Garum Park, we did get some shockingly short games and some very low scoring matches, unfortunately.
A horrible place, I have to say. Very cold. Very cold, and the pitch, even for a one-day game, you know, you were lucky if anyone made 100. I don't mean an individual batsman, I mean the whole team. As here, Rollison wasn't sure where the ball had gone. He went on the sweep. He was thinking it had gone down to fine leg where he was aiming, but actually ended up at fine third man, and they get through for another run, 138 for 2, 43 to Rollison. And Kadri to Wesley from the Hayes close end, keeps a little bit low. Wesley just helps this on its way to deep mid wicket, moves along to 62. It's a real prose innings, this one from Wesley. It's the innings of someone who's been around long enough to know how you play this game. 139 for 2.
And this is where the criticism of 50 over cricket comes in at this sort of stage, where you're almost sort of in a holding position.
Yes.
It's just nudging, nurdling, picking up runs, because you're outside power plays and you can post fielders out on the boundary either side of the wicket.
Yeah, it's very much about keeping wickets in hand, as Rollison just helps the ball for a single. So intrinsically, there's a run every ball to be had with the field set the way it is, and they take their 6 from that over, and the score 140 for 2 in 24. Thank you very much indeed to Glenn Speller, BBC Essex Sports Editor. I'm Paul Newton. Just about to be with me is Matt Cole, our BBC Radio Kent. Always a huge pleasure to welcome Matt to the county ground here. And we have a good game in prospect, because although Essex will be pleased with the score they've got, there are potentially a lot of runs out there, and I expect both sides, and maybe proved wrong, I expect both sides to score over 300.
Yeah, you'd certainly think that, wouldn't you? Most of the Kent bowlers are averaging 6 and over at this point, between 5 and 6 and over, as Denley bowls to Rollison, pushing down the pitch there, straight back at the bowler, and there's no run, and you'd expect an acceleration from them as well. So Denley's brought himself on to try and perhaps get the breakthrough here, if not keep the runs down. Cut into the offside in a fairly gentle fashion by Grant Rollison, but I completely take Glenn's point about the sort of phony war of the middle overs sometimes in 50 over cricket, where the platform to the batting side is more important than boundaries reigning, and thereby on a fairly friendly pitch to the batting, that the bowlers are struggling to take wickets as well as the batsmen are more defensive. But a drive up to mid-off, and there's a single there. What was Billy Taylor signalling there? Wasn't a no ball, was it? Can't have been. It'd be a free hit now.
Yes, I didn't see him, I'm afraid.
Just his right arm came out. He was pointing to something. That's a covert signal to Ian Blackwell. Sweep there. That'll go past the man at fine leg. A chase round for long leg. That's Nathan Gilchrist out there. Throws the ball back in, and that'll be a single. The score moves on to 143 for 2.
Yeah, good work from Gilchrist, that, cutting off the boundary.
As Denley to Rollison, push past the bowler, and that'll once more be a single. Run up to Joey Everson, who's fielding out long off. And the final 10 overs, I was saying, is an additional power play now. I'm not sure they can all be called power plays, can they?
No, I agree.
Who does the power rest with? I'm not sure in these different plays, but the third phase maybe. It's Denley.
Why not call
bowls, pushing to the onside, no run.
End play.
End play.
Yeah, you know,
the end game, maybe. I don't know. Yes,
yeah.
Quite. end plane. Yeah, could well be. They're going to take a drinks break at the end of the 25th. 145 for 2. Time for us to be able to take stock. 63 for Wesley, 48 for Olofsson. They put on 112 for the third wicket, these two. It does seem an awful long time ago when Kent took wickets in consecutive overs. In fact, for no runs as well. And Ferris Kushi got a leading edge, a Corton bowl high above his head for Matt Quinn for 14, and then quickly followed up by Navdeep Seni in the next over, having Josh Rymel LBW for 18. These two have gone on a pace almost with Tom Wesley as soon as he came in, Paul. He showed his intent. I think he had 3 balls as a sighter before he got off the mark, and then he's flown along since then. And Grant Rutherford, the South African, very keen to aid and abet him, closing in on a 50 of his own.
Yes, Wesley certainly has. I've described him on more than one occasion as playing the way he always used to play in the old days when he was a very attractive attacking batsman. He's become rather sort of solid and defensive in his approach recently, but you couldn't accuse him of that today. And it's been a terrific knock from him so far of 63 and 48 to Rollison, who's also played well. And what Essex are aiming for here, they say double the score at 30 overs, and you get a rough idea of what the final score will be. Well, we're halfway at the moment, so in another 5 overs, if Essex scored 6 and over, they'd be 175 for however many on the board. That would suggest somewhere in the realms of 350. If they continue to have this number of wickets in hand for the greater part of the innings, you might then add another 25 to 30.
Yeah, I think 350 is a reasonable target from this point. Saying Kent bowlers averaging around about 6 and over, so that brings you to 300, and you would expect an acceleration. So I'd imagine Tom Wesley will be, in his mind, thinking 350 is maybe even low par on this. I'm not sure, but obviously we haven't seen what happens when they have to score fast rather than gliding along with tranquilly, it seems, at the moment. Wesley 63 from 60, Rollison 48 from 51. Good find. South African, he's an overseas. Is he Grant Rollison as well? He's got a...
Yes, I think, should we say that an arrangement could be come to if Essex were to offer him something more than just a short-term contract, and he could be seen to be English. You know, these things can happen, you know. Kadri is going to resume after the drinks break, bowling initially to Rollison, who very unusually has 0-2 on his back rather than merely 2. He's obviously got some sort of superstition there. He's going to pick up the better part of a boundary as he's driven this out into the deep. It will be picked up 5 yards short. They can jog back for 2. I think the fieldsman inside the circle just got a bit of a hand to take a bit of the way off that. 147 for 2, and the applause you hear is for Rollison's 50.
Yeah, nicely done as well. The stats going up now. I could certainly tell you he's at 5 fours in that innings. Roughly a runner ball, just a smidgen under.
Faces Kadri again, and that ball is played to deep mid-wicket, who's had plenty of work to do this afternoon, and 146 for 2 with 51 now to Rollison.
He certainly looked the part this afternoon.
147 for 2, they've just added that run onto the board, and Wesley comes into strike, 63 off 60, and a man who was 45 degrees behind the wicket on the leg side now being asked to come just in front of square leg, with long leg being asked to move round a little bit wider, and Kadri is in. Bowls to Wesley. Wesley drives, gets past mid-on, brings long on into play, single, 64 to him, 149 for 2.
Harry Finch fielding at mid-on. I think we've had a sight of George Elam today, the next generation of Elams as well, fielding a sub.
Yeah, we were mentioning as this ball is driven away, and this one will go for 4, and that's a fine shot from Rollison, showing that Wesley isn't the only man who can play that lovely cover drive. 149 for 2. I was mentioning Chris Tremlett earlier, and of course there were 3 generations of Tremletts down at Hampshire. It's always nice, I think, when... Yeah, I mean, I think the Elams must be. Are they up to 3?
Well, yeah, so George Elam, who took the field today, is the 3rd generation.
Excellent.
Alan and Father Mark, of course, grandfather and father.
Lovely to see. There's no we get another appeal here, which is then signalled a wide. That one was definitely an appeal for a catch from Ollie Robinson, but 154 for 2. We're in the 26th.
Jaden Denley's also been, because he's been playing for the second, who is Joe Denley's nephew. So family connections of and great names as well for Kent.
A literal case of nepotism.
Oh, there you go.
There we are, no extra charge for these cranks, and 153 for 2. I know you wouldn't have paid anyway, but
there's a lesson in etymology for you this afternoon.
Here is Kadri in bowls. Keeps a little bit low, and Rollison is, I was going to say up to that, but down to it, and plays it wide of mid-wicket, picks up another single, 56 to him, 155 for 2 in the 26th.
Feels like you've taken over from when they were having children having lessons at home and on the internet during lockdown. You've just taken that on as a
well, maybe off the cuff.
Yeah.
Completely unaware of it, but you know,
you get a fine education listening to the cricket. That's the important thing.
Most of the work I do is in my sleep, as our listener will regularly testify. As this ball is played back to the bowler for no run, and at the end of that over, the 26th, Essex stand at 156 for 2. 64 plays 56. Wesley to Rollison.
Yeah, the slightly worrying thing for Kent here is that I don't have to look back that far, Kent, when they were fielding first on a hot day in the One Day Cup, and the opposition were racking up a large score. Fielding at Beckenham was, I won't say it was poor, because actually the outfield was really, really difficult, as many of them are, I suppose, now, because they're so hard, and you get the odd bobble, which is magnified by the effect of the ground being so hard as well. But they need to keep their discipline here on another hot day, as it's driven back past Denley for a single by Rollison. Looking around the country as well, the live scores as we have them. Just making sure my laptop's up to date and not had an attack of the vapours earlier on. In the heat, here's Denley, flatter delivery, punched into the ground firstly by Wesley, making himself room, but Finch fields, actually eventually parries it, Finch, across the pitch. It's picked up by Kadri. It's a dot ball anyway. The Northern Superchargers are 91 for 2 from 60 of their 100 balls in the 100 against the Oval Invincibles, or as we know them, Surrey, with Jordan Cox and Sam Billings added, but there's no Billings today, as he's playing, captaining the Lions, I should say, with Dan Lawrence and Sam Cook in the side against South Africa. He's dabbed into the offside by Wesley. No run, not much room from Denley. Good delivery, that one as well.
It was just what I was thinking. Wesley had to quickly readjust his stance there in order to keep that one out. Kept a little bit low.
And the Lions are making hay at Canterbury. 575 for 5 now. They're 122 ahead, so 152 ahead, I should say. No, 142. Shouldn't do maths on the run while trying to watch Joe Denley bowl. This one's pushed into the offside. It's a good tight over so far from Denley. I wonder if Tom Wesley will decide to break the shackles, whatever happens here. Shorter, gives him a bit more room. Cut into the offside, and that'll be just a single as Tawanda Muyeye comes in. He's lightning. Is Muyeye in the field. He's got a really good arm as well.
But don't get excited that we might be about to get a thunderstorm.
No, sorry. I should say there's no rain on the horizon, just the sight of Tawanda Muyeye moving very quickly across the outfield. So just 2 off the over, which is somewhat of a success, considering what Kent have been on the end of for the last few overs. 157-4, 2 Essex Eagles through 27 overs. I was just going to look at the scores there for Kent fans. Sam Billings is 88 not out. Dan Lawrence got 97 for the Lions from 97 balls, as Glenn was saying. Harry Brooks got 140. Ben Duckett 145. Very much as you were with batting v bowling this year, it seems. But Lions against South Africa there, everyone filling their boots.
Of course, the first test against South Africa, who've looked very good in one-day cricket, I must say, but hopefully the Lions will have exhausted them and they'll have nothing left to give by the time we get to Wednesday, as Nathan Gilchrist replaces Kadri, and the first ball is driven back past the bowler. There's no run, 157 for 2.
Yes, certainly, again, it'll be hot days in the field for them. I'll say hot days. I mean, cricket's generally played in the sunshine, isn't it? And around the world, it's just unusually warm here this summer. But it gets quite toasty in South Africa, I gather, too.
And Gilchrist is in bowls, and that's played to mid-off. Fine bit of fielding, no run, and score remaining 157 for 2. Yes, I was listening to you say Finch in the field a moment or two ago, and of course about 20 miles away from where we are is the charming Essex village of Finchingfield, which is a picture postcard village with a windmill, a lake, and just about everything you can want, and a lot of cycling tours go through it. We've got a break in play here, 157 for 2. I don't think it's the end of the over. I think we're probably having a ball change and they're bringing drinks out. Gives me a moment just to read out an email from my very good friend Jeff Leonard, a Gloucestershire supporter. Always great to have Gloucestershire supporters listening in to us when their side hasn't got a game. Now, Jeff Leonard has a distinction of being an expert on the music for James Bond films, largely from John Barry of the John Barry 7, and wrote the most marvellous book, which Jeff was kind enough to give me a copy of. And Jeff says, "Hi chaps, I can accept that the 100, the 100 in other words, is popular with some, not me, but what I cannot accept is the effect it has on the scheduling, trying to get in all these competitions. Indeed, Jeff, it's the classic case of 4s into 3 doesn't go. Gloucester have a Royal London game at Bristol next week, after which the next home game is the 20th of September. And I think the Royal London is a wonderful competition and regret that it has to compete with the 100 for the best players." Yep, very sound points indeed, Jeff. I have to say I totally agree with you. And actually, I haven't noticed in the first 2 games I've watched on the box that there are that many people you could possibly call world-class players. They're all decent players, but the world-class players that were boastfully predicted and insured by Colin Graves, and you got the impression it was his baby and he was darn well going to impose the 100 competition on before he finished his stint as chairman, which he even extended by 6 months while the competition came in. But for me, bit of a swizz, I'm not seeing as many of the world's greats as we were promised.
Well, the hyperbole certainly in that respect is it doesn't live up to that. Certainly, some of them are. I won't say staying away, but are decided to ply their trade elsewhere, or indeed take breaks. So we've had 2 England players, Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes, decided not to play in the 100 because they've been exhausted by the England schedule, which is another case in point, not just the 100. I was listening to something the other day saying, I think in a 60-day period, that either England's men or women were playing 46 days out of those in various different formats against their opposition. Now, it's not really surprising there's a bit of burnout. Sorry, we are stopping here. It's Nathan Gilchrist who has a problem, I think, with his left hand, and Dan George, the Kent physio, is out. Is why you're not hearing any cricket at the moment. Sorry, Paul, I interrupted.
No, not at all. I was just going to say, you knew better than me, because I wasn't sure what exactly this long hold-up was, but you're not missing any cricket.
Yeah.
So don't worry about that for the time being. We will allow cricket to interrupt us every now and then.
It's not his bowling hand, Nathan Gilchrist. I'm pretty sure he's got a towel tucked under him, which is his arm. So, and I don't think. I mean, I'm not a doctor, you understand, which is a very good thing for everybody. I don't think it's a dislocation, because I think if he was going to put it back in, it probably would have happened already. And I'm just wondering if maybe. Something like he's cut the finger, maybe cut the webbing or something like that on the left hand, because there's no sign of Nathan Gilchrist going off, but a lot of tape and probably bandage on the left hand.
I think he's going to be able to resume.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say, to give one example of the shortcomings of the 100, Matt, I know you can't ever guarantee with any competition you might run that such and such a specific player will necessarily be available, but if I just had my interest whetted in the case of the summer by a guy I think is absolutely marvellous, Jasprit Bumrah, I would love to have seen him, if he were in the 100 coming over. But he and a good number of other fabulous players to watch that you haven't seen the like of before. I've always been particularly interested in Jasprit because I watched, again, I've no idea who it was, but in Essex v India here, about 4 or 5 years ago, in the lunch interval, this kid, who I'd never seen before and wasn't playing in the game, bowled on the strip out there, and I've never seen anyone get so much lift off such a short run-up as Wesley. We're back playing now. Hits the ball firmly off the back foot, straight to short extra. There's no run. 157 for 2. We're in the 28th over, and he just is, an example of a world-class player. Not only that, like Shane Warne, who we've been mentioning, a complete one-off.
Yeah, and whatever you say, whether you're... Well, I could do this thought, actually, is Gilchrist about to bowl.
Bowls now. Ball's played to mid-on. They're going to go for a quick single here. Wesley just having to accelerate, but it's comfortably accomplished. 158 for 2 with 66 to the Essex skipper. You can bury your head in the sand. I don't think you can, though, ignore the fact there are going to be more T20 tournaments, certainly next year, than there have been before. Indian players are very much at the whim of the IPL owners that they sign contracts with, and the BCCI as well. We may not see any significant Indian representation in the 100. Gilchrist bowls and Rollison pulls, and it goes out to deep square leg, and they get a single. 159 for 2. Rollison to 58. And Jeff's point in his email is exactly the right one, regardless of whether you actually want the 100 competition or not. The fact is, there's no room for it. Or if there has to be room for it, something else has got to go.
This tournament or something like it is not going anywhere until at least 2028. So,
as the next ball is played off the back foot by Wesley, played to short extra, and a very lengthy over indeed while we waited for Gilchrist to receive repairs. Ends, 28 have gone, only 3 runs off the over, so well bowled to Gilchrist there. 66 Wesley, 58 Rollison. Partnership unbroken, 126. Essex 159 for 2.
Perhaps more pressing for county cricket is proposals that maybe this tournament's played in April and May, and something else is played behind the 100. 4-day cricket, for instance, preparing those players not playing in the 100 for 4 or 5-day cricket, for test cricket. But then where do the crowds go that you got this year? That would be a very sad thing for me, is that you wouldn't even have these 1-day games going through August, that the spectator games might be North plays South, plays East, plays West in a put together tournament for 4 or 5-day cricket. I don't know how people would feel about that, but you might even lose this tournament in August at this point. The 100's not going anywhere, at least not for the next few years. Single taken off that first ball. So at first I thought, well, I can see that from a scheduling point of view, and great to be playing 4 or 5-day cricket in August, but is that at the expense of a 1-day competition, which then I think it's fair to say, as Denley to Wesley. I think Denley might have got a fingertip to that, actually, slowing it down. It's a single, so 161 for 2. So I would say that's a more imminent danger at this point. I can see the sense of trying to play it in April, as I say, and trying to play the international players, some of them playing 4-day and 5-day cricket in August. But as the ball swept along the ground out towards the boundary, and Nathan Gilchrist, a single taken, then you'd have the point where none of these people in the ground or anyone else who's watched the 1-day cup around the country already this summer will be watching this in their summer holidays. They would be watching it, if they're watching it, this competition in April. So even that might be lost to the crowds, the bountiful crowds that you actually get during the summer. If you take my point. There we are. Sermon over. 161 for 2.
Yeah, good bowling this from Kent.
Yeah.
David Jackman telling us that there's only been 2 4s in the last 11 overs.
There was a bit of an ironic cheer when they got a single a couple of balls ago, wasn't there? Because it's been a bit of a lull here as a drive up towards Finch, I think, who's fielding at extra cover. It is indeed him. Yeah, Kent have done pretty well here, because although they want a platform here, Essex, are they missing out, you wonder, on these runs? Straight back at Denley, bowls. Feels really well off his own bowling, and that's another dot ball. Just 4 off the over, and 29 overs gone. They still have a lot of overs to play with, don't they? Essex at this point. Yeah. It does feel that they're rather toying with Kent at this point. But I wonder if Tom Wesley and Grant Olofsson will be thinking about an acceleration sooner rather than later. 68 for Wesley, 60 for Olofsson here on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Kent. But I'm just going to finally finish on the congestion world cricket. IPL owners have bought out the South African domestic T20, which will be in January and February. There'll also be one in the UAE, I gather, in January and February as well. So these cricketers aren't going to get any rest anytime soon.
Gilchrist begins the 30th over. 4 runs. Third boundary in 12 overs. Terrific shot from Tom Wesley. Looks like he's taken the hint. 72 to him, 167 for 2, 29.1. Email from Paul Snyder. Thanks, Paul. You say, wouldn't it be lovely if county teams had home and away coloured clothing? He means, in other words, one strip for home, one for away in the Royal London Cup. I've seen several games now on live streaming wearing almost identical clothing, and it looks like a squad get-together. That's a very good point you make, actually. I saw just such a game the other day. Here is Gilchrist in, bowls to Wesley. Wesley drives this nicely cut off. Short extra running in front of mid-off, no run, 167 for 2.
Yeah, we're watching one today, as you say, as well. Yeah. And Sussex have a very similar kit to this as well.
They have indeed. We noted that when they were here. Yeah. Paul continues, I understand playing in the traditional whites, and that makes perfect sense, but in one-day cricket, I don't like the clash of clothing. I brought this up in the Facebook group, Everything Essex Cricket, and Dick Davis put up a laughing emoji. He's incorrigible, is Dick. You won't get anywhere with him as this ball's played to deep point, a single, 168 for 2. Wesley on to 73. Continuing with Paul's email, he says, it isn't a major problem in this world of major problems. It would be nice to see no clothing clash. Being an Essex supporter who now lives in Kent, this is a clash I always enjoy. May the best team win, and let's hope that team is Essex. Well, here, Paul, I say totally without bias. Here's the next ball from Gilchrist in bowls, and Rollison plays it back to the bowler, and he signs up, keep up the good work, kind regard, regards, Paul Snyder. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Very, very gracious of you. And if it is Essex, then it is. I'd say for that. But I agree. The other thing I've noticed, actually, which is no interest really, probably to the casual spectator, is training gear is almost exactly identical around the counties these days.
Ooh, and there's a play and a miss. And I'll tell you what, as well as Kent have bowled, we haven't actually described a play and a miss for probably about 15 overs now. It's been such a good partnership. 168 for 2 goes through to Ollie Robinson. Jeff Hawes emails us. He says, I noticed that Harmer isn't playing against the Lions. Are they just resting him? I think they probably regard him as their secret weapon. As here is Gilchrist in again. We'll bring Glenn Speller back in very shortly to join Matt as this next ball's played to mid-on, and they eventually get through for a single.
Talking of secret weapons, Glenn Speller's going to come back.
Yes, indeed.
With some killer stats. I think it's fair to say, Paul, that some cricketers in England will have seen Simon Harmer. Not for very long, most of them, when they're batting.
No.
End of the over. 169 for 2. It's 29 gone now here on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Kent via the BBC Sport website and app, online, around the world. Thank you for all your emails and tweets today. I may have been a little bit slow getting to a couple, but I'm back on mic, there's no stopping me. I said wearily for the audience. Denley over the wicket then to Rollison down the pitch. There's a bit of a puff of dust as he drives that a little bit square, I think, than he'd intended, but along the ground to Alex Blake. Ian Nathan Gilchrist are pinned more or less to the boundary on the onside. At 170 for 2 now, 73 for Wesley, 62 for Rollison. It's a magnificent partnership, this one. This one's cut away. Tawanda Mayeye has the dubious pleasure of, as they come through for a 2, of covering more or less the whole of the offside boundary and the largest part of the ground. I think he's the fastest as well, so he probably gets that award for that reason. Denley in for the third ball of this over, 3 off it so far. Trying to make room for himself, Wesley, but that's good bowling actually from, I shouldn't say any surprise, but Denley's followed him down the leg side, tucked him up a little bit, and that just goes harmlessly from a Kent point of view to Kadri at mid-wicket. Denley just waiting for a small fielding change. Actually, not a fielding change, that Tawanda Mayeye has lost the towel in his waistband, has had to go and run off and find it. Full toss from Denley. Was that over waist high? No, says Ian Blackwell, and it'll just be a single. In fact, they'll come back for 2. Rather slipped out of the hand from Denley. But Ian Blackwell, the square leg umpire, very quickly pointing to the ground to say to his umpiring colleague Billy Taylor, don't worry, that was not above waist high, not a free hit. This one's given a lot of air and actually just jammed into the ground by Wesley. 5 off the over. Decent recovery from Denley after that that ballooning full toss. And I'll be off for an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. So someone's going to have to hold on. Here's Denley to Wesley, dispatches that over the rope through mid-wicket. 4 to end the over. That's ruined Denley's over. He's gone for 9. Great for Wesley though. He goes on to 81, 62 for Rollifson, and the score is now moved on to 178 for 2 from exactly 30 overs.
Yep, in fact that's 31, because the board that Matt was just looking at is always about a minute and a half behind Greenwich Mean Time. So the score is about 170 when it was 30. So double that, as they say you should do, to get a rough idea of the final score. Essex ought to be on for about 340 with all the wickets in hand. 81, Wesley 62 to Rollifson. Glenn Speller about to come back and join us. And Nathan Gilchrist is in and bowls, and that's been hit in the air but perfectly safely, and will be not 4 runs. I thought it was going to be, but once it bounced it tended to plug, and they just get back for 2 to Rollifson, who has 64 out of 180 for 2. Essex winning the toss and batting, lost their openers with the score on 33, both of them. Rymel 18 and Kushi 14. Wicket each for Matt Quinn and Navdeep Seni, but since then unbroken partnership 147, and that's going to be the 150 partnership. 184 for 2 as it's clobbered over mid-wicket for 4. 68 to Rollifson, 81 to Wesley. That was very definitely a case of the clobber, and no fieldsman anywhere near it. It was in the air but well clear of the only man who could have done anything about it really at inside the circle at mid-wicket. It was left to deep mid-on to do the token retrieving, and Gilchrist is in again. Bowls, and this ball's nicely driven through the covers. Single to Rollifson, 69, 185 for 2, 32nd over, and I think that ebullient pull over mid-wicket probably indicates that Wesley and Rollifson have got together and said, well, I think we probably better be looking to accelerate now, because Essex did have a slow 5 overs between that long hold-up while Gilchrist was administered to by the physio. Here he is in the bowls, and Wesley has smacked this one away to the extra cover boundary. He made room outside leg stump and hit a glorious extra cover drive away to the boundary. 189 for 2. Wesley within 15 of a century. Rollifson needs another 31 to post that. 85 and 69 between them. And Gilchrist to bowl once again to the Essex skipper. This ball flicked away off the pads, and that's going away to the long leg boundary. There's a deep square leg, but not a long leg. You can't have a fieldsman everywhere. And Wesley moves along to 89, and the score to 193 for 2 in the 32nd over. And suddenly, after bowling a very good previous over, Gilchrist from the Hayes close end, not that I think he's bowled badly, but Essex have just been able to take a fairly heavy toll of this over, with 3 boundaries in it already. And Gilchrist is in and bowls to Wesley, and Wesley clips this one away, and that's another chase round the boundary. At the moment the ball is winning it, but it's a brilliant stop there, and it just about has been saved from going for 4 with a double stop, and they come back for 3. 196 for 2, and Wesley to 92.
That really was a superb effort by Tawanda Mayeye in the outfield. Looked second favourite to stop it going for a boundary. Flung himself last ditch at it. Pushed it more or less along parallel with the boundary rope, just when it seemed to be teetering over the rope or to nudge against it. He got a second effort in and did it. And even for those Essex supporters who are desperate, well, not desperate, but would be very pleased with the boundary. A warm applause for Tawanda Miye's double effort there, and just the 3 off that final ball. 197 for 2 though. Acceleration. I was looking at the overs 20 to 30, and Essex scored 48 within that time. So a slowdown from them. That's very much what we were saying. They've got a platform here now for a big score. Perhaps at 30 overs, that was the time for them to psychologically to get on. As sorry, Matt Quinn will bowl from this end, talking to Navdeep Seni. I've got Trent Kester on kentcricket@gmail.com. And I'll give you the way of getting in touch with Essex very shortly. Or you can get in touch with us, of course, through this email address as well. But guess we'll say Matt Paul was talking about Richard Thompson, the new ECB chair. As Quinn bowls here to Rulofson, just push outside the off stump and just dabbed it into the ground. There's no run as Finch collects it. Saying, anyway, Richard Thompson, the new chair of the ECB, saying, I'm passionately committed to the survival of the 18 traditional counties. That's so, says Kester. It's great news for English cricket. He says, funnily enough, I've been working on the lyrics of a song by the other Richard Thompson, singer, songwriter, guitarist. A fan here as well, Kester, the former Fairport Convention guitarist, of course. What a man. Anyway, here's Quinn. Thickish outside edge, balloons up, but actually safe. It went quite deep actually towards third, and coming around the boundary, Kadri got it 1 bounce, but safe, and a single more to the total. Eagles on 198 for 2. Tom Wesley is 7 from a century here. And there's a camera on the scoreboard, just wobbling around a little bit. Matt Quinn goes over for a brief conversation with his captain Joe Denley, going around about 7.5 and over. Took the first over to fall ages ago in this game. In the 6th over, driven past him, and Quinn not very pleased with his own fielding effort on that. It's grubbed past him, and they've got a single, so Wesley goes on to 94. Rulofson has 70 so far. Facing now. Here's the 2 wickets to fall. Josh Rymel was the second one to go to Navdeep Seni, LBW for 18. That was in the 7th over.
Blimey.
At this point, so 25 overs later, 199 for 2. These two have put on 166 together. Steered into the onside. Blake fields, and there's no run. It's been quite a partnership, Glenn, and though they were a little bit calmer between overs 20 and 30, signs now they're trying to accelerate again.
Yeah, just trying to. Paul sort of mentioned that they had a long chat where we had that long sort of stoppage for the injury to Nathan Gilchrist, and yeah, it's almost like, well, look, you know, we've established something here. We've got a bridgehead, if you want. You know, we've got something to attack with now.
In comes Quinn then to bowl to Rulofson. Gentle drive into the offside, and that is the 200 up. 200 for 2 in the 33rd over. This partnership at 167 between Grant Rulofson, the South African, on 71. Tom Wesley has 94 now, the Essex skipper, and right from the off, Rulofson has gradually warmed to his work, I think, but Wesley, from ball 3 or 4, started larruping it around Chelmsford. Like he was seeing it like the veritable beach ball. Just topical on a day like today, as far as we are away from the coast. Is Quinn now to Wesley, and is that into the onside? That's a good stop, actually. Is that Finch? No, it's Blake there at wideish mid-wicket, going down and grabbing that just inside the circle. They come through for a single. End of the over, 201 for 2. We're through 33 on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Kent with Matt Cole and Glenn Speller, BBC Radio Essex sports editor. He's been gadding about the county today. Off to Colchester to do a press conference in the morning?
Pre-match
Pre-match,
press
of course,
at lunchtime today, yes. Someone else off to Southend this afternoon ahead of their first away game in the National League season.
Yeah.
And then lots of other stuff gets underway at the weekend as well, as I'm sure you're aware. The Isthmian League kicking off too. So we've got our Thursday fans phoning tonight with Glenn Pennefather, looking ahead to all of that as well. Around the Wicket, our regular cricket programme last night. We were very busy as well, I know too. Trying to get every single facet of the sport in our respective counties covered,
which is great. I mean, it's great that we have so many staff. I think that's the wonderful thing is,
isn't it great? Yes.
You'll have 4 or 5 of your minions doing all this, I'd imagine.
Yeah. I'm merely there in a supervisory role.
It's a lovely job. I'm glad to do it.
Change of bowling at the Hayes Close end. Joe Denley's going to have a go from the opposite end now, and he's in and bowling to the Essex captain Tom Wesley. Tries to cut that one away, but goes in front on the offside, and there is no run. I think we're at a holding position now with the crowd as well. I think everyone that was going to come is here now too. Denley's into Wesley, pushed out defensively again for no run.
1 or 2 might come after the office in Chelmsford, the city itself, do you think, for the second innings?
Possibly. Denley in to Wesley, angles the bat, opens the face of the bat there, and into the offside for a single. 202 for 2, maybe a long cool pint whilst watching the cricket, or a long cool pint in a pub somewhere, or just going home, bathing the children and getting them to bed, and sitting down, collapsing in a heap a little bit later on in the evening.
Speaks the voice of bitter experience there on.
Denley just directing operations at the moment. He's moved deep backwards square 7/8 of the way to the boundary. So to counter that, Rolifson reverse sweeps him. And there's a good stop actually on the bounce out there at what would have been the cover boundary. And they come through for a single, 204 for 2. It really reared up off the parched outfield. It was a good stop out there. He almost caught it in his teeth otherwise. Just a single taken. Rolifson practices the reverse sweep at the non-striker's end now. Denley is into Wesley. Wesley making room to work into the offside, but won't get anything. Hits extra cover, there's no run. Denley has to spin himself a catch, doesn't he, from side to side. Back from a back injury in, and Wesley tips and runs there, but it runs a long way on the parched field, and they come through for a single. 204 for 2. Wesley up to 97. Inching I was going to say slowly but surely, but inching his way to a century, having from sort of ball 1 struck it really nicely, struck it really cleanly. Played 1 false shot, which was an outside edge, but there was no one in the slips anyway, so it went down to 3rd for 4 runs. And that's the end of the over. Matt, you were talking about the cameraman earlier on, who stood in front of us out in the sunshine, and you were saying, "Oh, you're brave," and you said, "Well, you've got to make the most of it while you have." He's now put, it's either a duster or a flannel down the right hand side of his face, because that's where the sun's coming directly in to shade himself from the sun, and he's got it nicely trapped under his baseball cap.
But not only his, I suppose he needs to trap that eye off, doesn't he, as well, to get the view down the viewfinder. He said expertly, the ball pushed into the offside, no run.
Yes, he's got the sun coming in from that side, so some sun. And also obviously it's just over the eyepiece of the camera as well, so he can get a clear view of the action.
This could be pretty brutal. He looked like he fashioned himself something with tape and
see,
a bit of plastic that he was an all-round before. A little bit like a Darth Vader sort of half.
Well, what he's got on there,
cape.
it looks like something I clean our cloakroom sink with. That he's got there down the side of the face.
Hey, if it works, I suppose. But Quinn to Wesley, drives this into the offside. He'll come back for 2. Will he? No, just the single. Miaye has got that. Let's say, Miaye has the dubious honour of patrolling. I think actually now he's patrolling the whole of the offside.
Just
he's young and fit and very fast. So
as well.
I was going to say, absolutely knackered. He's got to open the batting at some point as well. Quinn then, bowling to Rolifson. Rolifson drives that into the offside. Guess who? Miaye's on it, throwing it back.
You see, if you were Miaye,
single, yeah,
and that's wouldn't you just spread your arms wide and go to the captain? Well, all of this, all of it.
I mean, he's got Hamid Kadri at a very fine 3rd, and that's it.
He's
outside the circle.
Let's face it, anywhere 10 yards to the right of Hamid Kadri,
Yeah.
he's going to me, that's yours.
He will be, I'm sure. As good as Hamid Kadri is as a fielder, he'll just look at him askance. And Quinn, you've played a lot of club cricket, Glenn, I can tell. This one's driven up to long on.
Let the young uns do it.
I was going to say, Hamid Kadri is still in his early 20s, but Mayeye is the junior partner, single taken, so that was what happened in village cricket, wouldn't it? You wouldn't have your experienced fielders. They'd be saying, well, let the kid go and get it.
But all the youngsters are muttering amongst themselves when the 50-year-old guy stood at first slip in the 49th over 50. Do we still need a slip? Yes, we do still need a slip. And he's opening the batting as well. Yes, he's opening the batting as well.
It's Quinn to Rudolphson, drives that. Half stop, actually. Decent one. I think that's Compton shy at the stumps, and that would have been close from Denley, I think. Chance for overthrows as well, maybe. A lot of excitement there. And crowd applauding. 208 for 2. Am I missing something?
No, there's no landmark there.
Just, I mean, it was pretty good fielding, to be fair, and a decent run taken.
Maybe the mid-afternoon ale is taking effect.
Maybe.
Over in that corner.
Wesley's on to 99. Do you want the honour?
I don't mind. I'm
go right ahead,
either
go on.
way.
He's a single away from his ton.
Oh, he's facing a former teammate in Matt Quinn, in and bowling to Wesley, who works that into the onside and has basically been handed the century. The Essex captain there has been handed 4 runs as well, because Quinn speared it nicely into middle and leg, and it's looked almost certain since Tom Wesley struck his first boundary way back when this afternoon that he was on for 100, as long as he can keep his concentration, because he struck it so well. Just the one false shot, and he's hit some really nice attractive boundaries, launched one into the top tier of the Tom Pearce stand as well, and it's a captain's knock leading from the front, one of the more experienced Essex batters in this side. He's gone to 103 and Essex are 212 for 2.
Yeah, more or less faultless knock from Tom Wesley, as you were saying, and started in the way he meant to carry on, run a ball 100.
So
fantastic
that's
stuff. Yeah,
one landmark dealt with. The question now is, how many can Essex add? Joe Denley's going to continue.
Yeah, it's been fairly economical so far. Denley, on to Rudolphson, not a bottom hand involved in that one. He adjusted the shot late, and that will be a single. Ooh, it's a misfield by Mayeye, but actually that's probably going to cause more problem to the batters than it is to Mayeye, because Rudolphson was optimistically advancing from the non-strikers end, thinking about 2, but Mayeye got the throw in. Big partnership this for the 3rd wicket. 15 overs remaining. Denley, that's a lovely shot from Wesley, makes himself room, glides along the ground out towards extra cover. The man comes round from long off there. Alex Blake fielding. So yeah, Denley going at 4.7 and over, though he has, to be fair. He's bowled in the safest overs for a spinner to bowl in, right in the middle overs. But accurately for all that. Rudolphson goes for the reverse here. He's got it too, but there for the shot. I think that's George Elam, just backward of square. Took a couple of catches against Hampshire on Sunday. 3rd generation, of course, of Kent cricketing Elams. He's playing for the second 11 now, alongside Jaden Denley, Joe Denley's nephew. Denley bowls now. This one's swept away by Wesley. Just held back on that one, Denley, and Wesley was rather reaching for it, so I couldn't get the angle to get it past Compton at backward square. So dot ball. Decent delivery, that one from Denley. And Wesley. Easy single taken there out towards Mayeye, against the spin it may be. Very gentle leg spin of Joe Denley.
Batting to come for Essex: Robin Dass, Luke Benkenstein, Aaron Beard, Aaron Nijar, Shane Snater, Jamal Richards, who's a youngster who's really hit the ground running and looks a very exciting cricketer that Essex have got, and Jamie Porter.
Denley to Rudolphson, runs it up to mid-on, and the end of the over, with the Eagles 218 for 2 here. End of the 36, going at is that exactly 6 and over? Well, my maths isn't good enough. Sorry, 217 for 2. So can that be exactly 6 and over? With the rounding, I expect. Anyway, they're on for 300. More than that, you'd say. 350 must be a reasonable target from here, if not more. Wesley 105 Rolifson has 77.
Towels and drinks required for the batters. Hot under the helmet there. Grant Rolifson taking a swig, and Tom Wesley's got his helmet off completely, and Rolifson just lifted up the lid, lifted up the grill and took a swig and towelled himself down. Tom Wesley has the towel right over his head a few moments ago just to wipe it off. Pads, gloves, thigh pads, protectors in, makes it even hotter out there for the batters. Because if you're a bowler, you could always have a drink just down on the boundary edge every now and then. Go down there. Change of bowling at the river end now. Matt Quinn is off and Navdeep Sani is back on.
Oh, sorry.
Pardon?
It's just, I thought my phone was very hot. It's now complaining.
Oh, yeah.
Beg your pardon.
I got mine the other day. It was that hot last Saturday at the football.
It's not doing it now.
It was burning up. Oh, no, it does not compute. Sorry. So everyone's back. Everyone's had a drink. Bit of a wipe down. 14 overs to go in this Essex innings. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent at Chelmsford. Glenn Speller, Matt Cole and Paul Newton with you. Scorer David Jackman, who's very sensibly sat right at the back of the box. And Sani at the end of a run, which starts on the edge of the fielding circle, in and bowling to Grant Rolifson now, and he's bowled him! Middle stump sent cartwheeling back. It wasn't a particularly aggressive shot from Rolifson. I think he's just missed a straight one, and Kent have the breakthrough. 217 for 3. Well batted Grant Rolifson for his 77 from 79 deliveries.
Yeah, Navdeep Sani striking first ball back into the attack, but for Grant Rolifson, he's absolutely done his job, hasn't he? To say it was maybe a little bit of a hesitant shot to the Indian fast bowler, but what an innings, and this crowd rising to Grant Rolifson, the South African, as he goes off in a big partnership, of course, with his captain Tom Wesley. 217 for 3 now.
So the breakthrough is made. Tom Wesley gets a chance to have another drink as well, while Grant Rolifson makes his way off the field. And that'll bring another youngster to the wicket for Essex in Robin Das, just feeling his way into the game at this level. And now it does kind of not rely on Tom Wesley, but with the partnership broken, he needs to stay there and just help Das settle himself into things out there. Little punch of gloves from the two, and the furniture has been repaired by umpire Billy Taylor, because the off stump was sent a good few yards back as well by Navdeep Sani. Always a good sight for the quicker bowlers, isn't it? And Kent have that breakthrough, just as Essex again are looking to put the pedal to the metal. Might just slow things up a little bit. Essex will want well in excess of 300, because the conditions out there have looked so good so far. And so they have a new batter to go at now, do Kent. There's a breeze just quickens a little bit into the commentary box here. And Sani is eventually ready. I just wanted to be absolutely sure that deep mid wicket was squarer. Sani is in, and bowling to Das, and Das plays into the offside. There's no run there, and the score remains at 217 for 3. Sani with one of those arm warmers on, keeps the muscles flexed on his left arm, which is actually not his bowling hand, not his bowling arm, that's his lead arm. You see dart players these days, they wear these the sort of long sleeved, keep the muscles, keep the
tubey grip.
Yeah. Keep the muscles flexed, and a few bowlers have taken that up as well. But Sani's, if he's trying to use it for something, he's got it on the wrong arm. He's in and bowling now to Das on the pull. Doesn't quite get all of that, but he'll pick up a couple. Oh, blimey, it takes a horrible bounce, and it's gone for 4. And there was a horrible tumble as well from the fielder out there as well on the hard ground. 221 for 3.
That's the sub. Didn't stand much chance, did he, getting to that one?
I think there was one other thing I wanted to pick up with you as well. Was that was there word that maybe Ben Compton could have got a call for the Lions, given his form this this season.
Would have been unreasonable, and he got a ton in the first-class counties game against New Zealand as well, didn't he? So, yeah.
Given the form that he'd been in, and I know he's
It's levelled off a little bit now. I mean, he's not quite in the form he was, but then he was in, astonishing, Nick.
Into Das, and Das just drops the bat on that. There'll be no run as it goes out to the offside. He's in cracking form, but I guess he's first of all wants to establish himself in the county game, because he's back in, isn't he, after a little while away and bouncing around a couple of clubs where he played second 11 cricket trying to get himself a contract. But I did just wonder, by the way he started, and I just sort of been tracking his innings since obviously Essex played Kent right at the start of the season, and you say it's tailed off, but there's still been highs in there as well, haven't there? So I just wonder whether he might have been in the thinking, but obviously not just yet. Obviously needs to prove it over a couple of years, you would think.
And yeah, although we're very, very Kent-centric at BBC Radio Kent, I do think that's fair from the, from the selectors. Is you want to make sure that he can do it on a cold, rainy night at Stoke, or whatever the equivalent is.
Here's Sani into Das. Oh, Das has to reach for that one. Well outside off stump. Tennis ball bounce as well. Works it down to third. They pick up the single. 222 4-3. But I remember another certain Kent cricketer, Ed Smith, getting into the England side all those years ago, just on the back of just piling up runs in one season. And
yeah,
he got him into the England teams. They did that on form, but
he's
especially given...
he's such an anomaly though, isn't he, at 28, having not made a breakthrough before.
But given England's struggles, shall we say, at the top of the order, especially when they've got Keaton Jennings back in the fray with the Lions, and obviously Sibley's one they're still looking at in the background too. And I expect Rory Burns comes into the thinking at some point too, if Zach Crawley et al. Can't get their acts together. Here's Sani in and bowling to Wesley, who thrashes that one away for 4 runs. Into the onside, wide of mid-wicket, 226 for 3, just like he'd been doing it all his life, and he has been. Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, in good form this afternoon, and that's the end of Sani's over.
It's a pleasure to watch, isn't it? I think he's one of those players, a bit like his opposite number, Joe Denley, that when they get going, just almost effortlessly playing this game. Just fantastic to watch from a neutral perspective. Denley is going to continue, by the way, for Kent. His figures so far, none for 33 from 7. Bowling himself into his maximum quicker than anyone else here, but he is also the most economical of the Kent bowlers so far. He's just gone for 1 boundary, and he's 0 for 33. So you can understand why he's persisting with himself, as it were. Bowls now to Das. The Yorker length, but he's dug that out and driven into the offside. Just getting a little close to the witching hour, so I may have to
no, you find you
to withdraw.
Yes.
After this delivery. Oh, in fact, it's taking a time. I'll leave it in the very capable hands of Glenn Speller, obviously.
Thank you, Matt. We'll be back in a couple of moments while he goes off and updates the listeners at BBC Radio Kent. Denley, in the meantime, is ready and happy with his field this time. And Wesley gives himself room and pumps it straight down mid-on's throat, where he's caught. And Tom Wesley exits for 109, 228 for 3. Gave himself room there, Tom Wesley. And long on, didn't actually have to move, because he pumped it straight down his throat, and he just stood there and took it. Although he did actually end up on the deck. But it is 227 for 4, and the applause, and very warm applause, is for the Essex captain, Tom Wesley. Well batted from the Essex captain, leading from the front today, but what he now needs is the other batters, those in the middle to lower order, to give him all the support that he's set up and continue to the scoring rate, because Essex are going to need well in excess of 300 on the evidence of this. There's a little jump in the air from Wesley because he got good connection but not the height on it, and as a result it settled quite nicely in long on's hands, and Essex lose their skipper after a very, very nice hand which he's played today.
Yes.
And this brings Luke Benkenstein to the wicket, relatively untried so far.
Aaron Beard.
In fact, it's got Benkenstein on the board.
Yeah, it's Aaron Beard.
And it is Beard though, isn't it? Just having a look out there. Certainly wearing Aaron Beard's number. Yeah, it is. They've put Benkenstein up on the board. They've changed that now back to Wesley. And then they'll get there eventually with Aaron Beard. So Denley has a wicket. Kent have their 4th. And they might just look to put a bit of pressure on Essex here now as well and force them to hit over the top. They've been very deliberate about their fielding arrangements. No, they're still going to have the 2 boundary riders out on the onside, and Muyeye, who's patrolling basically the whole of mid-Essex out at deep cover. So Denley is in and bowling to Beard. Beard gets the sweep out straight to the man at deep backward square, and they come through for a single. Nice connection from Beard, that 228 for 4. And that necessitates a change around because we've got right left-handed combination out there now for Essex. Das comes down onto strike. False start from Joe Denley, not quite happy that one of his fielders was ready, and indeed he wasn't. He is now. Denley in, makes room for himself there, does Das, cuts away into the offside, but he'll only get the single, and the Essex score goes to 229 for 4. Paul Newton's going to rejoin us here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent at the fall of that wicket of Tom Wesley. Denley is into Beard. Beard again on the sweep, has gone well in front of square on the offside. Well, Beard's gone on the run and then just has to shout at Robin Das that yes, there's a single there, we'll take that. 230 for 4. Paul Newton's back alongside myself, Glenn Speller, and disappointing to see the end of Tom Wesley after such a good hand played, but he just picked out long on direct.
Yeah, what you don't want is 2 new batsmen to have to start, which is exactly what Essex have got.
Here's Denley in and bowling to Das. Lots of air on that occasion. On the full, Das misses out. Picks out the man at short mid-wicket and there's no run. End of the over, Denley has a wicket and Essex at 230 for 4, and this is a tricky little period now for Essex.
Quite right, they've got quite a pronounced tail here. Probably the best exhibition of batting I've seen from the remaining lineup, which is in one order or another: Benkenstein, Nijjar, Snater, Richardson, Porter. The man who's looked most in form of that lot is Jamal Richards, the 18-year-old who's playing his first games in the Essex first team and has made a thoroughly good impression with a 46 and a 26 not out. So we shall see, but I don't think Essex can quite have the same potential for posting 350, which looked to be on until both the partners in our 184-run third wicket partnership were dismissed. So it's a big ask now for the likes of Beard, who'd be batting at number 10 in the championship. Finds himself promoted here. He has got 2 innings of 20 here. He will play in a robust way and try to hit a few boundaries. Senny is in, bowls to him, and that goes straight through in there. Good delivery. Play and a miss, 230 for 4.
Yeah, he did well to remove Rollofson in his previous over. Navdeep Saini ripping out his middle stump, and anything around the 270, 280 mark you don't feel unless you bowl the opposition out. It's going to be defendable here, such is the pace of the outfield and the batter-friendly state of the wicket. It's going to come around the wicket now, Saini.
To bowl to the left-handed Beard, and Beard again plays and misses. This is good bowling from Senny. He's actually posing more problems now than I think he did in his opening spell, and score remaining 230 for 4 in the 39th. And maybe if you'd asked me before the partnership was broken to guess the final score, I might have gone for 350 odd. I think I'd pull that back to about 320 odd now.
Yeah, Wesley made 109 from 101 deliveries, 14 fours and a 6 in there. His stay 5 minutes over the 2-hour mark. Strike rate of 107, all but 108. So batted really well, did such a great job after Essex had lost Rymel and Cushy in quick succession. He and Rollofson repairing the damage, but now they need this middle lower order to really come to the fore.
Slip in here for Senny. Bowls, and that's a bouncer which has been signalled a wide. 231 for 4. Tad harsh for me.
Didn't look like a tennis ball bounce, did it?
Yeah, no.
I mean, Beard is not the tallest, he's not the shortest, but yeah, that seemed a little harsh from up here.
Yes, I mean, it was hookable. But I suppose it did sort of go over the back of Beard outside leg stump, so I suppose I can see why Billy Taylor has found the bowler guilty there. 231 for 4. Sending to Beard. That's a good delivery, but Beard plays a lovely shot here, bisecting mid off an extra cover. 4 runs, 235 for 4, and Beard moves up to 6.
Yeah, he waited for it, didn't he? It was a slightly slower delivery from Sani, and he got it right up there as well in the block hole, but Beard just waited for it and got good connection and picks up the 4 runs.
Beard, that probably is his best shot, is the drive, be it cover drive or off drive. He plays it very well. Also quite likes a pull into the leg side. So 235 for 4 in the 39th. And Navdeep Seni is in and bowls to Aaron Beard, and Beard's had a real go at this one. It's not finished up where he aimed it, but it's 4 runs just the same. He was looking to hit that in front of the wicket through the covers. Instead it goes through deep backward point.
No ball as well.
It's a no ball as well now. That's very interesting. So 6 plus the helicopter sign, which will tell you a free hit follows. 241 for 4. 2 for the no ball, 4 for the boundary, and 12 now to, or sorry, 10 now to Beard. He doesn't get the 2 for the no ball, but what he does have is a free hit.
Yeah, Seni just went back to check his foot marks as well. He's obviously bowled a couple of balls around the wicket now. He's just overstretching. Stoppage in play. Thanks to the email from Martin as well. It says, loving the commentary today as always. I've been an Essex supporter for 50 years and always enjoyed watching our team over that time, but I've decided because of the shambles of the scheduling nowadays, for the first time since 1973, says Martin, I'm not renewing my membership next year. More on that in a second.
Yes, that is sad, but doubtless justified, as here is Seni in, and bowls, and Beard steps outside leg stump because he can afford to do this. It was a free hit. But I would just suggest, as there's no run off it, that if he just stayed where he was, Glenn, it was sort of just outside off stump and would have been perfect, really, because it was well pitched up to a lofted drive.
Martin goes on to say, just to show how bonkers everything is for me, is summed up by the fact Essex are playing today, yet many of our players are absent as they're with other teams. Pepper, Lawrence, Cook, Rossington, Sams, Harmer, et al. Says Martin. He says, sad bloke I am, I can still remember the first team I watched of Essex back in the 70s. Next
delivery, and there's slight misunderstanding between the 2 batsmen, but there won't be a run out. And it was Robin Das backing up a little bit there, but Beard could see that the fieldsman was closing rapidly at point. So they didn't take a run. 241 for 4, but good progress for Essex in this over, because we had the 10 runs off 2 balls, effectively 2 boundaries and a no ball thrown in.
So John as well on his email says, I speak as a die-hard Essex fan now domiciled in Scotland and grateful for the BBC for keeping me in touch with all things that Essex cricket has to offer. He says, I've got 3 questions for you. We'll give them to Paul quick fire in a second.
But in the meantime, Seni is in, bowls to Beard, and that's a lovely shot off the pants, but it'll only bring him a single down to fine leg, and that takes the score to 242 for 4, and Beard moves up to 11, and it's the end of the Seni over.
3 questions then from John. Paul, should beach balls, inflatable bananas, etc. be banned from test matches?
Yes.
What is the going rate to assassinate buglers and trumpeters?
I think it's £5 for each attempt.
Am I becoming a curmudgeon in my old age?
No chance of that, Martin. So there we are. Hopefully those answers meet with your approval.
And Rich on the email says, hi, a couple of years ago in the conferences, matches had a restricted number of overs in first innings. Whilst I don't want to go back to conferences, I like the idea of first innings being restricted perhaps to 110 overs. I believe it'll make it far more entertaining in the championship. What do you think? Well, yeah, they brought it in for the conferences, didn't they, Richard? But I actually don't mind that idea. We have had teams this year going on ridiculously to scores, very nearly 800 matches.
I forgot to add, when I spoke about outground cricket in 3 days, limit of 100 overs for each team's first innings. Totally agree.
Kadri is back on from the Hayes close end, round the wicket to Beard. There's a shout for LBW, and it is a leg bye, but that's all that is confirmed by the umpire. 2:43 for 4.
And it then, I mean, this is, if you had the 3-day cricket, it saves having to declare, basically. You know, that's it. Everybody knows where they stand from the word go. For me, you could have your bonus points for the 100 overs, but then that would be that.
Kadri just resetting himself as he comes over the wicket now to Das. And Das just works that into the offside. Comes through for a single. There won't be any more than that there. 244 for 4. And Das, who came in ahead of Beard, is almost taking the junior role here. He's trying to fiddle the strike to Beard, who's looking to put bat to ball.
Yeah, Das got a quite robust 47 himself at Northampton on Sunday.
Here's Kadri in, and Beard goes for everything there. Looks to bisect the two fielders out on the onside boundary, but can only pick up a single for all his efforts there. 246 for 4, 245 for 4. Kadri spins himself a catch again, shifts the field around, they bring a man in shorter, extra cover. Kadri comes in and Das works that into the onside this time, a little uppishly, but well wide of the man at short mid-wicket, and Mayeye does the fielding this time. They come through for another single. 246 for 4 is the Essex score.
Yeah, well, it's good to see, but say just the same for Kent, it's good to see young players getting their chance to play first team cricket.
bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to email us. That's Kadri around the wickets, and Beard again giving himself room, drives along the ground up to long off, comes through for the single. 247 for 4.
This is a ground, it's a smallish ground, albeit there are long boundaries on one side of the ground because the pitch isn't exactly in the middle. But second runs are very often not attainable.
Kadri very quickly into his delivery stride. Das comes down the wicket, and Kadri beats that one down with the outstretched left hand, and there's no run, and that is the end of the over. 40 overs gone now, 10 left in his Essex innings. They're 247 for 4.
Brave play from Kadri there. He's ringing his left hand. It was travelling, and we're going into the final power play now, where no more than 5 fielders can be on the boundary, and 247 for 4. Kent have done well since Rollison was out, and then quickly followed by Wesley, 77 and 109 respectively. Partnership of 184 for that third wicket, and it's not that these two have been hanging about, but there's nothing like wickets for raising the spirits of the fielding team, and they've done a pretty good job. In fact, to be fair, that Rollison-Wesley partnership had just stalled slightly in the last few overs between them, so Kent on the whole won't be totally dismayed at this situation. It's all down now to how well they bowl in the last 10 overs or how well Essex can bat.
Joey Everson's coming on from the River End. Thank you to Barry as well, who sent us an email a little bit earlier on. We were talking about outgrounds and about the old mobile scoreboard that used to go on the outgrounds of Essex. We had quite a long conversation about that in one of the earlier games this season. It still exists. It's still out and about, Barry.
It's at the Castle Park.
Yes, yeah, it's still there, still being used.
Yeah. Everson is in to bowl to Beard, and that ball is played to point. I don't think it's particularly where Beard was aiming it, but there's no run. 247 for 4. Yes, when we say still being used, you know, for club games, yep. There, Colchester and East Essex playing at the Castle Park, and it'd be very nice to think the day's not too far away when it'll once again be used because Essex are there. Here is the next delivery from Everson. Balls to Beard, and Beard, I think, needs to apply a little bit more science than he's doing at the moment. There's a great waft, and it might well have gone quite a long way if he connected, but he didn't. It goes through to Olive Robinson, and every dot ball is a bonus for Kent here. 247 for 4, 40.2, but I do think if you're going to have a real mo, you've still got to keep your eye on the ball.
Yeah, as you say, science, a single's better than for Essex than a dot ball.
Everson once again to Beard, and Beard's got hold of this and played it for a single to mid-wicket. Muyeye is, in fact it isn't him, is there to do the fielding, and they get the one run. 248 for 4 and Beard moves along to 14.
Thank you to Kevin as well for his tweet at BBC Essex Sport about an event which looks really exciting to go and see tomorrow, actually, at Hadley and Thundersley Cricket Club. They're playing a PCA England Legends team. I'll go through the England team in the break in overs here, but thanks to Kevin as well. That's down at Hadley and Thundersley Cricket Club tomorrow, which is the 12th of August, tomorrow afternoon at the John Burroughs ground.
Yeah, I remember Dick in his time as MC the events there was the same sort of fixture. That was Harry Finch who did the fielding for the previous ball. Here is Everson in. Bowls, and Robin Das attacks this and brings Muyaya off the boundary, but it's always just going to be the single. 249 for 4, and Kent have really managed to stifle the boundaries scored by Essex in all but about a couple of the last 20 overs. Yeah,
and once Rolifson went, and Wesley was still putting back to ball, but now he is out. It is down to this middle lower order.
Everson in. Bowls to Beard, and Beard has hit this up in the air. It should be caught. Dennis getting underneath it and takes it. And that's a good catch from the skipper. He ended up diving for it, but there was never much doubt. He's a superb fielder. I remember one catch he took in Australia 3 or 4 winters ago that, you know, it was one of the all-time great catches. Unbelievable. This one was believable. It still took some catching, but you have your money on him to catch such an opportunity. And that is the end of Beard for 14, 249 for 5, Essex in the 41st.
We didn't waste too much, Aaron Beard, so he came in and did what he was supposed to do, which is put back to ball, but Kent are suddenly got a little bit of a spring in their step, because they're sensing here that they can really restrict Essex and give themselves a lot of an easier task to do. Essex were just the 1 point so far in this competition. Kent yet to get a point on the board, so it probably is winner takes all today in terms of just about keeping themselves alive in the competition for another game. But
I think Matt said that Kent had won one game.
Oh, they've won one of that. I beg your pardon. So they've won one game. So they've got 2 points, and Essex have got the
That's
1 point.
right.
Yeah, I was going through the table earlier.
Yeah.
You're quite right, Paul. That's 2 points to the single, but to the single point for Essex. But the Essex are in danger of this innings really tailing off.
They are. No, I couldn't agree more. In fact, I would say now that things have gone from perhaps a slight edge to Essex while that partnership got past the score being on 200. The partnership eventually made 184. But I'd say at the moment, I don't think Essex have got enough. I think somebody's got to get some good runs in these last 9 overs coming up. I don't think they've got enough remotely at the moment. Aaron Nijjar has come in to replace Aaron Beard, joins Robin Das. I have to say I'd be wanting to get Jamal Richards in as soon as possible, averaging 72. All right, it's come with a 46 and a 26 not out, batting at number 10, but he hasn't half looked good as Everson's in. Bowls, and that ball is a dot ball. Absolute manna from heaven for Kent. Played back to Everson by Nijjar. Is entitled to take a ball or two to have a look at it. 249 for 5. But that is the end of the 41st over. And as I say, well done to Kent, and bearing in mind, Glenn, that the single factor that worries me most about the Essex side this season is the lack of a go-to bowler for the closing overs. There's no one particularly adept that you can bring on that you used to be able to do when Darren Gough played, and he'd take you a wicket and keep the runs down. All right, he was a top-class international. It's unfair to compare him with the bowlers Essex have got, but I think they've got a problem here.
Continuing from the Hayes close end is Kadri. That's driven up to long on by Das, and they come through for the single. And the Essex 250 is up, 250 for 5. So Hadley and Thundersley Cricket Club then tomorrow afternoon at the John Burroughs ground, a 3:15 start. Hadley and Thundersley against a PCA England Legends. The England Legends are being captained by the former Essex bowler Alex Tudor. And in that side, I'll just run you through it once Kadri's delivered this ball to the new man. Down the wicket, and he's hit that one straight down long on's throat, and Nijjar goes first ball, and it is 250 for 6. And much like Tom Wesley and how he perished, the fielder barely needed to move.
Well, this is a collapse, isn't it? I mean, it was 217 for 2 at its height, and it's now 250 for 6, and the scoring of the runs during that period has been, by one-day cricket, bearing in mind we're in the last 10 overs, by the standards of one-day cricket, it's been unspectacular, because in the space of 33 runs being added, 4 wickets have gone down. Robin Das has made a tidy 11, but isn't getting much of the strike, and has generally been scoring in singles. And certainly Essex, it's Shane Snater coming out.
Yeah, I might have pushed him up the order, to be honest with you.
Yes, well, I agree, because although he's not in particularly good form with the bat of late, he was earlier in the season. He got 2 robust 70s in the county championship. But if he really hits a cricket ball, it goes a long way. I'll put it that way. You know, he's got that ability to hit boundaries. He's also liable to be out very cheaply, and has been on most occasions recently. But I agree with you. I think he probably, once the big partnership was broken, and bear in mind Essex do have a long tail, I think he should have come in ahead of Beard and Nijjar.
And Das doesn't even get the strike, even though they crossed while the ball was in the air, because you can't anymore. You can't hit the ball straight up in the air and then just cross, and then so that the man in gets on the strike. You can't do that anymore. And this is the new man who takes the first ball. And Kadri is going to bowl to Shane Snater. 250 for 6 here, Essex. For just rejoining us after Rolifson and Wesley had that fantastic stand. It has rather tailed off for Essex, and Kent have done a good job to get themselves back in this. Kadri is in now and bowling, and Snater works out into the onside. There's no run there. So this England Legends team then playing at Hadley and Thundersley tomorrow. Alex Tudor, Ali Brown, Phil De Freitas, Jade Dernbach, Jason Gallion, Adam Hollyoak, as Kadri comes in once more and worked into the onside by Snater, who's beaten the man at short mid-wicket, and long on won't get it. Scampering around the perimeter, but he couldn't catch up with it, and Snater picks up 4, 254 for 6. Elsewhere in that PCA Legends side tomorrow, Saj Mahmood, Monty Panasar, Min Patel, Chris Reed and Jim Troughton. And that's 3:15 tomorrow at Hadley and Thundersley Cricket Club, if you fancy getting out and seeing some cricket in the sunshine tomorrow. Here's a Kadri into Snater. Snater again looking to work that the same direction he did last time, but doesn't get a run this time.
Yeah, he didn't have time, the one that went to the boundary, well, because it was just a short arm jab really off the pads, and the fieldsman was not far from it.
This next one has Snater working down to short fine leg, and they come through for a single to end that over from Kadri. 255 for 6 is the Essex score, and they've got 8 overs left.
And once again, Robin Das starved of the strike, and to come for Essex will be Luke Benkenstein, Jamal Richards, Jamie Porter. I would be sending Jamal Richards in post-haste at the fall of the next wicket, because the runs I've seen him score are with a very straight bat, some fantastic cricket strokes, and to me, to sort of score the 46 that he did against Derbyshire in your first appearance in the first team really spoke volumes for him. You know, he looked so composed and so nonchalant about it all. Sort of, what's the fuss about? You know, this is what I've been training for the last few years. He bowled pretty well as well. Bowled well up at Northampton, actually. First 2 overs were expensive, went for 27, but he was brought back in the final 10. Probably should have bowled more overs in the final 10, and the first 2 of 3 that he bowled in the last 10 went for 2 runs each, and he got a wicket, and then he took another wicket in the final over that he bowled. I think it was the 47th of the innings. Didn't bowl any of the last 3, and there he was. He got figures of 2 for 12 in his previous 3 overs. I know he's a young player, but I think Wesley, if he had his time again, might actually have thought perhaps I should have kept him on.
Thank you to Craig for his tweet as well. We're talking about the scoreboard and it still being in action at Colchester at Castle Park. Craig sends a picture and says, I can confirm it most definitely isn't. It looks in a very sorry state.
Oh dear, yes, Senny's in bowls, and that ball's taken an under edge and 4 runs all the way. Not at all what Snater was looking for. He was looking to hit that down the ground, but it's taken either bottom of the bat edge or an under edge and just absolutely disappeared down to fine leg for 4, and the score goes along to 259 for 6.
Someone needs to get a grip of that, Craig, and sort that out and get that back into use.
Yeah.
It looks in a very sorry state.
259 for 6. Snater on 9. He will definitely be throwing the bat as he faces the next ball from Senny. And he's hit this ball for 6 into the pavilion, and it's the lack of effort that it took to hit that ball into the pavilion. It is the short side boundary. 265 for 6. He has 15. For Glenn, it was just like a father on the beach gently tapping his little kid shamelessly for 6.
Well, yeah, I was just looking where it sailed. It went into the double doors that were open at the front of the pavilion there, and a gentleman in a blue polo shirt just picked it up and tossed it back, and Senny is going to be handed it back by the umpire as well. Has had a good look at it. Says no, you can carry on using that. That was the good old-fashioned long handle that from Snater, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he really is. He's a very strong man. You know, he can hit this ball to the boundary with a nonchalance that would even much better batsmen than he is would struggle to match. As Senny is in and bowls to him, and he's had a mow at this one and missed, and that's the way he plays, and you can't criticise it at this stage, because his very purpose out there is to see if he can make up for the shortcomings of the Essex batting in the last 3/4 of an hour, collapsing from 217 for 2 to 256 for 6, 250 in fact for 6 it was. So he has got all 15 runs in this partnership. Not that Das has had more than one ball, I think, at the most in the partnership. And now Snater faces Senny again from the river end. And he's hit this one down the ground, and that will go to long on for a single. And Everson does the fielding. 266 for 6. We're in the 43rd over.
John on the emails says, afternoon Glenn and Paul, to join in with other correspondents messaging from overseas, Yorkshire fan here, watching and listening in from the Republic of South Yorkshire. Thank you, John. Says, regarding the mention of potentially returning to 3-day county cricket, and we'll pick up that point. I'll leave you dangling with that point while Senny comes
What
in.
What a lovely dangle. Thank you very much. As Senny is in and bowls, and Robin Das has hit this ball without timing. There was a lot of effort put into that, but actually it makes its way a tad apologetically. It was a nice enough shot all along the ground to Muyeye at deep cover. Single, 268 for 6, and Das along 213.
Yeah, John says, when I was younger, you had to bowl 120 overs per day in a 3-day county championship match. So, an old 3-day game would only last 24 overs less than a current 4-day game does. Ergo, a return to 3-day county cricket may be a good idea, but they'd have to bowl more overs than the current 96 in a day. Kind regards, says John. Thank you, John.
Good points, John. Lovely to hear people from outside Essex and Kent also joining in with Jeff Leonard earlier from Gloucestershire. That is very wide, but not a wide. It was just on inside the tram line there, and Snater tried to mow it through offside but missed. So 260, just checking, I think it should be it is 267 for 6 in 43 overs. And if Essex now are to get a reasonable way past 300, they can't afford to lose more than the odd wicket now, and they've got to get a move on.
Thanks to Richard as well for his email. Says, Paul's comment about being unable to take second runs at Chelmsford, I beg to differ. If the batsmen can disguise themselves as Tenduscarter and Foster, 3s were possible.
Well, that's true. I'll agree with you all day long there. And Graham Gooch described the unforgettable side of the current Kent batting coach and the former England wicketkeeper, though not often enough to the view of Essex supporters. Those two, Graham Gooch described as the quickest pair between the wickets he'd ever seen. And you're quite right, they did make 3s out of singles. As gobbledygook as that sounds, quite extraordinary. Both of them had a very low centre of gravity, so that when you're watching a swimmer turn at the end of a length, you know, half the technique is to sort of do it all in one movement. And that's what Foster and Tenduscarter excelled at. You know, they were back on the next run before they'd almost finished the previous one.
Joey Everson is going to have a go from the Hayes close end now. 1 for 38 from his 7 so far. He's in and bowling now to Das, who just works that one into the onside. Set up very quickly. There's not a second there. Long on comes in. And Das just needed to take the pace off that, and there would have been 2 there, but they pick up the single nevertheless. 268 for 6. England Lions all out against South Africa. 672. So the South Africans have been kept out there in the field for an awfully long while there. 145 for Duckett, 140 for Brook. as Everson is in once again, and Snater works that one into the onside, sets off really quickly, should be 2 here this time as Muyeye swoops around, then juggles with the ball as he tries to offload it, and they do take 270 for 6. Dan Lawrence made 97 from 97 balls down there at Canterbury. Craig Overton finishes unbeaten on 42, so 672 all out. The England Lions leading South Africa by 239. That's a 4-day game, and that's coming towards the end of day 3.
Brilliant bit of work in the field by Muyeye, because he completely lost his balance but somehow got it back again.
Everson into Snater. Snater's down the wicket, bullies that one over the top of mid-off and picks up 6. There's a rope just inside the boundary boards. It hit the boundary boards on the full, but because it's over the rope, that'll be enough for 6. 276 for 6.
Well, these are much needed runs, but he needs to regard his progress so far as job half done rather than completely done, because I think it's taken him on to 24 that he needs to get a 50 here, ideally from an Essex point of view, because I think they might well need well over 300 to have much chance in this game, unless they were to take a lot of wickets quickly, which is unlikely on this strip.
Everson. Conversation. Moves a fielder out from backward point and into, short mid wicket, so they're going to cut off at least the 2s here, and Everson is ready, pumping his arms in towards us, into Snater, and Snater gives it everything, makes a bit of a dead sound off the bat, goes up to long on, and they pick up the single. 277 for 6.
25 now to Snater, 13 to Das. And in fairness to Robin Das, he has had very little of the strike, really, since he came to the crease. So he hasn't really timed the ball as yet, but he is capable once he's got himself in.
Everson into Das. Das turns right across the line of the ball, comes outside of it, trying to pull it into the onside, and gets nothing on it, and it rolls along the ground through the keeper for no run.
Yeah, David Jackman, our scorer, tells me that before that ball, Das had faced just 14 balls in 7 overs. That's 1 in every 3. And it's difficult to get your momentum going when you're just facing a ball here and then there's a wait of an over and a half to your next one. Here's
Everson into Das. Das has to fetch that one from above head height. Pulls it into the onside for the single. 278. 4-6 is the score. We'll bring Matt back in for the denouement of this Essex innings once he's updated BBC Radio Kent listeners, but that's the end of the over.
Yes, the ball not making a good sound off of Das's bat. I don't say that to be critical, but he simply just hasn't got his timing so far today. Evidently batted pretty well up at Northampton the other day, but although I think it's very much a batsman slanted pitch, and fair play, it's a one-day game, so it should be, but it doesn't mean it's an absolute piece of cake to bat on. Wesley made light of it. He played particularly well, and Rollison also played a fine innings, 109 and 77 respectively, those two, put on 184 for Essex's 3rd wicket, but then we had both of them out cheaply, and 2 more players out cheaply, Beard for 14 and Nijat for 0. And this pair are now trying to get Essex going again, with Das, who kept the strike with the single off the last ball of the previous over, is ready to face Senni, and he's hit this ball again without timing, down to the skipper, Joe Denley, at mid-off, and they get a single, 279 for 6 in 44.1.
There is a game being played in the 100 today as well at the Oval, where the Northern Superchargers made 157 for 7. Adam Lyth made 79 from 33 deliveries. Reece Topley 1 for 38 from his 20 balls. The Oval Invincibles are 43 for 3 in reply. Another failure for Jason Roy there, out for a 2-ball duck.
Yes, that's well worth pointing out, actually. Wonderful player when he's in form, but at the moment you just wouldn't fancy him to get off the mark. As Senni's in and bowls, and that's outside off stump and given as a wide, and 280 for 6 still in after 44.1. Billy Taylor just making sure that the scorer has seen the signal there, but yeah, I felt in those one-day games, Glenn, I felt England should have reacted a little bit sooner and replaced him, because you're not actually doing a player who's so manifestly out of form any favours by keep throwing him out there.
Yeah, Dawn came to 4
Yeah, as you say, he's wonderful to watch when he's in form, but he's just struggling a little bit at the moment. Just taking him out the firing line might have been the way to go.
Senni in, bolts to Snater. Snater has bashed this ball, not where he was aiming it really. It goes out to Muyeye on the cover boundaries. Work has been brilliant as usual this afternoon. He's probably looking to heat that ball into the onside if anything, but he gets a single. 281 for 6. Played well, Shane Snater, 26 to him.
Yeah, just listening to Matt updating BBC Radio Kent listeners away to my right hand side. He says anything around a 300 mark Kent will fancy they can get. Yeah, Essex needed 350, 360.
Yeah, I agree.
Which fall short.
They still might get, but Snater's got to come off big time. Das is on strike at the moment, full toss, and this ball is signalled no ball as it had to be, and it was a high full toss.
It's almost a beamer, wasn't it? And he's apologising.
Yeah, no, a complete accident, but nevertheless, it will be a free hit. And 2 runs onto the board for the no ball, 283 for 6. And it was just one of those, it slipped out of the bowler's hand. And in the end, Das did quite well actually to negotiate it without being hit in the face with it.
Yeah, well, people say, batters should be ready for anything, but it's about their eye line is not set for the ball coming at their eye line is set down on the pitch for it to bounce off the pitch, hit the pitch, or even if it's a low full toss at that level, not for it to suddenly look up and the ball's coming. Well, it was about shoulder height, wasn't it, where it eventually landed.
And the greatest danger with the beamer, you can lose sight of it altogether, and then bang. Here is Senni in again bowl. Oh, it's another one, but this has been hit for 6 into the pavilion, and that talk about a comeuppance. Now, of course, it was a free hit. But it is another no ball, it's another free hit. So 8 runs onto the board, he hit it for 6, 2 for the second no ball.
And he's warned as well.
Yeah, he may not bowl again actually, yeah he can't. Yeah, you can't when you bowl 2. So I once saw Ryan Tenduscarter, and again, gentleman Ryan, he wouldn't do it on purpose, but I think it was at Bristol. He bowled a couple of beamers and had to be taken out. 291 for 6, I think it should be.
Yeah, and again, good reaction from Das there as well. He took the apology from Senni. Mind you would as well if you just battered the ball into the pavilion again for 6. But once you don't expect it, he certainly wouldn't have been expecting it a second time. Would have expected Senni to sort of adjust things and that. He's apologising again, the bowler, as he goes down to that far end and just wipes his hands in the dust as well to say, look, it slipped twice. Whether he's trying to bowl slower balls there or...
I have to say, I think Das did incredibly well to get that one into the pavilion.
So that, as a result, means that someone has to finish Senni's over, and that's going to be Matt Quinn.
So Quinn from the river end, which he's fairly well used to here, not just a glimpse of the obvious, but the reason I say that, Jamie Porter always had the choice of ends and made the Hayes Close end his own. So when Matt Quinn bowled, it usually was from this river end. Got a wicket today, and it's about to bowl the rest of this over, the 45th of the innings.
4 balls to go. And it's a free hit as well.
Yeah, I mean it feels, of course, a lot more than 2 balls already bowled because of no balls. So free hit, and this one is played for just a single into the offside. 292 for 6.
13 off those first 2 balls.
And 13 off the first 2 balls with all the free hits, no balls, etc. So that's helped Essex. 292 for 6. They could yet push this score up if Snater stays out there with Das, and if necessary Jamal Richards were to come in and show what he can do. They might yet get to 330, 340.
Long conversation between Joe Denley and Matt Quinn. Adjustment in the field for Shane Snater, because they know that Snater's not going to look, well, I'll just drop it and run for a single, or I'll look to turn a 1 into a 2. They know he's looking for the big hits here, so they send long off out and they send long on out as well.
Now Matt Quinn, 2 of the thinnest legs I think I've ever seen. He's a terrific fellow, and but he does have extraordinarily thin legs. As this ball is played out to Muyeye at deep cover for a single to Snater, moves on to 27, 293 for 6 in the 45th.
You see, now you've said that, my eyes are drawn to that. You've drawn my attention to that those 2 thin legs support that huge upper body frame, which propels the ball down at a degree of knots.
Indeed. I mean, I think he has put on an inch or 2 on the waist since I saw him in Essex colours, but certainly not in the legs.
I think he's been in the gym from the looks of things, the upper body certainly.
Yes, yeah. Here he comes. And bowls to Das. And,
bowled.
that's well bowled. Yorkerish length, outside off stump. And Das tried to get down to it to guide it to third man. Doesn't get bat on ball. Ollie Robinson does the rest. Score remaining 293 for 6. But through no fault of Matt Quinn, this has been a good over from the Essex point of view.
Yeah, as you say, David was mentioning 13 off the first 2 balls, 2 beamers. 1 went for 6. So Essex just building up a bit of momentum again towards the end of this innings.
Quinn bowls, and again it's a wide given. I thought that one was a little bit harsh, if I'm honest, but 294 for 6. It was well outside off stump, but I think it was a little borderline. 294 for 6 in the 45th.
Yeah, I wonder whether that went over the top of his bat actually.
Yeah.
Rather than, but too wide for the umpire's liking.
Maybe because he thought that he'd allowed the previous delivery to go, and this was sort of pushing the boundaries a bit. Quinn's in. Bowls, and that's hit but not got hold of, should be caught, and is. Catch coming in off the mid-wicket boundary, and that is the end of Das. Made 22 and 294 for 7, the end of the 45th over, the end of Glenn's stint for the moment. I'd just like to advise Glenn, if he wants a meal, to get it now, because the previous game the queues were so long, not only during the interval but at the excellent Anne's Pantry well into the second innings. I didn't in fact get my meal in the end, so I do advise you, if you can get it now, you might be well advised. So
Sounds like we're doomed then, you and I, Paul.
yes, it does. Well, I have to say I'm not doomed, because I've already eaten it.
Oh no. It's just me. This is coming too late for me.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Anyway, I've got my wish. Jamal Richards is making his way out to the middle. I hope I haven't talked him into a sort of first ball duck, but
Talked me out of my tea, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But yes, good point.
But Richards, as I say, certainly showed he knows where the boundaries are in his previous innings here against Derbyshire 6 days ago. 294 for 7. It was Harry Finch with the catch, just a regulation catch in all honesty. Bowler was Matt Quinn, and the game interestingly poised, Matt. There is scope with 5 overs left for Essex to certainly hit another 40 or 50 if they're not bowled out. I think Kent have done very well in this third 100 of Essex's innings to really stem the flow of boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly were looking down the barrel, or felt like they were looking down the barrel of 350 plus before, didn't it? Before those two were out so quickly, and that was the key, wasn't it? I think for Kent, getting Rolifson and Wesley within an over each other so quickly, and then Essex, as you say, with quite a long tail, but also having to rebuild from there. And actually, at exactly the time when they need to accelerate, this one's down at the toes of Snater, flicks it off those toes for 4 runs, fine, off Everson, who started the next over, the 46th of 50, and they go on to 298, I believe.
Yes, and from Kent's point of view,
7.
then they could do with getting Snater out, because he's not a frontline batsman, but I saw him win a game in this competition at Bristol last year in a partnership for the last wicket with Aaron Nijjar, and all looked lost, and the two of them played quite brilliantly, and Essex won off the last ball.
Everson then, second ball of this over in the 46. Good length, but it's driven up too long off by Snater. Takes himself a single. So Richards comes into face then. So he's been quite spectacular in his short career so far.
Well, 18 years old,
yeah.
Debut in the first team. Essex didn't play very well at all, but he came in at number 10 and made a heck of a good job of it with 46.
He faces Everson now, pushed off his hip efficiently enough for a single. Warm applause from the crowd, and that's not surprising, because the 300 is up now, halfway through the 46th over. So get to 300. As I said, it looked like it could have been a lot more. Actually, they got bogged down a little bit mid-over.
Yes, they did.
And maybe that owes something to the way that Kent bowled as well. I thought Denley particularly was very, very accurate, and they were loath to take him on. Everson with the bouncer that is pulled away by Snater. That's going to be 4 runs behind square. And he's stood and delivered there, Shane Snater hooking it away behind square leg for 4.
What I liked in the previous ball about Richards' technique, there was no closing his eyes and having a heave at it. He did exactly what he should have done and just let it hit the bat off his hip and down for an easy single. However much you might think, well, I've got to get a move on here, but you want to take a ball or two just to assess the pace of the pitch.
So Everson's back to his bowling mark now. Feel pretty much spread. As a Slater bowls, he flicks that off his pads. One bounce to Senny in the deep. I beg your pardon, it's Miyeye at mid-wicket, isn't it? It's just picked it up, yes.
It is.
Yeah.
And
Senny's down at in high dudgeon at third.
Not for the first time. Miyeye just lost his footing out there. He's done very well on both occasions to regain his balance, but there must be a bit of a slippery spot.
Single taken. So it's Richards bowls. It's a good delivery from Everson, just shaping away from the right-hander. Good recovery, you might say, from Everson, but he's gone for 11 there. He's taken 11 off that over, the 46. 4 overs to go. 3:05 for 7 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Essex, our hosts, of course, here.
Well, at this stage, 11 is no disgrace, and nobody knows that better than one of the Essex batsmen out there, Shane Snater, who the other day at Northampton wanted 25 off the last 2, and unfortunately Snater, who bowled the first of the 2 remaining overs, went for 23, and it was game over there and then. It can happen to anyone, but a modest 11, boy, what would he have given to have kept the damage in that over, because that would have left Northampton still needing another 14. Matt Quinn is rightly being persevered with. When he took over the last 4 balls of Senny's over from the river end, he actually bowled very well, and even though he got done for a couple of wides, he kept the runs right down. Here he is trying to do the same here. 4 more overs left of the innings, 305 for 7, and Quinn full toss, and this ball has been belted out. It's going to be a long chase to try and cut it off, and a brilliant bit of fielding. Is that Miyeye again? I think it is, and they come back for... Oh, in fact, it's a no ball.
Yep, over waist tight again.
And the helicopter goes, and so I think they ran 3 there.
And you're only allowed 1 of those, as we found out with Navdeep Saini. 2 over waist height in the innings, not in the over. And you need to be replaced. So he very much needs to keep the ball
just confirming,
on the island.
Just confirming there were 3 off that. So 310 for 7, 40 to Shane Snater, who's been excellent. And Quinn is in to bowl to Jamal Richards. That's well outside off stump, and Richards probably makes the mistake. It was a free hit ball of trying to hit it. I think if he sort of just has nothing to do with it, it was going to be another wide, quite possibly. But anyway...
That's a good ball from Quinn in the end, isn't it?
It's a good ball for Kent.
He's floated it deep outside the off stump. He's made Richards think about whether he has to play it. He decided, I think, as you say, probably because it's a free hit, you think, I'm just going to go at this. But ends up as a dot ball.
In the 47th over, Quinn to bowl to Jamal Richards. Just got a single to his name. And here is an attempted drive, but plays across the line, and it's a rather ugly looking shot. Gets it on the bottom of the bat, which he's now inspecting, and dot ball. 310 for 7 in the 47th.
Again, it's good bowling by Quinn, isn't it? Just
yes,
that full of length. He's not shy of that, despite having the ball slipping out for a no ball over waist height. But a test for Richards. This will be fascinating to see how he copes with it.
Yeah, at the moment Quinn's very much in profit in this over in terms of keeping Richards quiet. Maybe Richards should just take one of the many singles on offer and get Snater back on strike. And he stretches out, and that's exactly what he's done. The superb Miyeye is there to do the fielding. 311 for 7, and Richards, coming in this late, is probably struggling a little bit to get his timing. Also, Quinn is deliberately bowling well outside off stump, so it's not that easy to reach the ball. But now Snater has very much got his eye in and is tending to deal in 4s and 6s, is on strike. Quinn to bowl to him on this absolutely scorching August afternoon here at the county ground. Bowls, and that's pretty much a full toss, and Snater settles for just getting bat on board. It's another good bit of bowling, and just a single Kent will be very happy to concede singles at this stage. 312 for 7 in the 47. Very canny bowling from Quinn here.
Yeah, he's bowling very wide, and Richard seems loath to leave them and risk a dot ball there, but actually,
yes,
same with Snater as well. But actually, it's working out well. It's a very fine line, a small margin of error for both batter and bowler here.
Quinn to bowl to Jamal Richards, and 4 runs. Richards has reached out at 1, and it's taken a top edge and flown over the wicketkeeper's head to the boundary. And well, they all count, as they say. 316 for 7, 6 now to Richards. And you have to say that if you're going to keep reaching out and trying to play those, well, that's the best outcome you can hope for.
Yeah, looked like the whisker of a toe end, didn't it?
Yes.
As it looped over Ollie Robinson, who actually just stared straight down at Matt Quinn and applauded him, because it was a good delivery, actually, that one. But that is the life of the fast bowler, isn't it? The death bowler in these games.
Quinn again. And again, it's very wide, and it is a wide. 317 for 7. There's a very intriguing battle of wits going on out there. And Quinn is up on the deal, you know, because he's got away with quite a bit. But he's also been penalised on occasion. So it's, I think it's just in Quinn's favour. But
12 off the over by fair means or foul at this point, with a ball to come. A legitimate delivery to come, I should say.
Yeah. You probably settle for that at this late stage, as Quinn is in bowl, slightly slower ball, and Richards has hit it back to the bowler. And so that ends the over dot ball. 317 for 7, 47 overs gone, 3 overs left, 41 to Snater, 6 to Richards. And I think it's quite a test for a young player to have a bowler who knows what he's doing and keeps bowling 2 feet outside off stump. And he's not exactly got the better of it, but he's still there. And Essex, if they don't sort of get bowled out in the meantime, would be thinking, with Snater there going well on 41, maybe they can get up to about 340.
Yeah, for Matt Quinn, it's gone for 12 in total off that over, with a no ball in there and a wide as well. But frankly, if you've got a big hitter at the other end and you're 4 overs out, that's not a disaster, is it?
No, you're quite
12,
right. Yeah,
so
you settled for that.
there's some good bowling in that as well. Everson bowls to Snater. He's clubbed that away into the offside. It'll be a dot ball, actually. He's trying to make himself room there. Everson's followed him into his body with that delivery, just back of a length. And Denley fields that mid-off.
Yeah, good bowling.
But yeah, this is a fascinating battle of wits between bat and ball to the end of this over. Quinn is 2 for 59 now for his 7.4 as Everson bowls. There's a top edge. Will this be a catch? It will. Navdeep Seni takes it, and it's a third victim for Joey Everson. And Shane Snater goes for 41 off a sprightly 22 balls. 317 for 8 though. Snater's done a really good job there. Those runs could well be the difference come at 9 o'clock or so tonight at the final tail of the tape. So really good. I won't even say a cameo. That's late order hitting. Almost had a hit as soon as he came in as well. 41 from 22 balls. He goes off to, quite rightly, a good round of applause from these Essex supporters.
Something that doesn't often work in cricket for me, Matt, is predetermining what you're going to do. And there he was already coming down the wicket before the bowler had let go of the ball. And to me, he was doing very well when he wasn't predetermining. And I realise it's late in the game and anything goes and all that, but I still think your better bet is when you've got 41 off 21 balls at the point at which he was about to face that last ball. I mean, that's nearly 2 runs a ball, and he hadn't been just sort of charging around before the bowler let go of the ball. So often a batsman who premeditates is out.
Yeah, this time ending up at third, looping off the top edge.
Luke Benkenstein at the crease.
For 317 for 8 then, as Benkenstein comes in.
Well,
yeah,
he'd be hoping, or Richards would be hoping, that he'd get a single, give the strike to Richards.
16 balls to go. Goes to the ramp immediately. Is it over, Senny? It's not. He's holed out. And that is a very limp way to go for Luke Benkenstein. Well, improvisational shot, but also, you have to say, an air of premeditation about that one. Got into position very early and has more or less French cricketed it if that's a verb, to Saini, and not quite the same mode of dismissal, but certainly it'll go down as the same in the scorebooks. But a first ball duck for Benkenstein, and Richards is in danger of being marooned at the far end before he can show his combative talents with the ball. Everson has 4 now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a would-be Dilshan scoop.
Yeah.
But the trouble is, if the originator of the shot, who played it brilliantly, of course, Dilshan, could be here, he'd love to take Benkenstein into the nets and say, don't give the game away before the bowlers let go of the ball as to what your intentions are, because it tends not to work. It tends to end in tears, and it did then. And it looks a bit of a cop-out when you've already stepped outside off stump and reversed your bat handle. So I'm afraid Essex now are 9 down, with Porter joining Jamal Richards, and Porter certainly can be relied on to give it his very best shot. Can be interesting to see if he himself tries to play shots of aggression, or whether he will watch the ball onto his back, get a single, and get Jamal Richards onto strike.
Apologies, 3 wickets for Everson, his best return in this form of cricket, and hat-trick ball. He bowls now, Everson, good straight one as well. Asked a question certainly of the batter, Jamie Porter, but doesn't get the hat-trick on that occasion, but has held his head at least, bowling at the death here for Kent, with no Seni taken out of the attack after bowling 2 beamers to Das.
Good play from Porter. Kept low, and he's still there because he kept his eye on it.
And here comes Everson once more to Richards. Jabs that up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yes, I'm not sure if this business, when you're in the 48th over of a one-day game, of not taking a run that's there, is a good idea. It certainly didn't work for Snater earlier in this same over. He could have had a single. He said, no, I'll take the responsibility, and was out next ball. Well,
they're allowing him the single, certainly, Kent, going into the ultimate delivery of the 48th here. Richard, so they're not too worried about it, but Everson bowls to him now, and he does cushion that off his hip, and it'll be just the one. Goes out towards Ben Compton at backward square at end of the over. At 3:19 for 9, is that? Indeed it is, with Porter on 1, Richards on 7, and Everson bowls out 3 for 62. As I said, his best return in a very young career in List A cricket. He's also got through 2 catches as well.
Yeah, that was a very economical over as well, and he went for 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah, good call, yeah.
And, you know, and the 2 wickets. So he's his captain will be well pleased with him for that. 319 for 9. Can Essex add any worthwhile runs in these remaining 12 deliveries, or are they going to face the 12 deliveries? That's another point worth considering. If you've got a single off every ball without taking any risk, you might end up getting considerably more than if you just throw the bat at everything. Here's Quinn in bowls, and that's thumped back, a glorious straight drive, and 4 runs. And that Richards, up to that point, hadn't really shown what he could do here, but I think you just see the flavour there that this is not a complete no-hoper coming in down the order. He knows what he's doing. It's been difficult for him because Quinn's bowled so cleverly at him, and he hasn't really got hold of one prior to that. 323 for 9, he's got 11, and Quinn will bowl to him again. Comes in looking to pitch the ball up. And that's well outside off stump, but it's well bowled because the batsman doesn't reach it, but it's not a wide. And just going to do his update, Matt, so I will continue. 323 for 9 in the 49th. 2 balls of this penultimate over gone. And always possible there might be another wide because Matt Quinn is deliberately treading a fine line, deliberately bowling well wide of off. Here and there he's been penalised, but generally he hasn't been as he comes in again and bowls. That's a full toss, and that's 6 as it comes down towards us here. Beautifully picked up by Jamal Richards, and he hasn't let me down here, even if he's out next ball. I have been very taken with the way he's played. Didn't see him at Northampton, but the 46 he got here was a terrific effort. And frankly, he showed up most of the sort of middle order batsmen who'd been out in front of him. He's got 17, and he does have that ability. Got that full toss, and there was no great effort put into the shot. All timing, 329 for 9. Penultimate over. Quinn bowls to him, and that's again very cleverly bowled, a long way outside off stump and with a beautiful Yorkerish length. And Richards tries to just get a bat down on it, but like any Yorker really, it's just very difficult for a batsman, whether it's on the stumps or, as in this case, well wide of off stump. It's very clever bowling from Quinn. 329 for 9, so Essex will set Kent a minimum 330 to win. It's a ghastly sound of an over-right motorcycle passes by in the background. And Quinn bowls. It's a long way outside off stump, but Richards does reach this, and we could have a run out, but we don't. And we could have had a run, but we haven't. And status quo, still 329 for 9 in the 49th, of which there is one ball left, provided it's legitimate. Billy Taylor, I think, is just having a little bit of a word with Quinn and saying to him, you're very much treading a fine line here. I might be about to penalise you with another wide if you keep bowling it out there. So Quinn to bowl to Jamal Richards on 17. Here he is, River End. Bowls, and this is dabbed down to third man, and he'll keep the bowling, Richards. 330 for 9 in 49 overs. And there were a good number of runs in that over, but he also bowled well there, Quinn. 11 runs off the over, so there was a 4 and a 6, but several dot balls as well. 330 for 9, in fact 3 dot balls, a single, a 4 and a 6. The 4 and the 6 were cracking good shots from this very exciting all-rounder prospect, Jamal Richards, because he's really, well, he came in at 9 today, he's come in at 10 in his previous 2 appearances, and he would not be out of place at number 7. And decent bowler, as we shall see a little bit later. 18 years old, hails from Edmonton in Middlesex originally, but come through the Essex Youth Academy. And looks to me, I like his temperament. He doesn't tend to look very rattled. Nicely composed there. Nathan Gilchrist will bowl the final over from the Hayes Close end. 18 to Richards, 1 to Porter, who is a good man to come in, says number 11. He plays the right game. Gilchrist is in, bowls to Richards. Richards has worked it into the offside. They'll only get a single here, but Porter will know his job to try to get a single to put Richards back on strike. 19 to Richards, 1 to Porter, 331 for 9. And I think they had to take the run there. I don't think you can keep refusing runs in the final over in order that one man can stay on strike. Let's see if Porter can do his stuff here. Gilchrist bowls to him. No, it's a down leg side, but he's out. He's just got an inside edge onto that, taken by Ollie Robinson. So Porter disconsolately walks off. Richards remains not out, and now averages in his 3 innings for Essex, 18 years old, 91, with a 46, a 26 not out, and a 19 not out. So once again, he's shown what he can do. Porter, the last man out, caught Robinson, bowled Gilchrist for 1. Kent will need 332 to win. And there were 4 balls left unbowled. Essex bowled out in 49.2 overs as we welcome back Matt Cole, and he'll just give us a quick flavour of how he sees the game going before we take a half-hour's break for the break between innings.
Yeah, I think Kent bowled themselves back into this one. I think if you look at 3-3-2 to win, it's still going to be a task. That's a lot of runs, even with a pitch which has a bit in it for the batters, certainly. But what were they, Essex 217 for 2. Apologies if I'm just repeating what you've just said. I was just doing an update for BBC Radio Kent.
No, I haven't said that.
But when Roloffson and Wesley were going, key for Kent to take those wickets within an over of each other.
That's right.
Suddenly new batters coming out. Snater was great. Kent could have done without that. Got away from them a bit. Navdeep Saini, extraordinary bowling, 2 beamers and being taken out of the attack. But overall, I think Joey Everson bowled very well. Joe Denley bowled very well, the Kent captain, mid-innings. But I think Kent, if you'd gone to, 25, 30 overs and said, they're going to get 3, that you're going to set you 3-3-2, they probably would have said, thanks very much for that, we'll do it. So we'll see, but obviously we'll see how well Essex bowl as well.
It was 170 on 30 overs, so on that reckoning, double the score.
Yeah.
Should have got 340, they've got 331. I would predict Kent will certainly get 300. And are they going to be able to get the remaining 32? I think they've got a very good chance, because this Essex attack, I think, does struggle to get them on the wickets. However, that is pure conjecture, and what isn't is that we'll be back, if spared, in 28 minutes' time, and we look forward to bringing you coverage of the Kent reply. 332 will be needed.
match taking place in front of the scoreboard. We have got the Royal London Cup catching competition in front of the sight screen here at the River End. We've got 3 willing, gullible contestants who are going to try and win a signed Eagles shirt. Oh, hello. Somebody running for average. Gonding. Thank you. Right, okay, so we'll just clear the pitch of invaders. First up, we've got Ethan. Ethan, you're going to go forward when I say go. Here we go. Ready, steady, go! Oh, unlucky Ethan, did all the footwork. Right, never mind. Joe. Come on, Joe. You got the shirt. You got the trackies. Come on, come on. Right, ready? Here, here. Right, watch over there. It comes. Ready, steady, go! Get there. It's over there. It's over there. Joe, it's over here. Joe! You got the Michael Pepper shirt on, Joe. Come on, you got to live up to the name. Never mind, you've got 2 more goes. Don't worry. Next up, we have Tim, Bushwhacker. Come on, Timo. Right, ready? On your marks, get set, go! Go on, Tim, go on, Tim, go on, Tim, go on, Tim! Harsh, that was harsh. Ben on the machine, that was harsh. Never mind, never mind. That was the sighter. Right, next one up. You're going to stand... well done, unlucky. Our winner, who gets a signed Essex Eagles shirt, give it up for Ethan! Come over here. And Tim and Joe will get signed mini bats also from the Essex Eagles. So big thanks to our 3 competitors for the Royal London Cup catching competition.
332 then to win. Country particularly right with the BBC Sport website now.
Nice. Nice touch.
Hurry through the rest of that. Too much information, sorry.
Welcome back to the county ground in Chelmsford for the Kent run chase here. Essex against Kent in the Royal London One Day Cup. Myself, Glenn Speller, alongside Matt Cole and Paul Newton. 3-3-2 is the target for Kent to record a second win in this competition and basically finish Essex's hopes of making any further progress. The Essex innings, it was a game of two halves really. Started really well, having lost a couple of early wickets, and that stand between Rolofson and Wesley tailed away and then came strong at the end. Some hitting from Snater, Robin Das joining in as well, and Jamal Richards too. It's going to be Aaron Beard who opens up the bowling from this river end, and bowling to Ben Compton, and Tawanda Muyeye is at the non-strikers end. So here we go then, one slip in. And Beard is in, down the leg side, and he opens with a wide, and Kent up and running, Matt.
Yeah, and 3-3-2 then. I think from a Kent point of view, not nearly as bad as it could have been. At whatever it was, 217 for 2 in the 37th over, it looked like, with Tom Wesley and Grant Rolofson flying. It could be 350 plus. Kent with a good bowling reply to that, getting those two out within and over each other, but then Shane Snater's 41 could be vital for Essex.
Beard is in. Oh, that's down the leg side again. There's a half-hearted appeal that it might have hit something on the way through, but it didn't, and another wide is signalled. So Aaron Beard's yet to bowl a legal delivery. I think both sides will probably look at it while they were having their tea or energy drinks or fruit or whatever it is they take during the break here. Could have been better, could have been worse. I think both sides are already saying.
Yeah, I still, 300 plus runs is still difficult to make if you don't get it right at the top. So we'll see what goes on here.
See if Beard can get it right this time into Compton, and he does. And Compton meets that with a straight bat, and there is no run, and it's 2 without loss. Another 330 required.
Yeah, Ben Compton, known for his stoic Stonewall centuries from earlier in the season. Isn't a particularly expansive player, but frankly, if he anchors the innings and gets himself up towards 3 figures, he could do a big job for Kent here. But Essex hoping to make the breakthroughs early to make it tough.
Beard into him, full delivery this time, and Compton pushing up to mid-off, sets off with the single really quickly, missed field anyway, and he was home, Compton, and they come through for a single, and that moves the score up to 3 without loss.
Yeah, a bit of a scamper that one, wasn't it? Had Wesley picked that up cleanly, I think Compton might have been in a bit of trouble there. But so it's Compton and Muyeye opening, and then can have Denley back in the side and captaining it as well. Ollie Robinson, who got a double century against Worcestershire. Alex Blake, Harry Finch, Joey Everson, Hamid Kadri, Nathan Gilchrist, Matt Quinn, and Navdeep Seni.
Beard, relatively long run outside the fielding circle. He starts in, running away from us now at the river end, in and bowling to Muyeye. One slip in, Muyeye on the walk, plays defensively. There's no run. Doesn't want to give anything away in the early stages here. Beard, get Kent off to a flyer.
There's some rumours Kent has an injury, a bowling injury crisis. Aaron Beard might have been on his way to Kent at one point.
He had a loan spell with Sussex at the start of the season.
Yeah, certainly looks decent and
yep.
Batting perhaps a little bit above himself at 6. Do you think in this lineup? But
yeah, I wondered about that Essex batting lineup, but as Beard is in, bowling to Muyeye, goes between bat and pad, takes a swing at it as Muyeye, doesn't get anything on it, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, Essex probably want to be a bit careful with Jamal Richards. They don't want to push him too soon. But I think what we've seen from him, he could argue that he should have maybe come in a little bit higher up, and Aaron Nidger should possibly have dropped down. Beard, you can argue either way. He's had a couple of 20s and a 14 today, wasn't it, I think? So, he's more than capable, Aaron Beard, with the bat.
Pleasure to watch Richards, though, in a short but explosive innings.
Beard in, and Mayeye is pulling that one away for 4 runs behind square on the onside, and connected with that one quite nicely, and the score goes up to 7 without loss.
There's no doubt about Tawana Mayeye. He has the shots. He's a 360 player. When he hits them, as you saw there, he's timed that superbly. No chance for the fielder coming around from square leg. Just as Paul was saying, some younger players, I think with a 50 over, particularly about pacing their innings. He went a bit hell for leather on a Sunday against Hampshire.
Beards into him now. Shuffles across his stumps, does Mayeye, cuts that one away, and that'll go away for 4 runs as well. Shane Snater is gamely giving chase, but he can give it up because the moment it went past him, that was 4 runs all the way. Nice piece of timing that, but it sat up and asked for it. 11 without loss, and not the most auspicious starts from Essex.
No, but as I would have said from a Mayeye point of view, he's at that point in his career where he's sort of trying to make the changeover between a very promising young player and proper county cricketer, if that makes any sense. That's very old-fashioned, that proper county cricketer. But like, I mean, we've seen them all over the years, haven't we? Young players have plenty of talent, but it's about taking it on to that next level, going from promising to fulfilling your potential. But yeah, good start anyway today.
Jamie Porter's going to bowl from the Hayes close end.
Comes in now to Ben Compton. There's a single slip in, whereas Cushy's the man. And that's just pushed off his pads more or less by Compton into the onside. No run taken there. It's stopped by Aaron Beard at mid-wicket. He's had a slip in, they've got a backward point. Cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. And probably 2 or 3 fielders outside my eye line. Oh no, it's a deep third. There's Jamal Richards down there. Here comes Porter then to Compton. Just tucks him up on off stump, and Compton can do no more than defend that.
He will hit the mark, Jamie Porter, as we know. He's metronomically consistent. Top of off stump is what he's aiming for all the time.
That'd be an interesting battle particularly between him and Compton, I would say. As Compton will, although he's a very accomplished batsman, we've seen this from his championship this year. But if Porter's hitting 3rd and 4th stump every ball, eventually Compton's going to have to take a risk, it feels, especially in the power play. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. That's gone more or less through him. It's got no touch on it. It's a half appeal from Porter, but that's risen off a length right next to the body. I think it's a play and a miss from Compton as well, through to the wicketkeeper. Lovely ball. Yeah,
good piece of bowling. He was almost convinced, Jamie Porter, and then took his arm away as it thudded into the wicketkeeper's gloves, because basically Rolofsson just tossed the ball to the man at first slip, and that told him straight away that no, hasn't taken a touch, I'm afraid. And Feroz Kushi agreed, but good delivery.
Yeah, just didn't get the nibble he wanted there, Jamie Porter. Going across the left-hander as well again, but still tries to, but hits straight back at the bowler. One bounce, little incline of the head, Jamie Porter, as he took that off his own bowling, looking at Ben Compton. Let's see if he's sizing him up at the far end with another dot ball.
The inevitable sirens around Chelmsford City Centre. All the emergency services are based in Essex.
2 balls to come on this over. All them dots so far from Porter. Very tight first over. Aaron Beard going for 11 off his first one. Compton faces, drops that into the offside. No run. So he won't be hurried, Ben Compton. And it's not a bad thing, certainly in a 50 over game, to have a batter that will stay and that you can play around. And Mayeye gets the opportunity to play his shots in that respect. Compton can have a good look here, although the total obviously looking imposing at this point. 6.5 or 6 2/3 and over to get to 3-3-2. It's Porter bowls to Compton, levers that away, and that will be 1, 2. They're going to come back for 2. Jamal Richards is on it quickly, but it's a comfortable 2 in the end for Compton. Ruins Porter's maiden, but it's a good tight first over from the Essex Eagles bowler. And end of the second over, Kent Spitfires 13 for none.
Yeah, There's a tidy enough over from Jamie Porter. It'll be difficult to get away for these Kent batters, so looking at the total, 6, just over 6 and over, so no great histrionics required, but obviously the power play is where you want to do most of your damage to get yourselves going. Aaron Beard running away from us into Mayeye. Still got the one slip in. Mayeye on the drive. Good stop at cover by Shane Snater. Prevents the run. Nice piece of timing that from Mayeye again.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit low on the bat, but as you say, again a foot either side, and that looked like it was boundary bound.
And that's the thing as well. Once you pierce that inner ring,
yeah,
it's gone. Beard sporting an Alice band to keep the blonde locks out of his eyes as he turns into Mayeye again. Full delivery. Mayeye on the drive, hits the ground with the bat. The ball goes sailing through to Rolofsson for no run.
Yeah, it's good from Beard, especially off the first over he had there. It's good length and line, isn't it? Outside the off stump, making Mayeye reach for that full length as well.
Just struggled against the left-handed Compton, didn't he, right at the start of the innings. BBC Cricket at bbcsexcricket@gmail.com, at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter. KentCricket@gmail.com as well, also on the emails. As Beard is in, full delivery again. In fact, it's a low full toss, and Mayeye's missed out as he picks out the man in the sun hat. Snater again at cover. There's no run. Scores his mark in the ground as Mayeye, probably inwardly kicking himself because that was a full toss. It should have been put away.
Felt like he missed out on that, didn't it, really? Again, a foot either side of the fielder and it's gone, but got to profit where you can.
Crowd very quiet at the moment, lots of people just settling back in. There's lots of games going on in the outfield during the interval. People off getting various liquid refreshments. All managed to get our dinner in as well. Happy to report. This is the vital part of the day, let's be honest about it.
If anyone was worried about me.
Yeah. Here's Beard, just in case my mum's listening. Here's Beard into Mayeye. Short, Mayeye pulls up one around the corner and that'll pick up 4 runs, and not a great delivery. It was a real drag down from Beard, and it's 17 without loss.
Yeah, again, he's very quick onto that, isn't he? Aaron Beard kicking grumpily at his footmarks there.
Just a poor delivery. Real drag down on middle and leg, and Mayeye has already shown he's going to take full toll of anything and made no mistake. And Beard trudges back to his mark. Had a loan spell with Sussex at the start of the season, played a fair bit of red ball cricket, came back into good effect in a T20 game. Here he is again into Mayeye. Oh, there's a shout for LBW here, but the fact that Mayeye is trying to work that into the onside tells us all we need to know, and they come through for a leg by, and the score goes to 18 without loss.
Yeah, the trajectory of the ball, as you say, told its own story as it skewed off to square leg. There's no anxious look at the umpire from Mayeye, was it? He was straight up for the leg by. Crowd is settling down, perhaps after food of their own. Yep. Sort of excited buzz at this point.
Maybe an afternoon pie. See the cameraman who's in front of us has got his burger in the box to his left. I don't know when he's going to get to eat that. Here's Beard into the left-handed Compton, just drops that into the offside, but there's no run. The lights are on here at Chelmsford as well, readying for as the night pulls in.
That's handy, he says. Absolutely blazing sunshine.
Yes, blazing sunshine, just to add to the heat as well. Those big bulbs. End of the over, and Kent 18 without loss in pursuit of 332 in this Royal London One Day Cup game from BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, via the BBC Sport website and the app.
Very optimistic about this being an exciting finish here as well. I don't think, I mean, this pitch looks good for batting, not giving masses of help to the bowlers, but I think there's enough in it. It might just be difficult if you get behind the 8 ball too far here. But let's see what sort of start Kent make as well. First Essex wickets fell 6th and 7th over for 33, but then an 84 partnership for the 3rd wicket. As Porter charges in to Mayeye, up on his toes, just thumps that into the ground near him, into the offside. Attempted the cover drive, but can't get free his hands on that occasion.
James on the email a little bit earlier said, in all the confusion at the end of the Essex innings, were there only 5 actual legal balls bowled in that final over? Scorer David Jackman is here, and he would have drawn our attention to that, James, had that been the case. So there were 6 legal deliveries, but you're right, there was chaos at the end of that Essex innings, beamers and all sorts going on, wides.
Is Porter to Mieye. That's flicked nicely, attractively into the onside. Big wide open spaces there. There's one man patrolling the area around square, or forward a square, on the onside, and Mieye comes back for a comfortable 2. He moves on to 14, and the Spitfires on to 20 for none. 3-3-2 they need to win in total. 2 balls into the 4th over. Did have a couple of emails coming in on kentcricket@gmail.com as well, which is probably a long time ago now, so I'll try and address those. James, another happy neutral, I think, listening. We mentioned a couple of those, didn't we? Tuning, there's just a one-day cup game. Today is Porter to Mieye.
2 more.
A push forward, and that should be 2. Yeah, they're going to risk it, certainly. Yeah, it's a long chase for the fielder there. It was that Rymel going after it and having to head the ball back in, but didn't work out for him. And James saying, thanks to the commentary and to Essex for the excellent video stream. At Radley, he says, for the one-day cup match yesterday. Sorry to see Surrey lose, but it was a very entertaining game at a beautiful ground. I think it was a capacity crowd, says James. As Porter drives to Mieye, standing and delivering there on the back foot out to the offside, no run. James continuing. There's also a full house at the Guildford match last week. I'm very glad the one-day cup is still going strong despite the challenges, says James. From Twickenham, great to hear from you, James, and from other neutrals. kentcricket@gmail.com, the Essex email address is
bbscricket@gmail.com.
Get in touch with us, choose whichever one you like.
See, you make the point there, James, about good to hear the one-day cups alive and well. Well, it's only 50 over format we play in this country, and we've got a 50 over World Cup to defend quite soon.
Yeah, would be handy. Again, farming into the onside there, Mieye will only get 1 off this one. That's looking a bit too straightforward for the Kent batters coming across their front pad at the moment, but that'll be stored in the memory banks for Porter. Gave Compton a bit of a working over in the previous over, and now Compton will face. Kester's been back on the emails. It was a while ago, so apologies for only getting to these now, gentlemen. As a little hop and a skip to start his run up. Bustles in, does Porter to Compton on the front foot, playing it to the offside. There's no run. That's 5 off the over. Spitfires 23 for none at the end of the 4th. Kester saying, because he's talking about Richard Thompson, the new ECB chairman, of course, sharing his name with the singer-songwriter. He says, I'm actually working on this song, he says, which you surely do know. I do indeed. 1952 Vincent Black Lightning, song by Richard Thompson. Other singer-songwriters are available, obviously. I don't know why I'm saying that. He says, I'm doing it to help a former Japanese student of mine with her English. She has to do some exams to try to get into a decent UK university. She was such an excellent student in my class. I was teaching writing articles on an undergrad course. I'm doing this gratis as I want to see her succeed. He said, well, at that time. Meanwhile, a wicket, he says. Brilliant. There we go. Perhaps you should get back in touch, Kester, for the Essex fans and try and redo them a favour. You might not be that keen on that. 23 for none anyway. 4 overs gone here. In Kent's reply, they need 332 in total to win.
Change of bowling at this river end as well. Just a couple of overs there for Aaron Beard. Didn't get his line and length quite right. Shane Snater is on and immediately concedes a single to Mieye. The score goes up to 24 without loss. Mieye to 18 off just 15 deliveries. Compton's been a little more circumspect, just a 3 so far for him, but he can stand and watch at the non-striker's end if he wants to, the way Mieye is playing at the moment, striking the ball really nicely. And Essex searching for this first breakthrough. It's all been a little bit quiet to start this innings. Snater gets those long locks of hair out of his eyes. Looks like he's had a bit of a trim, but still longer than normal. Snater is in, and that's across Compton, who cuts, but not really too much timing, and it stops at extra cover, and there's no run. Rather missing out there. Ben Compton goes down to do a little bit of gardening, just to admonish himself. Interesting that Compton plays in this format of the game, whereas Essex have elected that Nick Brown won't play in the 50 over stuff, and he's an opener almost in the sort of mode of Compton. So Brown at the moment is away playing his club cricket with Whittam in the East Anglian Premier League. Varying degrees of success there for him. Snater is in, that's on leg stump, and Compton turns that one away behind square, and there's an easy couple of runs there as Jamal Richards has to negotiate the acreage to get all the way round and complete the piece of fielding, and the score goes up to 26 without loss now. It's a very big sandwich box you've got on the table. Do you think we weren't going to feed you today or something?
I took the liberty of putting a huge ice block in it as well, one of those ice pads, which may come in useful in a minute or two.
Here's Snater into Compton, drops that one into the offside, but there's no run. I thought you'd bought us a cake or something for a minute. That's you haven't bought us a cake.
Now I feel bad. I'd say next time, but it almost certainly won't happen, so I don't raise any hopes.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
I just had a sandwich at lunch. Had to leave quite early to get here, given the vagaries of the travel between these two clubs.
Yes.
I think we'll know that's nothing to do with the two clubs, but goodness me.
Snater turns, running away from us. Still got the one slip in here. Essex is in and bowling to Compton, cuts that one away behind square on the offside and will pick up 4 runs. Once he got past the man at backward point, then deep third was never going to get around in time, and the score goes up to 30 without loss. We're in the 5th over on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent.
By far the best shot Ben Compton has hit, that one, wasn't it? Wasn't too far away from him. He's got hand through it really quickly to cut it away, and it's shot to the boundary. As you say, once it's through the inner ring, even when there are plenty of fielders out, it's very, very difficult to stop here. Very fast outfield.
Snater very quickly has ball back in hand and is bounding away again into Compton, who just covers up defensively. No run. The fielding is completed on the offside this time, and the score remains at 30 without loss. What time are we at? I've lost track of time. 25 past 6. So people still leaving the office. And
thanks for the reminder there.
Oh, have you got?
lost track entirely.
I'd love to say you're welcome, but I had no idea I was helping you there. But you've got an update to do at 6:30, haven't you?
Yeah. Absolutely.
People still leaving the office. Commuters obviously making their way back into Chelmsford from the city as well. So their train will come past the ground. They'll see the floodlights as they pull into Chelmsford station. So they'll see the lights are on. They might think, can I? Yeah, working really late at the office.
What's all that noise in the background? It's Porter to Mieye, and someone's hitting something very hard with a piece of wood. That's into the offside. There's no run.
Just the lads mucking around in the office.
Yeah. Bit of banter.
Yeah.
Dot ball as Mieye finds the fielder with that.
Till it's pointed out, you're self-employed. You don't mind.
What's that got to do with plumbing?
Yeah.
So Porter turns. Shadows lengthening, floodlights on, but still very bright sunshine. Not a cloud in the sky as Porter bowls to Mieye. Tries to work that away. It's a bit of a scuff in the end. Does it come off bat and pad? Certainly enough bat for the umpire at the far anyway.
Yeah, nice call that from Compton as well. He was halfway down the pitch and just called Mieye through. And Rymal was a little bit slow actually. He was a bit on his heels there. And that's a nicely judged single. The sun is rather conveniently burning in to the side window now. So when I look up at the screen to see the score, to put your hand up just to shade it away. 31 without loss. You can tell the sun's moved round now as well because the cameraman's dispensed with the cloth that he was using to protect the side of his face and his eyepiece.
Here's Porter to Compton. Oh, catches him. No.
Too high, I think.
Front, maybe too high, yeah. Actually, was jumping a little bit. I think it was up towards his midriff, trying to fend it off. And there certainly was a woody sound. I don't know if that was a bit of thigh pad or a bit of bat, but appeal turned down. I'll make way, and then I think I am making way entirely.
Do you want to have half an hour off to go and bake us that cake that you promised?
That'd be lovely. Okay. You could bake it in this commentary box without any other means actually at the moment. So.
Off goes Matt to update BBC Radio Kent listeners, and Paul will stroll back in, which he's just come back into the commentary box and walk back in as Porter comes in. A late cut from Compton beats the diving attempted stop, but it's tidied up by Richards, and they come through for just a single, and the score goes up to 32 without loss now. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent Sport with you on this, what was it, Thursday evening, isn't it? Yeah, you can tell a few people are back at work as well, because the Juliet doors in the flats away to our left-hand side on the public side of the ground here are opened. So you've got the sound of the cricket while they bake and cook their dinner. As Porter comes in, and Bolton Miyeye, shout for LBW here. Porter prolongs the appeal. Rolofsson points down the leg side and makes the umpire's decision for him. Welcome back, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Well, my own reading of the game is that if Essex to win, I think they have to get Kent at least 8 down by the finish. Otherwise, you know, if they can't make further inroads than that, you know, if Kent are sort of 5 down when going to the 45th over, I think they'll just about be over the line.
Here's Porter again. He's had a couple of shouts for LBW. Into Miyeye, and Miyeye again stepping across his stumps, plays across the line and gets a leading edge and is caught at point, and Essex have that breakthrough. Kent 32 for 1. They need exactly 300 for victory.
Yep, nicely described. Robin Das with the catch there. Good low catch. He should have caught it, but it's still a good catch if you do catch it. And it was probably no more than 4 or 5 inches off the ground, and carried well. And fair play to the crowd here. They were straight up for it, saw that he caught the ball cleanly, and at the moment it's rather similar to the Essex innings. 33 before a wicket fell, then first wicket, then second wicket went down. So I was just talking about how Essex would need to make serious inroads into Kent to have a chance of winning the game, because there's no real reason for a side to be bowled out other than if they get behind the clock and there's sort of pressure put on. So I think that's a very timely wicket for Essex, and Jamie Porter, it's his first wicket in 3 attempts here. He's bowled well, he's bowled pretty economically in the 2 previous stints of 10 overs, but he will be absolutely delighted. It will have, knowing Jamie as I do, he will have been hurting that he hasn't got a wicket previously, and delighted that he now has.
As you say, good catch as well, because the fielder is watching on the offside and he's watching the batter aim the ball into the onside, and it's taken the leading edge and come his way rather than going the direction he was expecting it to. And Miyeye again, well, he flatters because he played some lovely shots. He looks like he's got all the shots all the way around the wicket and has got himself out, and Essex have that breakthrough, which is exactly what they wanted, and that has brought Ollie Robinson to the wicket, but he won't be on strike because it was the end of the over and Shane Snater's going to bowl.
He is indeed, made a very good 41 with the bat, owes Essex a few after that penultimate over at Northampton the other day that went for 23, and this ball is run down to third man for a single, 33 for 1, but you've summed up Miyeye. He's got all the talent there, but like a lot of young players, they do perhaps play too many shots in too short a space of time and need to just rein themselves in a little bit, because cricket's, particularly red ball cricket, I know this is white ball at the moment, but red ball cricket particularly, you've got all day to bat, and you have to be able to bat at least for a couple of sessions if you're going to make your mark, and that depends on good judgment, not being in too much of a hurry. Snater's in. Bowls, and this ball's elegantly played into the offside for no run, fielded again by Das at backward point. But even in 50 over cricket, point Dave Fletcher made from Derbyshire on commentary 6 days ago, he said, you know, there's no need for anybody to be in a great rush at the start of 50 overs. It may be the power play, but it's not like the power play in a T20 game.
No, you've got plenty of time. This is the thing about the 50 over game. We were talking earlier on about it, there being a lull in periods of the game where it's almost a waiting game, but you do have time to play yourself in.
Absolutely, that's what makes it a good game. Snater's in bowls. Ollie Robinson, very, very capable player, plays this ball down to Josh Rymel, who hasn't quite recaptured his form of last year in this competition when he was an absolute revelation. I think the fact that he don't think he's appeared in the Championship this season, certainly not while I've been watching.
No, he hasn't.
If he'd been able to sort of carry that on, I think we would have seen him by now. And today, Glenn, he's sort of, even in making 18, he'd ridden his luck 3 or 4 times and just didn't really seem to play himself in the way that he was doing a year ago. This one takes Robinson probably on the pad, just waiting to see, yes, I can see Billy Taylor shaping to signal a leg by. And 34 for 1.
Yeah, it's almost like the difficult second album, isn't it, for George
Yes,
Rymore?
yes.
Because he started off at a rate of knots last year, got that fantastic century early up, and then lots of people saying, well, expect a lot from him this year. He'll go straight into the 50 over side because Essex will lose the players, and we know he'll come straight into the 50 over side. It's just about sort of almost re-establishing himself again.
Do like that expression, the difficult second album, as Snater's in bowls on leg stump and tucked away off the pads here by Ben Compton. 2 runs down to deep backward square leg. Jamal Richards closes on the ball. Good, proper athlete is Jamal. It's 36 for 1 and 13 now to Compton, who's been absolutely full of runs this season. Yes, what's also known as second season syndrome. First season you come in and nobody knows you, and you probably get away with your pet shots and your foibles, but then everybody knows you by the time you get to your second season, and so the next ball is pushed out into the offside and no run. 36 for 1. And again, taking your analogy of the second album, you make a first album, it sells well, but it gives you the dilemma. Do you send out more of the same, which will undoubtedly be called similar to the first, not as good though? Or do you branch out and then people say he seems to have lost his way? So it's a bit of a no-win situation.
End of the over. Mid-innings, mid-wicket conflab between Robinson and Compton. Robinson taking his guard. Looks like a middle stump guard to me. A slight angle, but he's well across his stumps when taking that. Keeping the slip in here, Essex, in the early stages of this Kent reply. Remember, 332 is their target. They're 36 for 1. Porter kicks up his heels and is in and bowling, and that's a play and a miss from Robinson as it goes between bat and pad. Porter, who's got 1 for 9 from his 3.1 overs so far.
A couple of people, as I was walking around the ground, stopped me to ask what the latest bulletin on Don Topley, who's been in the wars this season, is. Do we know how he's getting on?
He's okay. He's fine.
Good.
Yeah. He'll be back on duty. He's dealing with his festival duties at the moment. The
Right.
festival he holds
Yes,
at
of
the
course.
Royal
It's a
Hospital
massive
School,
undertaking. Yes.
up over the Suffolk border.
Yeah, Royal Hospital School, Holbrook.
Here is Porter in again. Oh, and Robinson again. This time it's gone past the outside edge. And there's no run once again. That I think is probably about the third, or maybe it might be the fourth player miss we've seen today.
Yes.
Such has been the nature of what we've seen today.
Yep. No, Jamie Porter, for all the fact that he's until he got to the wicket of Muyeye a few minutes ago, he's found actually taking a wicket very difficult in this competition. That was his first in, what would it be, about 23 overs, but he's bowled a lot better than that, and he wouldn't be out of place if he got a second wicket today.
Here's Porter. And Robinson this time does get bat on ball, but there'll be no run. Other thing I should say about Don as well is obviously he's taking a fair bit of time to watch his son Reece, who's having a cracking season, both with England in the shorter format of the game, playing in the 100 at the moment as well. And I think, as Matt was mentioning, all this franchise cricket that's cropping up now is going to go around the world. I think Reece Topley might find himself in demand.
Oh, I think so. And it really is great. I mean, 3 or 4 years ago you'd have said they'd never come back and play red ball cricket again, and he has done.
2 stress fractures of the back as Porter comes in, and Robinson pulls into the onside this time. And good luck with this one, Shane Snater, because there's a fair bit of the outfield to cover, and they come through for a couple of comfortably taken runs. 38 for 1.
And I think Don told me he'd had 5 fractures of the back, stress fractures in all, and I'm afraid to say that the villain of the piece was that very early in his career, when he was only 18, he was asked to go and bowl in the nets along with Tamal Mills with the England setup, and they wanted him to bowl faster than he was doing, and he's not a man to try to get to bowl 90.
Here's Porter. Robinson pushes back to the bowler and his follow through. No run. 38 for 1.
And I mean, really, the state of those who've committed the cardinal sin of bowling 90 miles an hour is quite dreadful. There was an article in the Times about a couple of months ago which featured 12 bowlers who'd all been guilty of bowling a 90 mile an hour ball, and every one of them was injured. And you look at Jofra Archer, who was a gift from the gods, but he's been ruined on the face of it. The people are saying he may never play Test cricket again.
Well, let's hope that's not the case.
Yeah.
Porter right arm over. Robinson drives beautifully and would have expected to have picked up 4 runs for that, but for Jamie Porter's left ankle getting in the way, and there's no run. So Porter saves 4 runs, but that hit right on the ball of the ankle, so he'll have a sore one to nurse at the end of play. And Kent, after 8 overs, chasing 332, are 38 for 1.
And a wonderful impression of someone who's in absolute agony but doesn't show it for a moment from Jamie Porter, and I almost saw his mind working. The ball was absolutely leathered back at him, and there was that brief moment, shall I get my leg in the way of this? I can't get my hand down in time, or shall I let it go for 4? And like every good bowler, you opt for making sure you don't go for the boundary, and certainly you wouldn't know that it hurt from his total lack of a reaction there.
Don't show the opposition any weakness.
But, the obvious way that Jofra Archer should have been used was short, sharp bursts. 5 overs maximum in any one spell, no more than 4 spells a day. He bowled 36 overs in an innings against Australia and 42 in New Zealand. Snater's in and bowls, and this ball's played back to the bowler, and there's no run there. And I hope Brendan McCullum coming in now, and Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes is actually, for all his sort of rabble-rouser reputation when he first came into the game, he's actually a very kind man, and he does try to look after his players, and I don't think he would make the mistake that Root did.
No, and he knows himself, Ben Stokes, as well.
Yeah, exactly.
What long spells can do, so I don't think he'll be asking his bowlers to do things like that.
He's a good man, and I think he's proving a terrific captain. The next ball is hammered into the offside, there's no stopping that. Beautiful back cut. And that's Ben Compton at his best, and what a revelation he's been this season. He goes up to 17, scored a 42 for 1. We're in the 9th over, the target is 332.
Yeah, that was just about making sure he put the ball away, because it was out there. Snater trying to bowl across the left-hander, but too much width on that one, and comfortably struck away.
Yes, I wasn't at Northampton to see the over that went for 23 from Snater. He can be extremely good, but he is a little bit wayward at times, and that was too short and too wide. Very much up Ben Compton Street. Now settles over his bat and runs this ball down for a single to third man. That'll take him to 18, scored a 43 for 1 in the 9th over, and I think Kent know well enough here that keeping wickets in hand is a very important factor, because if they do succeed in keeping wickets in hand as they get into the mid-40 overs, they should win the game.
And they also know that Essex don't have a certain Mr. Harmer to call upon.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I remember rightly, he did play in the tournament last year. Snater's in, bowls, and this ball's driven down to mid-off, Tom Wesley, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think a feeling last year that Essex should have done better than they did.
Yes.
In this competition, one they thought, look, we've not lost. They lost players, but they didn't lose as many last year as they have this year, and didn't lose as many last year as other clubs did, and probably, I'm not saying won it, but reaching the final. Yeah,
they should have done. You're spot on, and I was at Cardiff when they lost the quarter-final. Come back to that. Snater's in. Bowls to Ollie Robinson, lofted for 4, 1 bounce. Well picked up. It didn't time it perfectly, but it wasn't a matter. Everybody's inside most players are inside the circle at this stage, and that takes a score to 47 for 1, and Robinson moves up to 6. But as I say, I was at Cardiff, and Essex were about 240 for 2 with 10 overs to go, and made 280 odd. Alistair Cook had played beautifully, got out most untypically to I think he was stumped, actually, as here is Snater in bowls, and 4 more at least, but that's if it doesn't go for 6, which it doesn't. But beautifully picked up by Ollie Robinson, and he moves up to 10, 51 for 1, and that over from Snater probably will be the last of this spell. Just going back to what we were saying, Glamorgan, to be fair, bowled absolutely brilliantly in those last 10 overs. And once they got Essex on the turn, nobody was able to re-establish the earlier momentum. And that's one of the things in sport. If you have the momentum and lose it, it's very hard to get it back again. Gareth Southgate, please note.
I'm sure he's listening in and hanging on every single word.
Well, he does like his cricket, actually. Yeah. So I do have some good to say of the man.
Porter's going to continue, much like Joey Everson in the Kent bowling effort. A long old spell for Porter right at the start here. The slip has been taken out for the left-handed Compton. And Kent 51 for 1 in the 9th. Porter is in. Compton plays defensively for no run.
Yeah, I love the tactics of sport generally. I think, you know, they can apply just as much to one sport as another. And I have to say, I absolutely loved the success of the England ladies in the Euros. And when the moment came when we were being overrun by the Germans, the manager acted. Didn't wait till near the end or till we lost the goal. You know, she brought those vital subs on. Brilliantly done.
Porter's readying himself again and is in towards us from the Hayes close end and strikes the pad of Compton, but again he's aiming the ball into the onside, so the stifled appeal of LBW is no more than that.
And Jamie Porter tends to bowl 8 overs off the reel. I just wonder if at times we need to keep, you know, a couple more overs than we are doing back for instance, once when the overs are about 35 overs gone, and then again for the final couple of overs, because he is easily Essex's most senior performer in this competition.
Porter into the left-handed Compton when it drops into the offside. There's never a run there. Robinson was well down pitch, but scrambles back, and the fielding is done, and Kent remain at 51 for 1. Porter 1 for 11. Halfway through his 5th over of this spell, nice and tidy so far, and has the 1 wicket that Essex have picked up, nicely pouched by Robin Dass at point.
I think he's bowled very well here from his favourite Hayes close end, and if he could nick another one out before the spell ends, then I think Essex will be in a better position.
This next one from Porter has Compton just taking a step back and angling it into the offside, but it's met with the same result, which is no run. And Essex just tying Kent up here at this over, but that after Robinson had struck 2 lovely straight 4s off Snater in the previous one, so they need to go mad again.
Essex's next championship game is at Canterbury. Always a pleasure to go there. I shall be there for the 3rd and 4th days, and that should be a good match.
Porter in again. And Compton again opening the face, but again there's no run as it stopped at backward point.
Robin Dass in
again,
a rather natty Stetson also being worn, well, not the same one, but the same type of hat being worn by Shane Snater, and it is nice, makes a nice variation on the cap, and that's his specialist position. Robin Dass does a very good job there, as he showed with the dismissal of Muyeye.
He's shielding his eyes from the sun at the moment because it's coming in just over the top of the pavilion, right into his eyes. As Porter is into Compton. Compton pushes straight back down the pitch. Porter stops on his follow through. Robinson throws himself back into his ground in case Porter's thinking about tipping it onto the stumps, but it's a good over from Jamie Porter. It's a maiden, 1 for 11 from 5 overs, and Kent chasing 332 for victory, are 51 for 1.
Yeah, Porter just slightly limping, suggesting that that fantastic impression he gave of something that had to hurt terribly didn't hurt him when he stopped a similar straight drive a couple of overs previously. But another fine stop to his own bowling. I actually think that one, if he hadn't got a hand down, would have gone straight into the stumps at the bowler's end. But Robinson was absolutely right to hurl himself back. Now we're going to see Snater, who bowled an expensive over previously, relieved at the river end by Aaron Nijjar with his slow left arm, and he will be bowling initially to Ollie Robinson, who's made 10. Ben Compton has 18, 51 for 1. We're 10 overs in, so that's the end of the first power play, and I think a very decent score for Kent at this stage, chasing 332.
Yep, they haven't been overly ambitious. They haven't come out all guns blazing. They've only lost the 1 wicket as well. And the spinners did a good job for Kent. Joe Denley in particular, so it'll be interesting to see.
It's always interesting to see what Duckworth Lewis has to say the score ought to be, and at the end of this over the calculation is Kent should be 67, based on the principle they've lost just the 1 wicket. If they happen to lose another wicket in this over, well, that would change, but they're sort of not up with it, but not that far behind. And remember, that's the score as it should be at the end of this over, not right now. As Nijjar is in and bowls to Robinson, plays it to shortish mid-wicket, Josh Reinl, and there is no run. 51 for 1.
Thanks to Phil for his email, scorer at Colchester and East Essex Cricket Club, about the scoreboard.
And this one It's played inside out down to long off, and that's Benkenstein there, and another single, 52 for 1. In fact, that's I think it probably should be 53 for 1 now. No, apparently it is 52.
We'll get to Phil's email in a little bit. Talking about that scoreboard we were saying, you know,
yeah.
Craig sent us a picture earlier on of it looking in a very derelict sort of state at the Castle Park, and Phil just wants to add to that as well.
Well, of course, it's been shacked up there now. The last game that Essex played there was 2016, so that's 6 years ago, and that's the year in which Essex were promoted. It was a terrific final game there. Let's hope it doesn't turn out to be the final game. Here is Nijarian and bowls, and this ball's played through the onside single out to Snater at mid-wicket, and he gets through a lot of good work out in the deep. 53 for 1.
Yeah, Phil says it was abandoned when it was deemed unroadworthy in 2017, immediately after the final Essex first 11 fixture, as you were saying. It was then towed into the Colchester Borough Council storage yard inside the park.
As Nijar is in and bowls, and this ball is played to mid-wicket. Josh Rymel, there is no run.
He goes on to say, does Phil, that the yard has nothing to do with Colchester and East Essex Cricket Club, where it has since become a home for insects, woodworms, squirrels, rodents, pigeons and other wildlife.
And a lovely list, as thank you for that, as Nijar's in bowls, full toss, and it's just out of my sight, but the fieldsman there put his hands up and he is dropped. And it's a 6, so a double crime there. It's harsh because it was going over the fieldsman's head. I can't see who it is because we're masked by the Tom Pearce stand, but he got hands to the ball, and rather like a goalkeeper, he's tipped it over the bar, and in the game of cricket that means it's 6, 59 for 1.
It was a full toss, so it ended up where it probably should have done.
Nijar bowls again, holds this one back a little bit, beats the dive at short extra, goes out to deep extra cover, and they can very comfortably
misfield.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's an inexcusable misfield there. That is really, I'm afraid.
Shane Snater apologising.
Yeah, no excuse for that, and they get back for a third run. 62 for 1, and loose cricket by Essex, and it was from one of the more experienced players as well, and I think it was what caused it, Glenn. I think the Snater was looking up to see whether they were going to come back for a third, and while he was looking up, the ball got underneath his hand and very nearly went for 4.
Yeah, and Benkenstein in the end had to tidy it up. Just to finish off Phil's email, says the scoreboard's wooden superstructure is almost entirely rotted away, and in insurance parlance is utterly beyond economic repair. Essex don't seem to want it back, says Phil, and I suspect Colchester Borough Council will be delighted if somebody will now take it away and perhaps renovate it for a motor museum. It's a great shame, but it's never going to function again. Thank you, Phil.
Phil, thanks very much for the update.
Porter starts another over, his 6th from the Hayes close in bowls a full delivery, and Robinson's tempted into the drive, and it goes through to Rolofson, but there's no touch at all. And no damage done, and the score remains at 62 for 1.
Phil's account of the ill-fated scorebox reminds me, as I am a steam engine fanatic, of what happens when an engine has run out of its certificate and has to be overhauled, and very often it gets in a queue, you know, waiting to be overhauled, and anything left out in the elements for 3 or 4 years is just, you know, in a dreadful state.
Here's Porter again, and Robinson this time does get bat on ball, but pushes defensively back to the bowler on his follow through, and there's no run.
What they should have done, at the very least, is turned it into a gigantic ice cream van.
Yep.
Or a removal van, indeed.
Which indeed it was. Yeah, or coffee bar or something like that.
There were so many things that could have happened to it, but I'm afraid nothing happened to it until nature took over.
Porter, high elbows as he comes in to Robinson. Robinson driving and piercing the infield, but only pick up the single because there's a boundary rider out there at cover. 63 for 1, 332 the target.
It's interesting, Kent made quite extensive use of having 1, sometimes 2 slips in, which Essex have not got, in spite of their most senior bowler operating, Jamie Porter. I have to say it wasn't a case that Kent's decision was justified with slip catches, but you can put a little bit of pressure on that way.
In comes Porter again, this time to the left-handed Compton, who works that one down to long leg, and they come through for 1. There's not a second there as the throw comes in. 64 for 1. We're in the 12th over on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent, and all change As left hand changes to right hand, although the umpire, I note, is not moving, so he's now at point. He's not going to move from side to side. He's actually umpiring at the moment right on the edge of the square, right where the inner ring of fielding discs are. Look at all the space in the onside. Ones and twos to be taken as Porter comes in and bowls. That's driven up to mid-on. He has to watch carefully as it bounces off this hard, rutted outfield. And there is no run.
Yeah, a little bit ominously, I think, Glenn, from Essex's point of view. Porter hasn't been able to add to the one wicket he has got. Snater has virtually had to be taken out of the attack because he was proving rather expensive. Nijjar had sort of started off with a full toss that got hit for 6, albeit it was very nearly caught. And you just wonder where Essex are going to get the wickets from.
Here comes Porter again. And Robinson opens the face of the bat, and Das makes the stop at backward point. End of the over, another good one from Jamie Porter. Just the 2 runs from it, and the Kent Spitfires are 64 for 1.
But 12 overs gone, and Porter has bowled 6 of his permitted maximum 10 overs, and Kent will be thinking, you know, we're in with a real chance here, and they certainly are, because they're going along at 5.5 and over, and although that's below the overall rate needed, not by very much. They're keeping wickets in hand, and I'd much rather be 50 for 1 at the end of the 10 overs of the power play than 80 for 3. Keep those wickets in hand and you'll win more often than you lose. Nijjar to continue from the river end. He's coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Slow left-arm bowler. Passes umpire Billy Taylor. Bowls to Ben Compton, and this ball is played for no run to mid-on and fielded by Feroz Kushi. Nijjar again. Bowls hit firmly back to the bowler. All spinners tend to be good bowlers to their own, good fielders I meant to say, to their own bowling. Nijjar in again, no run, 64 for 1 still. Bowls a little bit shorter, single to long on. And Compton will move on to 21.
Good piece of bowling that, because he saw Compton take a couple of steps down, so he just bowled it a little bit shorter so that it didn't turn into a length ball, one that he could drive down the ground.
Score draw on the board, 21 to each batsman. One of them actually wearing that number on his back, Lee Robinson, who now faces and hits the next for 6, and that's towering its way out of the ground. It's actually gone out of my sight, but it was always going to be 6 from the moment it left the bat. And although he took a little bit of a risk, he just put the left foot down the track and pulled the ball, okay, across the line, but he knows how to do that. Quad error demonstrandum, and the score to 71 for 1 and 27 to Robinson.
Yeah, that actually went over the pavilion. That's why you lost sight of it. It went over the roof. But I think, yeah, they've actually got the ball back.
Yeah.
So it's hit the concrete out there. Umpire takes a cursory glance at it and goes, no, that's fine, you can bowl with that.
Nijjar again, bowls to Robinson. Places back down the pitch. Good cricket, because I've seen a lot of batsmen out, not least from Essex. The ball after they've just hit a 6. And Graham Gooch's mantra is always boundary single. Rotate the strike. We had a real go at repeating the 6 to the next ball. It was safe because it pitched outside leg stump. But he missed it and was taken on the pad. And at the end of that over, a pretty decent one from a Kent point of view. They're still ticking along nicely. Muyeye, the one man to go. Wicket for Jamie Porter. But 71 for 1. Partnership has already realised 40 runs with 27 to Robinson and 21 to Compton.
We'll bring Matty back in from BBC Radio Kent at the end of this over, as we're just a smidgen before 7 p.m. now. And Essex need another breakthrough, because these two are negotiating it very nicely from a Kent perspective. Porter continues. 7th over. In. Bowls. Compton pushes into the offside. No run.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why, but whenever Porter has played the one-day game, he's always liked to bowl nearly all his overs in one spell at the start. Whether he finds he stiffens up, but I wouldn't really expect that to be the case, because he's, you know, endless experience in red ball cricket of, you know, bowling 6 or 7 overs and then coming back just before lunch for another spell sort of thing. But that's how he likes to be used, it would seem, in 50-over cricket.
Well, he's bowled a very good spell here.
He has.
And he's in now to Compton, and pulled around the corner by Compton. They'll pick up just a single here. There is a man down at long leg. Rolofson shielding his eyes with one of those big wicket-keeping mitts to make sure he can see the ball sailing on the throw, which he can do so. And the score goes up to 72 4-1, 2 minutes before 6. The cut-off, by the way, is 9:35.
Another game here on Sunday when Glamorgan, the current holders, make their way to Chelmsford.
Porter into Robinson. Oh, Robinson's got hold of all of that, but he's pulled it into the highest and longest part of the ground, and Snater goes to try to make a tumbling, diving catch out there. It's gone for 4 runs, but it was a fantastic effort because he's had to make up 30 or 40 yards there. It was in the air an awful long time, gets the dive in, and it drops just out of his reach and goes for 4 runs. But Robinson's pulled that into the longest part of the ground.
Well, I totally agree with you. It was a wonderful piece of fielding, even though in the end he's missed it and it's gone for 4. But as you say, at breakneck pace, he had a fantastic effort to catch that.
It's a rarity in this innings. Porter's gone for a boundary. His next ball is straight and Robinson pushes up to mid-on and there is no run. Would have been a spectacular catch.
Well, yes, I mean, it's the sort of thing, even from a point of view, regardless of which team might have been making it, obviously support it as a lifelong Essex supporter. I'd have loved to see him catch it, but if I were a neutral coming in and just watching the game, having made that much ground to turn something that never looked a chance in the first place, I'd have been hoping he caught it.
He was on his haunches for a few moments there, looking at the ground, because maybe he feels the same. It was a great effort. Porter into Robinson. Robinson pulling that one in the air. Snater's on this one as well, and he's taken a fantastic catch. Well, he gets a second opportunity. This time it's gone to his right. He's taken the catch. The batter, Robinson, is standing there because he wants to check that the ball is carried. I have to say, I paused momentarily in commentary, but Snater says, no, I've got my fingers under that. You've got to go. But the umpire has not given him out yet.
Very interesting whether they've got the necessary tools to check whether that did carry. It was a quite wonderful catch, as you say, virtually matching what would have been the case if he caught the one earlier in the over, because again he had to make terrific ground in the opposite direction this time, running towards square leg. Now, he certainly came up cleanly with the ball and it has been ratified as caught. And I think probably a fair decision. All right, there is a slight element of doubt, but I didn't think it was going to carry at first, but he came up cleanly with the ball, and certainly it did look from the way that he emerged with the ball on top of his hand, and therefore the hand underneath it. It did look a fair catch to me, but some people will doubtless say, well, he would say that. 76 for 2, and one thing's for certain is that Snater's fielding on both those, what weren't really chances, was absolutely sensational. You have to take your hat off to him. And Robinson departs for 31, brilliantly caught a deep backward square leg where the fielder had set off from the mid-wicket boundary. Show you he made a good 30 or 40 yards, and he'd just done one such punishing run in the opposite direction. It was a tremendous piece of fielding, a great piece of athleticism, because not only is he running full tilt, he's dived full length on both occasions. 76 for 2. Kent still handily placed, but if Essex were to win this game, I think they might look back at that particular moment as a very significant one.
Yeah, it's a great catch, and the batter's within his right, just to
absolutely.
Stand there and just to say, look, are you saying that's a clean catch, a fair catch? I had my doubts, but as you say, he's dived forward, and had he not taken it cleanly, you would have thought it would have rolled out of his grasp, as it were. But no, Shane Snater was adamant. No, I've caught that. That's a clean catch, and Robinson's within his right. Just to stand his ground, just to make sure the two umpires came together, and the umpire who hadn't switched sides, so was stood at point and not at square leg, had a clear, straight view of it. He was right in his eye line, so good umpiring as well, that they've had the conversation there just to double check. What that has done is it's brought Joe Denley to the wicket. Ken Spitfires 76 for 2, chasing 332 for victory, but we were talking about Essex needing that breakthrough, and Jemmy Porter's come up with a second one.
And I think the whole point there was Ian Blackwell wasn't convinced, the bowler's umpire, but Billy Taylor, as you say, was just in line with it from point to say, yep, that was a catch.
Denley on strike. Porter in. Oh, Denley drives, and Porter sticks out a left hand but can't get anything on it, and it goes for 4 runs. But I think Denley's heart might have been in his mouth momentarily there, but it is the end of an eventful over. Nevertheless, 14 gone in this Kent Spitfires innings now, and they're 80 for 2. A few words from Paul, and then Matt will come in alongside him.
Thank you very much to Glenn Speller, BBC Essex sports editor, and well, that was technically, this is being very brutal, technically a drop catch from Porter there as he stuck the left hand out. It would have been a miraculous catch if he managed to hold on to it, and it went for 4. It was going like the clappers, and beautifully timed shot. So we're seeing some exciting cricket, actually, to be fair. Some great shots from the batsmen, some decent bowling, some wonderful fielding, particularly from Snater. Here's Nijjar, beginning the 15th over. Comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Compton. Single to long on, and Benkenstein, and the score to 81 for 2. And it looks very much as though the Kent tactic here is for Compton to be the sheet anchor, and others to bat around him. And Denley, as he showed with the 4 from his first ball, albeit it was technically a chance to Porter, been an amazing catch if he'd held on to it in his follow-through. But he certainly can up the tempo as Compton digs in. And here's Nijjar again, coming round the wicket to the right-hander, Denley. Bit of a leading edge, goes down to backward point, and that's Jamal Richards, and there is no run as we welcome back Matt.
Hello. Yeah, indeed. I was just saying on the update, every time I do an update, I'm just about to report a wicket.
So let's hope you do a lot more updates as this next ball is played down to Wesley. What was your view of the catch in inverted commas?
I mean, I thought it was an incredible effort to get to it, but I honestly...
As Nijjar bowls defended back to the bowler.
My view of it from here, from behind Snater, looked like he had somehow got his fingers underneath it.
Yep.
But I'd love to see a replay.
Yes.
So would the umpires. I'm so sure so would Ollie Robinson.
Here's the ball driven. It's missed by a diving short extra. Goes down to Benkenstein. Long off boundary. Just be a single. Cushy, the man who didn't manage to arrest it in the infield. 82 for 2. And that was a nice shot from Denley to move on to 5.
It's one of those. I think when you're watching the Test match and they have those
Yes.
endless replays,
Oh,
they do
yeah.
it from 3 or 4 angles, and you're
Yes.
completely set on one decision before it starts, and then
Next ball is played. This time Cushy will get to it, but it's an appeal for a run out here. It's going to be given not out, and the batsman did look to me to be home, but nice bit of fielding from Cushy with a good throw, and wicketkeeper whipped the bails off, but batsman safely home. So 23 to Compton, 5 to Denley, and Kent needing 332, need another 250 in 35 overs. They're 82 for 2.
I could tell you that I've got messages on a certain WhatsApp group which have I've got 3 different decisions on it. So there we go. That kind of shows you how close it was.
2 of the decisions will be out and not out. What's the third one?
the other is impossible to be sure.
Yeah.
So benefit of doubt goes to the batter. Well,
the third one, the jury is out.
Yes. He should have to play off one leg. What were the forfeits in backyard cricket?
Probably true that. You know, one person would have said definitely out, another person, no, saw it hit the ground, and the third person, have you got another 10 minutes? We'll have another look.
Porter, who has bowled excellently, whatever happened with that catch. A dab outside the off stump by Compton. He's running the second hard. And he does well as well, does Compton. I think he needs to do this. He's not going to score at a massive rate, Ben Compton, but if he can keep the scoreboard ticking over and anchor the innings, he's got the likes of Robinson, who was going very well before that, 31 from 28, Mieye, who was shooting away as well, and now Denley, who loves to play his shots, as we saw from the opening shot against Porter.
Well, I'll say unequivocally, if Denley's there anywhere near the finish, Kent win. I mean, he's one of the most punishing batsmen on the circuit, as Essex know full well.
I was talking about him and as Porter bowls to Compton, just strays on leg stump. That's again, it's good from Compton. He'll run this second as well. He's nudging these 2s, and that could be as good as anything really for Kent, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. As saying he needs to keep going, does Compton. He can't go into his shell here necessarily. But I was saying, players like Tom Wesley and Joe Denley are box office in these games, aren't they? Once they get going, they can absolutely change games. It may be that Tom Wesley has played the game-winning innings at this point.
Yes, I mean, I think he got 106 at Beckenham about 15 years ago against Essex in this type of game. Superb knock.
Round the wicket comes Porter to Compton. Compton on the front foot there. I think he actually probably hit that one slightly harder than the last 2, but it ends up straight to the fielder at Cushy. So it doesn't... cricket is a frustrating game like that. But yes, all sorts of things coming, and supporters getting in touch. Same old Essex, of course, they're saying now. Yeah, we'd expect that from the rivalry, wouldn't you? But I'm sure it would have been the other way around. Perhaps Essex supporters saying here, oh, same old Ken, they'll never walk when they're out, etc., etc. It was a spectacular effort, and the umpire, to be fair, said it was out. So Porter to Compton, and defended it into the offside, and there is no run.
Oh yeah, I mean, the batsman was totally entitled to not show dissent. He wasn't doing that. He was just saying, can you check that for me? And fair play, when the finger went up, off he walked without further complaint. But I would certainly have wanted just to establish, whether the catch had been cleanly taken.
I've just seen 2, 3, 5 replays of that, as I said, from all sorts of angles. You still might not have come up with a definitive decision, but Porter to Compton, as that's a cut to point and there's no run. There would be a soft... I mean, this is a bit of a bizarre thing, isn't it, with these forensic replays now, as the umpires in test matches are forced to make a soft decision from 50 yards away. Perhaps with the player with the back to them, and just say... Yeah,
and sometimes the soft decision is in fact a pretty hard decision. But I mean, there are occasions where actually it merely muddies the waters, having the action replays.
Yeah. And to a great degree, here's Porter around the wicket to Compton. Was he nibble at that? Might have done, kept low through to the wicket keeper. Lovely finish the open from Porter. I can see why Captain Tom Wesley is persisting with Jamie Porter here, because he is asking a lot of questions. If he could just nick another one out, will he? Will he bowl through even? Or I mean, he's got
no, he won't bowl through if previous experience.
Sleeve,
but to be fair to Essex, I was saying I might have him off after 6. He got the second wicket and very nearly had a third. Now that really would have been useful for Essex if Compton had just got an edge to that ball. He didn't. He's there on 28, and clearly his job is to rotate the strike with the other batsman doing the bulk of the run scoring around him, and you don't need to worry on that score with Denley. If he, whilever he's there, Denley will score quickly.
Interesting conversation between umpire Blackwell and Tom Wesley. That might have absolutely nothing to do with the catch we just saw. But what I was going to say is in some ways cricketers have to trust other cricketers in those situations. If Shane Snater, even if the ball had grounded and he hadn't realised it, honestly thinks he's taken that catch, then I think at some point you have to just have that level of trust.
16 overs gone. Nijjar begins the 17th from the river end with a dot ball played out into the covers to Feroz Kushi, who was a bit unlucky today. It was the one ball that sort of misbehaved all innings, and it stopped in the pitch, got up far more than he would have anticipated, and he just lobbed it back to the bowler, Matt Quinn. Decent catch. Here's a single out to Shane Snater coming off the cover boundary, and score goes along to 88 for 2, and Denley moves to 6.
I think in the list that Kent built up of decisions that might have gone against them this season, that would be one of the closest, I would have said, if that was the case. So
no such problem with the next ball, played out to Jamal Richards at deep backward square leg by the left-handed Compton. 29 to him, 89 for 2.
Just trying to remind the chat rooms of a few LBWs which were very wide, and etc, etc. You know where I'm going with that, people.
Nijjar's in bowls, and this ball's flicked away through the mid-wicket infield. That brings Aaron Beard in off the boundary in front of the pavilion, the shorter side today, with the pitch over towards the pavilion side. 90 for 2 now, with 7 to Denley, and Compton back into strike has 29. Nijjar, reasonably tight over so far. Bowls, and this ball takes, you probably hear the shout for LBW there. It took the batsman on the pad, but I think that one would have gone down leg side and not out, says Billy Taylor. Fielded at short fine leg, they weren't able to take a leg by. Glorious sunny evening here. Oh, that's well bowled from Nijjar. That one wobbled a bit in the air and deceived Compton. Played all round it, the ball takes it on the pad, rolls a few yards out to Rymel in the offside. 17 overs completed, target 332. Kent are 90 for 2, 29 Compton, 7 Denley, and an enthralling contest is building up here.
It is indeed. I still think, as I said, this could be an absolute thriller to finish. as you said, if Porter had taken the third wicket, that would have put Essex substantially ahead, particularly getting rid of one of these two very experienced batters. Well, Compton's inexperienced in terms of first class and first team cricket, but at the age of 28, he's been around. He's seen a few games, but with just 2 down, these 2 innings almost feel like they're mirroring each other to an extent now. But having said that, Kent will need someone to do the Wesley job. Will Compton and Denley do the Wesley and Rollifson jobs? Who knows? Rollifson job, we'll see. Blake and Finch to come at 5 and 6. Then all-rounder Joey Everson, who's already hit a century in this competition against Glamorgan, his maiden century. Hamid Kadri and Nathan Gilchrist have both scored 30s and 40s for Kent. Jamal Richards bowling now to Denley on the front foot. You can see Denley, he's immediately trying to get forward there, trying to dominate the bowler from the off. Feroz Kushi at mid-wicket.
Decent first ball from Jamal Richards there, and certainly to say he's only 18, he's averaging 91 with the bat in this competition. It flatters him, I'll accept that, but he has played very well, and he's no mean bowler either, so one would like to think that he would have a good future in the game.
Yeah, sounds like a bit of a find for Essex. Here's Denley, just trying to run that down to third, but actually just chops it out outside his stumps. Pretty soft hand, so it's not going anywhere.
I know the feeling.
What, is not going anywhere generally?
That's right, yeah. Made a career out of it, really, and haven't done too badly considering that it's been based on the principle. I can actually say this isn't a joke. I've never actually applied for any of the jobs that I've had.
Well, all right.
So it's been nice and easy for me. I've never bought a house, never bought a car.
Richards to Denley, thickish outside part of the bat down to third. Again, I think he's tried to run that, but perhaps slightly finer than he'd intended, but he gets himself a single. A popular cricketing website has Jamal Richards down as right arm medium. He looks a little bit livelier than that.
Yeah, perhaps fast medium I would go for. He's not 90, and that's all to his good, because if you don't want the powers that be to get hold of him, if he really could bowl one at 90, he'd probably have a stress fracture of the back after one session in the England nets. But yeah, my mother very kindly always ensured me a roof over my head, and always bought me the cars I've had.
Round the wicket comes Richards to Compton, nudged off his pads, and he'll take a single. So 2 off the over so far. Spitfires 92 for 2 in the 18th over. Looking at the run rate required, about 7.5 at this point.
So when I say she's a great lady, it's a fair comment. Or was a great lady. I have to say she's no longer. Goodness knows what will happen now. I have to buy things for myself.
We'll see you down the... Well, maybe they'll see you coming. I was going to say we'll see you down the cartoon. Here's Richards to Denley. He's got an inside edge onto his hip there, and it's bounced away on the offside. But there's no run there. 92 for 2. Compton 30 from 48. Denley has 8 from 12.
But it just reminds me that I don't think it's a good idea to claim what you're going to do in life. I'll come back to that after this ball.
Here's Richards to Denley. Takes a pace down the pitch and swings wildly at this one. Actually going down leg side eventually. Richards followed him with the delivery, which turned out to be a good idea. And dot ball at the end, just 2 off it. Very good start from Jamal Richards.
The Strauss sort of slogan from this thing he's going to bring in at the end of the season, or the proposal, is to make England the best team in the world in all 3 forms of the game.
Okay.
Now, it doesn't leave you much wriggle room, does it? And anybody who's watched the T20 recently would say, well, without Morgan, England look rudderless. You've got Ben Stokes retiring from 50 over cricket, and in the Times this week, Moeen Ali saying he thinks there'll be several who follow suit and retire from 50 over cricket. So that's not going to be easy to achieve in that form of the game, particularly with it set against the 100. Here is Nijat bowls, and that ball is hit down to long on for a single. 93 for 2, target 332. We're in the 19th over. And as for Test cricket, I love the way Bazball's going, thoroughly enjoy it. But to be the best in the world, you're going to have to be able to win in India and Australia. Now that's a real big ask.
Always was the Test, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
We're as triumphant as we like about home series victories.
And next ball is stylishly stroked through the offside, but Snater's there to keep it down to a single. Denley, the man on strike, moves to 9, score to 93 for 2. And the other thing is, you can get players by these sort of bland pitches that the ECB seems to want to encourage. And, I mean, Nick Brown got 200 here the other day, 234 to be precise. And if he gets another set of 200s as well as Nijjar bowls and Compton gets a single. No, he doesn't. It's a fine bit of fielding by Kushi, and Compton, who'd come 5 paces down, had to go 5 paces back. 94 for 2 is the score on the board. You know, the trouble is you can make all the runs you like on featherbeds, but what happens when you go to the turning pitches in India and the real fast, bouncy pitches in Australia, as this next ball goes through without Compton being able to lay bat on ball. 94 for 2, and Essex, just in the last half dozen overs, have fought back well and arrested the scoring rate a little bit. Compton, what can he do to the next Nijjar delivery? He's flicked it away, should only be a single, out to Jamal Richards, who's got a good arm on him, a beautifully judged one bounce throw in. He can do that part of the game well as well. 95 for 2, and Kent will just be beginning to get itchy feet in terms of time they hit a boundary or two.
Yeah, the run rate just sneaking up now, the required rate, I should say.
And single to long on from Denley, goes up to 10, the score to 95 for 2, but a good tight over again from Aaron Nijjar. And at one point, Duckworth Lewis was sort of saying that the score should be just, you know, a handful of runs more than was actually on the board. There's a bit of a gap developing just at the moment, with 124 is the suggested requirement by the end of the coming over from Jamal Richards, whereas the actual score on the board at the moment is 96 for 2. Okay, they may get 8 or 9 runs off this over, who knows, but it does just show that Essex have had a good last half dozen overs.
Kent will, as you say, will want 1 or 2 of these to be in for the duration as Richards bowls to Denley. Straight back at the bowler, 1 bounce, and then feints to throw at the stumps. Denley turns round quickly, and he certainly won't be rattled by that, Joe Denley. He's a fabulously phlegmatic character, is Joe.
Yeah, great man.
Quietly spoken, doesn't seem to treats triumph and disaster much the same.
But I do like the way Jamal Richards shapes up, you know. I mean, he feels it, that ball, and in a moment, you know, is ready to hurl it at the stumps.
As an 18-year-old cricketer, bouncer, Denny's taken it on, it's up in the air, Slater's underneath, oh, he's dropped it! Well, he has dropped that one. I'm not sure if he's lost that in the sun, but that was, you know what I'm going to say, that was a far, far easier catch. He made room round to it than the one he got his hand under to get rid of Ollie Robinson. And Denley taking on the short ball from Richards. To be fair to Richards, he's done a great thing, tucked Denley up a little bit with a quick bouncer, made it difficult for Denley to free his hands, and it's been dropped by Snater in the deep, and a single for Denley. I wonder how costly that might be.
Well, I was just going to say, note it down in your diary, folks. He dropped on 10, and man, absolutely right as Richards bowls, and it's run down to third man for a single by the left-handed Compton, 98 for 2. But it was a far easier catch than the amazing one he took, and he seemed to have it as well. You know, he seemed to have judged it perfectly. It just slipped through his hands somehow, and Richards was all ready to celebrate that, you know, to get the main man out, which Denley is. Not suggesting Kent haven't got other players. Blake, for example, can really hit the ball a long way, but Denley's a man with a sort of test-class batsman.
Yeah, you'd back as well to bat through 30 overs or so.
Richards bowls to him, flicks this one away to Snater, just for the single, and 99 for 2, and Denley up to 12. So that was in the 20th over that Denley was dropped on 11. He's a man who might really make Essex pay for that. But, sorry.
I was just going to say that if you look how Snater's dressed with a a big dark sun hat on and sunglasses out there, it'll tell you the sun is coming from directly into his eyes.
Yes.
I just wonder how much that plays up.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point. Can't be easy as Richards coming round the wicket to the left-handed Compton. Slightly slower ball. They go for a quick single to mid-on. Successfully completed. Up comes the Kent 100. 100 for 2 in almost exactly 20 overs. I think we're just one ball shy. And even though the catch wasn't taken, Richards can console himself with the thought that he's made a very good start to his spell here.
Yeah, that was just a good ball. It was a good bounce of that one. And Denley, you could tell his attacking intent from a ball a couple before that, was going to go for it, and almost profited.
Bowls to Denley, another single, work to mid-wicket. Can just occasionally stray a little bit onto leg stump Jamal Richards, although in fairness that was pretty much middle stump, and Denley moves on to 13 with the single. And the score is 101 for 2, and the sporadic applause is from those spectators who thought that was the 100 then, because the board that they're looking at in part of the crowd is a minute and a half behind all the time, or maybe it's just a minute. But anyway, 20 overs gone, 332 is the Kent target. They're 101 for 2, with Compton playing the sheet anchor on 34. Denley, who's kind of like a caged tiger out there, you know that he's got some big shots in him, despite hitting a 4 and at the same time being dropped off the first ball he received. He's progressed in singles since then, along to 13, but you know that any moment now he's likely to launch out, with Beard, who can be a little bit expensive, now being recalled to replace Nijjar at the river end.
Here is Beard then, hair flopping as he bowls now to Denley, inside part of the bat for that one, as he drives it up towards mid-on, and no run. But, looking where Essex were, 121 for 2 after 20. Kent 101 for 2, though Wesley started going pretty early in his innings and hitting big, and actually just became calmed in the middle overs. But Kent are going to need to accelerate here if they're going to win this one.
Talking of vital drop catches, Essex dropped Riley Russo when he made one. Here it was Daniel Sams who dropped in a very similar sort of situation.
Beard to Denley, drives, and he's gone now. And they've not been made to rue that, because Feroz Kushi has caught the ball high as Denley's tried to drive through the offside. Well, he has driven, but not through the offside. Finds Kushi reaching high catch, nicely taken at cover, and Denley does go then for 13. That's a big breakthrough for Essex. It's the one they probably craved at this point, thinking 101 for 2. It's a long way out for Kent here, 30 overs out. And with the likes of Alex Blake coming in, who's perhaps more of a finisher traditionally for Kent than someone who'll bat through 20, 30 overs, and Finch and Everson to come into the bowlers at that point, Essex have got a real foothold in this. They might feel they're on their way to victory even now. 101 for 3.
Well described. It was a very good catch, because I didn't think Kushi was going to be able to reach out and get that, but he took it quite nonchalantly actually. Denley left the arena clutching the bat by the blade, not the handle, and that is a professional cricketer's way of saying, I'm not happy with myself for getting out to that. It wasn't that it was anything other than a decent delivery, but it wasn't one that really justified such a good player being out to. But the reason Denley is out is because Essex have bowled very well to him. Even the 4 runs that he got from his first ball was actually a catch to Jamie Porter. It was virtually impossible for him to catch it in his follow through. It was going like the clappers, but he never hit another boundary. And all the Essex bowlers who bowled in that interim, Jamie Porter, Jamal Richards, and now Aaron Beard, and Aaron Nijjar, I should mention as well, kept him quiet. You know, he was reduced to just pushing singles. He'll have noticed, for instance, now that third wicket's gone down, Duckworth Lewis is saying that Kent at the end of this over should be 149 all of a sudden, and they're 101 for 3.
The current run rate is around just under 5 now. The required rate up to 7 3/4, and Kent just aren't going quick enough here. A little push and run by Blake. They're going to come back for 2. Quick across the turf. They'll get there as well. Throw comes in. I think Blake was safe anyway, but does scamper through for 2. Top scored against Hampshire on Sunday with 62, but Kent really tripped over themselves trying to get anywhere near the nearly 400 they needed against Hampshire. I wonder if they're going to fall short here again. 332 in total they need. I'm going to go off and do an update now for BBC Radio Kent. I think Glenn Speller will then be coming in. We'll have a bit of a gentleman's, excuse me, bit of a rumba, but I'll just take you through this ball. Actually, I've almost talked up to, haven't I? It's Beard to Blake. There's a bit of a scuff outside off stump to that one. It goes through low to the keeper. 103 for 3, Kent.
Thank you to Matt Cole there. I'll just keep going until Matt has done his piece, and then Glenn Speller will take my place. And still this wonderful sunny day here with the temperature into the 90s. It isn't now, thankfully. It's just abated a little bit. We're probably sort of mid-80s now, I would think, as Beard comes in around the wicket, an all left-hand partnership, and Blake plays it to Cushy, who's just caught Joe Denley at mid-wicket, prevents a run. So Ben Compton has 34 at the other end. Blake just underway, 2 not out, 103 for 3, but certainly Kent have work to do here now. They were well on target until that fantastic catch by Snater saw the back of Robinson, and since then they have struggled to maintain even close to the required rate. Beard bowls, and it's almost another catch to Cushy. It just bounced. It wasn't a catch, it was just out of his ambit, and they get a single as Snater backs up from deep mid-wicket. But that is excellent cricket from Essex. Beard, a good bowling change from Tom Wesley, give him credit there, as Beard came on to replace Nijjar, and Beard picked up the wicket of Denley. 104 for 3 and 21 means that a further 228 are needed by Kent in 29. It's still a lot of overs. There's still every chance, if they can get a good partnership that puts on over 100 going, all of a sudden the whole situation can change. But at the moment, bearing in mind Duckworth Lewis suggests that they should have at the end of this over 151, and they're only 104 at the moment. The advantage, you'd say, is with Essex. To come for Kent, we've got Harry Finch, Joey Everson, Hamadullah Kadri, Nathan Gilchrist. Here's the first ball from Jamal Richards, coming round the wicket from the Hayes close end, single out to Shane Snater on the covered boundary. 105 for 3, and that takes Alex Blake up to 3. I'm just continuing the remaining batsmen for Kent: Nathan Gilchrist, Matt Quinn and Navdeep Seni. Essex have bowled pretty well out there so far. Very good spell of 8 overs from Jamie Porter, picking up 2 wickets, his first of this year's tournament. Jamal Richards, this one's uppishly played to mid-wicket, but it lands safely, and they just get the single as Benkenstein fields, and the score to 106 for 3, with Compton up to 35 and Blake coming back into strike. And Tom Wesley himself is actually captain of Essex now. The wicket keeper was, in fact it's Ronaldson who's keeping wicket for Essex here. Was meant to have been Buttleman, who is an acknowledged wicket keeper. Now is going to run down for 4, and that just got the edge of the bat down there and ran down as Richards, coming round the wicket to the left-hander, straight onto leg stump. And Alex Blake is able to take full account of it, move along to 8, and the score to 110 for 3. So Richards, in his third over, gone for 13, even with that boundary. He'd begun very well and had Denley put down. Richards bowls, again strays onto the leg stump. There won't be a run as it's played to mid-wicket. Must admit, with his Richards' slight tendency at this early stage of his career to stray onto leg stump, I'd be happier from his point of view if he were to go over the wicket to the left-handers, but he knows what he wants to do, and he's making a terrific start to his first team career. And having made 19 not out with the bat, he's now bowling well as he comes in and bowls, but that strayed badly onto leg side. He's going to bring a wicket. Yes, the catch is taken on the square leg boundary. Well, I can't remotely call it a good delivery, and I'm a fan of Jamal Richards, as he may have gathered, but it was actually a bit of a half volley outside leg stump, and I'm afraid that is a very disappointing way for Alex Blake to depart, as he's lifted it straight into backward square leg's hands. And that really now does put the cat among the pigeons, because with Denley gone, I think a lot probably did depend on Blake at least making a 50 here. He's well capable of it. Instead, he's gone for 8, and they'll be annoyed at getting out to a ball that, if he left it, it would have been a wide. It's as simple as that. It was pitching outside leg stump and going further down leg side. It would have been a wide if he'd left it. And that really is an unfortunate way to get out. Aaron Beard with the catch. I shall now, once we've got Matt back on microphone, make way for Glenn Speller. Thanks, Matt.
Well, I was joking about doing updates and getting wickets, but I managed to get another one during the update that time for BBC Radio Kent, and I'm afraid 110 for 4. For Kent listeners, that is doom and gloom, but for Essex, they must think they're closing in on victory now. The Duckworth-Lewis, the par score, as I was trying to explain to our radio listeners there, Kent were already 45 behind that. It's now 178, so at this stage, Kent are 68 on the Duckworth-Lewis reckoning behind Essex. They are miles and miles behind. They've lost their biggest hitting batsman, and now Harry Finch comes in, having been plucked from Kent seconds, and I think he played for Derbyshire seconds as well a few weeks ago. Again, coming to the rescue of Kent in terms of injuries to batsmen, but right now he has to do something extraordinary with Ben Compton to try and get them out of this hole, or else Essex are going to prove what they've threatened with some fantastic bowling. I have to say, the batting was decent. I thought Wesley and Rollison were great. A lovely 40 odd from 20 odd balls from Shane Snater, but they've bowled superbly well here. Haven't given Kent anything to play with. And as Richards comes in for his last ball of the over to Harry Finch, 110 for 4, they are heavy favourites to win now. I'm not sure what we go for win percentage, but I think it must be up around 80, if not more now. For Essex Eagles, Kent Spitfires, 110 for 4, still need 222 to win off the remaining 28 overs. That's a big ask. Congratulations to Essex on the effort so far. Glenn Speller.
Yeah, it's been a good comeback, hasn't it, as well, by Essex. Evening to Kevin, who's sitting in the evening sun in his garden in sunny Suffolk, enjoying the commentary with a glass of Malbec. Great to hear about young up-and-coming Essex cricketers, he says, like Jamal Richards. Also interested in your conversations about the 100. You can't have T20 and the 100. He says it's anathema. It devalues the 50-over competition and is purely a product of greed by the ECB, according to Kevin, a former Chelmsford boy, now enjoying retirement in the Suffolk countryside. He said, yes, it did promote women's cricket, which is good, but it could have been promoted just by the T20 game as well. His Beard starting another over from the river end, running away from us, has it driven back at him for no run, 110 for 4. Various other comments made by Kevin as well about the management, shall we say, of the ECB. Michael on the emails says, haven't tuned into any of the 100 matches and wonder if I ought to feel guilty, as it's allegedly the cash cow propping up or supporting the game. Just wonder if you detect the same mood of defiance at Chelmsford, as Nick Gledhill said recently, the test form of the one-day game on exhibition. Here's Beard down the leg side. That'll be signalled as a wide. Thanks to Mike in North London for his thoughts there as well. And John on the mobile scoreboard we were talking about earlier said, did any other counties have a mobile scoreboard similar to the Essex one for use at their outground, says John, who's in Mentmore in Buckinghamshire. I'm sure they probably did, depending on the size of outground you played on, I guess, as to what sort of, whether you needed one of those big scoreboards or whether they already had it or not. Here's Beard. This is the 23rd over, in and bowling to Compton, who's got 36 from 57 deliveries and is going to have to up his scoring rate as the set batsman here, Matt. He's going to have to up his scoring rate, Compton, and try and take a bit of a lead here.
Yeah, it's, I have to say, asking a lot of Ben Compton, who's not a swashbuckling batter by nature, really. he should be the anchor to which the attacking batters pivot off, if you like. But he's going to have to get himself above his strike rate of 62.5 so far. If Kent are going to win this, he's going to have to accelerate. Finch is going to have to go pretty well here. Joey Everson, as I said, already has a century in this competition this summer.
Beard in. Played behind square on the offside. They'll come through for one as it goes down to third. They think about the second. It's not there. Good piece of fielding again by Richards. There wasn't one for the throw there. 113 for 4.
But Harry Finch comes out of playing some second 11 cricket, and then we're looking back to where are we? His last List A fixture was August last year for Kent, when Kent had a number of absences from the 100.
This next one is driven back and stopped on his follow through by Beard for no run.
He was part of what were called the Spitfires as well, when Kent had COVID problems and they signed, I think, 4 players from Scotland. Harry Finch is not from Scotland, we have to say, but that's what they became colloquially named as. But George Munsey, of course, being one of those Scottish players, but he's not played a lot of first-team cricket in the last few years, Harry Finch, in the last 2-3 years. So, as I said, it's asking a lot of him and Ben Compton to accelerate from here.
This next one is full outside off stump, and Compton can't do anything with that other than drag up a huge puff of dust as his bat hits the ground, and Beard again does the fielding on his follow-through. George Munsey, who's made a really good name for himself in franchise cricket and has got a good life going around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's playing for Kent. I mean, you could tell the talent he had there. For he's really efficient, big hitting on occasions as well. Big-shouldered Scot. Yeah, enjoyed watching him.
Beard finishing off this over, the 23rd of the Kent innings, is in, cut away by Compton, but picking out Das, who's done so well in that point position. A bit closer in this time, and there is no run. Good over that from Beard, 113 for 4. The target is 332, but that little rash of wickets has really pushed Kent back.
Yeah, just 3 off the over as well. I mean, you appreciate that Harry Finch is probably going to have to play himself in here if he's going to play a long innings, but he doesn't have long. Is the other thing to that? He's going to, well, they're going to have to. Where it's already. I'll get my words out in a second. It's already 8 and over required, and they're going at less than 4.9. So really is a tall order at this point. As Richards bowls to Finch, squares him up a little bit, but diverts it to point. And there is no run. Did
you mention the closer play, the England Lions South Africa? Had you mentioned that at all?
I hadn't actually. They made a lot of runs, didn't they?
Yeah, so South Africa 433 all out. This is the penultimate day. Final day is tomorrow at Canterbury. The England Lions then made 672 all out, and South Africa in reply 59 for 3. They're still 180 runs behind. 2 wickets for Ollie Robinson and 1 for Craig Overton.
As Richards now bowls to Finch, trying to get forward, but gets in his crease by Richards. Good length delivery, and throws Cushy Fields at mid wicket. Yeah, runs for Kent and Essex bats today.
Yeah, as Dan Lawrence made 97 from 97 balls, we were mentioning earlier on, but had that injury, and just because of the way England have gone at the start of the summer, it's just sort of slipped quietly out of the picture, but goodly he's there with the Lions, so still very much in the thought to the England selectors.
So Richards bowls to Finch. It's the onside. I was saying how well Harry Brooks played all season and in all forms and every opportunity he's had, but there isn't a place, is there, in the England Test middle order at the moment? If you're not an opener, it appears to be the only way in at the moment, if there is a way indeed, as they persist, of course, with Zach Crawley, who's not had a great summer. They like something about him, so very tough to get into that top 6. But yeah, Harry Brook and Ben Duckett both got centuries. Sam Billings, Kent captain, got 92 from 96. Himself. Richards bowling to Finch, takes this one on. It's a pull out towards Snater on the leg side, but still it's only 1 off the first 4 balls. And at the moment, this Kent reply is withering on the vine under concerted pressure from Essex. have to say, Jamal Richards looks a bit of a prospect, doesn't
Yeah,
he? 18
yeah,
and already looks like, I went to the finished product, but he's a pretty good cricketer.
He's got that sort of look of an all-action cricketer. He'll be involved in everything: fielding, batting, bowling.
Round the wicket to Compton, takes this one on, pulls it. One bounce out to the mid-wicket boundary, and that'll be just a single. It's not enough for Kent at this point. As I said, there's an amount of where you understand that Finch has to play himself in, but as you pointed out, Glenn, Compton's been out there for 61 deliveries now for 37. He now has a big responsibility to put his foot down.
I mean, it's all right if he's got players playing around him who can come in and put bat to ball. He can sort of anchor the innings, see them through. But when you're chasing a target this size, he's really got to up his strike rate.
It's Richards bowls to Finch, defending that one back at the bowler. And there is no run. End of another very good over from Jamal Richards. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. Essex on top by any measure you would like to put on this match at this point. They're even ahead on alphabetical order. 115 for 4. Against Spitfires.
'Twas ever thus.
332.
No, you're up against
I'm trying to think any other measure you might like to look at. I mean, I suppose a Spitfire might fly faster than an eagle, but I'm really reaching to metaphorical stakes for that. Essex are ahead by an absolute country mile here at Chelmsford.
The batting to come for Kent: Joey Everson, Hamid Kadri, Nathan Gilchrist, Matthew Quinn and Navdeep Sani as bid. He's in and bowling to Compton. Compton drives quite nicely, but he's only going to get the single here.
And I would say certainly Gilchrist and Kadri have proved themselves to be very competent lower order batters, but when you need now 8.5 and over, someone's going to have to go. So it's going to have to be Compton or Finch or Everson at this point. So Kent are running out of options, running out of resources, and Essex are bowling very well. It's hard to see where it's going to come from.
So Beard comes out of the shade and into the sunlit strip and bowls, and pushed out to the offside by Finch, and there's no run again. And dot balls are not going to do it for Kent. Someone, I mean, there's plenty of time left. We're only in the 25th over, so we're only just approaching the midway point of the Kent innings, but someone is going to have to try to find a way of getting the ball away.
Yeah, have to keep themselves in this somehow. I mean, if they need 10 and over from the last 10, fair enough. But at this point, they're very much in danger of getting to that point way too early.
This next one from Beard has Finch on the drive. It's fumbled by Rolofson behind the stumps, but it didn't take an edge. And Finch just inspects the bottom of his bat because it brought up a huge puff of dust at that batter's end.
If there's any hope for Kent, it's what Glamorgan did to them at Cardiff, which doesn't immediately put Kent fans in optimism. But Colin Ingram with a century. I think they were 117 for 5, chasing over 300, Glamorgan, and still completed it. So it is possible, but not likely, I'd say.
Here's Beard. Slower delivery, a bit more loop to it as well. And pushed out defensively again to the offside for no run. Very quiet around the ground. People just enjoying the evening sunshine. And probably quite pleased as well that the blazing sun has just dipped below the tree line away to our right hand side, so making it a lot more comfortable experience to watch their cricket. Credit to those who've come out today, because it's a really, really good sized crowd for a Thursday. Here's Beard into Finch. Finch pushing out to extra cover where there is no run.
I'd also add the proviso that I don't think, and no disrespect to the remaining Kent batters, but none of them are Colin Ingram. And but one of them is going to have to behave like they are at this point. Apart from that, though, it's a very even game at this point.
Well, quite. Well, Essex needed to win, and well, they need to win. They haven't won yet.
Absolutely.
And there's nothing to say this game can't be turned on its head with 3 or 4 good overs from Kent. Here's Beard again. Right arm over into Finch. Finch goes down on one knee, drives out down to third. They come through for 1, but Jamal Richards has already shown he's got a very good arm on him as well. And he prevents the second, so that's the halfway point of the Kent Spitfires innings. They are 117 for 4, chasing 332, so another 215 runs required in 25 overs, and everyone stops for a drink, apart from us.
Yeah, indeed, we have to keep talking. It's a very, very difficult job, I think.
I don't think I will, but you seem to be bearing up wonderfully well. The last thing I want to do is send you back over the bridge with any kind of illness.
Now I'm a little bit worried, to say the very least.
You look very well, so...
Yeah, at this point, yes. Thank you very much for that. Maybe I'll boil the next cup. Is that the idea you're talking about?
I don't know, but...
I mean, by and large, I mean, I'm not just saying this, that water that comes out of the taps in the UK is drinkable, isn't it? It's one of the things that we do, so... You'd have to be very unlucky. I'd have to be very unlucky, I'm hoping.
Seriously, this ridiculous thing that my mother used to tell me: don't drink water out of the bath taps.
Oh,
taps
okay.
Upstairs. I didn't really understand it. So I always thought surely it comes from the same source. Does it?
That's why. Is that why we don't have mixer taps? That's right, because water that comes out of a water tank, the hot water tank, isn't necessarily drinkable.
Right, fine,
but the cold water should always be drinkable.
Right. Okay. Good.
That was certainly was the case.
We didn't have mixer taps, as you can well imagine. So but she always said,
don't
drink the water from the bath. She said, not the bath water, because I was never going to drink that. But don't drink the water from the bath taps. She used to say.
I think that's probably the sense behind it. He said, "I'm starting psychosomatically starting to feel a little bit queasy, but
just forget I mentioned anything." Well, meantime, the players have had their water, and whatever else they may have had. These little energy sachets they have now as well, don't they?
The gels.
The gels,
yes. Those are disgusting.
Well, they sort of litter football pitches after games, don't they? Where there'll be a break in play and you'll see the physios toss on these little gel packs. They don't look very appetising.
No, not a fan of the texture, I have to say. Here's Richards floats a full toss into Finch, who was close to, was that a direct hit actually? It was indeed, and at the far end, of the non-striker's end, looked like Compton might have been outside his ground, for as Cushy threw at the non-striker's end anyway to come through an overthrow single, well worth a shy, as we could see, but Compton just got his back grounded.
Yeah, so they took the one for the fact the ball deflected off the stumps from the direct hit, so decent piece of fielding, but Kent managed to profit from it nevertheless.
Yeah, absolutely. And so he's just reaching for the bottled water in front of him rather than the tap he's just taken. This is Richards round the wicket to Compton. So that run off the face of the bat down to third. Again, it's a single. Going to have to start hitting some boundaries soon, Kent. Has it been a while, David, since the last Kent boundary? Or have I just forgotten one that happened about 10 minutes ago, or even 5 minutes ago?
Since the 14th over.
Since the 14th over. That is a long time. So it's 11 overs effectively, 11 and a bit overs without a boundary for Kent. Well, that tells its own story. That's how they got themselves here, and Essex have kept them absolutely pinned down. At the moment, looks like they're going to throttle the life out of this Kent innings. A single taken, a bit toe-endy from Finch. He moves on to 5 from 14. Compton has 39 from 63. And it's going to need something extraordinary for one of these Kent batters here, because Essex have this game in their hands at the moment. Richards around the wicket to Compton. Tries to push that past the fielder, doesn't manage it and covers, and there's no run.
It's almost like these two have decided, look, we'll just take what we can and get us to a stage where we'll then decide that we will go on the attack, because all Compton's trying to do is drop and run. He's literally just trying to drop it in the offside and take the single, and that doesn't quite cut it. So he's not taking risks, which you feel in turn means that they've obviously had some instructions from the coaching staff as well. Look, get us this far, and with wickets in hand, we can give it a crack.
Just keep us in the game if we can. But Richards to Compton, flicks that uppishly into the onside, but safe. Fielder comes in from the boundary and they take a 1. It's just 4 from the over. And as you pointed out, we're an awfully long way out here as well, so I guess They're hoping perhaps the Essex bowlers will tire as well. They'll have opportunities later in the innings, at least to keep themselves in with the vague chance of winning it rather than losing any more wickets at this point. Compton has 40 from 65, Finch has 5 from 14, and faces now, drops that into the offside, no run. Again, it's a good delivery from Richards, end of the over, just 4 off it. He has 1 for 19 off 5 now. Great bowling by the 18-year-old. Kent Spitfires 121 for 4 here on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Kent with Glenn Speller and Matt Cole at the moment. A warm welcome wherever you're listening.
Just take a look at what's going on elsewhere. In the 100, the Oval Invincibles men beat the Northern Superchargers by 3 wickets earlier on today with 3 balls to spare, and the 100 women are underway. Again, it's the Oval Invincibles against Northern Superchargers. You get the way it works. And the Superchargers are 121 for 4 from 92 deliveries at the moment.
It's a double header. Adam Lyde hitting 8 sixes.
Yes.
I know, for the Northern Superchargers. Is that something we're used to?
Here is Beard around the wicket into Compton. Compton driving, but he'll hit the man out on the cover boundary. And again, it will just be the single, 122 for 4. Yes, he always struck me as a sort of archetypal opening 4-day batter.
Yeah,
Adam Lyde,
absolutely.
Seems to have transformed himself into a master blaster.
Amazing what the 100 will do. It has magical powers, apparently. Jordan Cox, by the way, kept wicket for the Oval Invincibles and got 48 from 29 balls with 8 fours. So there we go. The token Kent player in the Oval Invincibles get.
This next one from Beard into Finch. Oh, Finch is cutting in the air, and it goes down to 3rd, and they pick up the single. Das at backward point was interested momentarily, but it was well out of his reach. 123 for 4 in the 27th over. Yes, I'm sure much fun is being had by all at the Oval, where it's no doubt a sellout.
Alice Davidson-Richards of Kent is batting for the Superchargers at the moment. So we can now boast her as a commentary colleague as well, although she's very selfishly been taking games off when she's playing for England, which I think is a bit much.
Where are her priorities? Here's Beard into Compton. Compton on the pull, again down to long leg, although Snater gives Jamal Richards a race for the ball. Richards wins it, and it's just another single. 124 for 4.
We have had words about that, Alice and I, but I did actually concede that it was a reasonable excuse,
yes.
Making a test debut.
Presumably she gives you written notice of that.
She did actually. Let us know.
But just via email. I can't do Saturday's game. I've been picked to play for England.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good enough excuse. This next one from Beard has Finch covering up on the back foot. There's no run there. Compton was halfway down the pitch and is sent back. And not frustrated cries from a few in the crowd away to our left-hand side, but maybe a little bit of shuffling in the seats as to why Kent aren't going after this, but they've set out their stall. They want wickets in hand, and there's really a target to get to by a certain point, and that's when they decide, yes, we'll go for it. Beard is in again. Short, pulled away this time, and wide of mid-wicket, and they do pick up 4 runs, and that was a sit-up and hit me. 128 for 4, and Finch goes to 10.
Yeah, lovely shot from Harry Finch. Just lastly on Alice Davidson-Richards, she did score 100 for England in that test match. So I suppose it's almost like she had a bit of an excuse.
She vindicated.
Vindicated. If she turned up and got a scrappy 13 or something like that, then probably would have raised eyebrows and asked her whether it was actually worth it. But I suppose you have to be fair about these things.
Right, a real drag down from Beard. Previous ball. This is Fuller, and it's pushed into the offside for no run. So Beard very quickly puts things right. End of the over. 27 gone now, and Kent, chasing 332, are 128 for 4. 10 to Finch, and 42 from 67 deliveries for Ben Compton.
That's the required rate, rises to 8.9, or if you prefer, 204 to win from 23 overs. As I like to say at these times, that's a lot of runs.
It is.
204, isn't it? It is when you've got 6 wickets remaining. So they have to pull something out here, Kent. But no sign this bowling is any less accurate than it started off. Jamie Porter really set the tone, didn't he, at the top, and bowled 8 overs in the end, and took 2 wickets, took Mayeye and Robinson and important times. Miei starting to get some fluency, Robinson as well. Denley then went, and Blake, as the ball flicked into the onside by Ben Compton, he takes himself a single. And let's see, it's coming up to 8 o'clock, so a couple more balls and they'll make way for Paul Newton to, or I would.
He's not here.
He'll be gliding in any second now. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
no, he's very good. He's very good.
No, I meant it seriously.
He's next door. I can see him.
So, oh, Snater comes into bowl. He's just been announced. He has already bowled one delivery. I think the field was still being changed. Well, certainly Harry Finch wasn't settled, so he will just do that now. And I'm craning around to find the clock. Here's Snater to Finch then. Pass to him now. Finch has to defend that one. It's a good ball from Snater once again. It's a dot ball, that one. Kent still looking for the partnership that will take them anywhere near the 3-3-2 they need to win. Being shined by Tom Wesley for Snater. Turns out the top of his mark. As Finch prepares, bowls now. Finch driving straight back at the bowler, and that's no run. 3 balls gone of the 28th over. 43 Compton, 10 Finch. Kent Spitfires 129 for 4. Still need another 203 to win. I'll leave you with Glenn Speller and Paul Newton to follow.
Thank you, Matt. Cole off to tell the BBC Essex, the BBC Radio Kent listeners all about what's going on here. It's been an up and down day for both sets of supporters, really, as Snater running in towards us from the Hayes close end comes in, and it's pushed out to the offside by Finch, and he knows there's not a run there, so he has to figure out another way of getting the required runs that Kent are going to require here, because they hit a 4 in Beard's previous over, but just getting the ball away either side of fielders in the inner ring at the moment seems to be a problem. Just picking up 6 singles and over hasn't been possible for them. As Snater turns and bowls to Finch, who works it into the onside and picks out Jamal Richards at mid and wicket, and there is no run once again. Surely Paul Newton, these batters have got to be good enough just to get 6 and over, haven't they?
Well, yes. I mean, I'm a little bit disappointed here, because as much as, you know, I like to see Essex win, but I also like to see a close finish, and Kent, for me, have let this one, for the moment anyway, get right away from them.
This next one from Snater has Finch playing from the crease and stopped an extra cover. There's no run. Good over from Shane Snater once again. 129 for 4, just the 1 run from it.
Yes, and it's one of many good overs that we've seen, and I don't want to detract from the merit of the Essex bowling, but I don't think once Robinson in particular went, and then Denley, there seems to have been a lack of will on anyone else's part to go after the bowling. And let's face it, there's not a lot more to lose than you're going to lose anyway if, you know, you're about 100 runs off come the finish. Compton's got 43 off 68. He's played well, but in a sort of fairly defensive innings, and Finch been particularly slow, actually, 10 from 24. And I'm sure the Kent tactic in theory was that if Compton was a sheet anchor, that others would bat around him and get a move on with it. And I've seen Finch when he has looked effective, but so far, as we're about to see Luke Benkenstein come into the attack from the River End, so far he just hasn't got going. And so Kent now with Duckworth Lewis having 193 by the end of this over as the requirement for Kent, and they're 129 for 4. And it's not often you see a side who are that far behind on Duckworth Lewis come back and win the game, and it needs a good old Darren Stevens innings with a long handle here. 6 sixes and 8 balls, something like that. As here, Benkenstein gets a hand down to a ball of fullish length and just a single. Results, and that takes Compton to 44, brings Finch on to strike, 130 for 4, still another 202 needed.
It's if you're a Kent supporter and member, it's a long, long way to go. And it does seem like they're going to take it a run at a time at the moment, but if they do it that way, they're going to run out of time.
29th over being bowled. Benkenstein bowls, and that is played out to long off, but it'll only be a single. 131 for 4. To be fair, Kent deprived Essex of boundary scoring. You know, at one stage there'd only been 2 boundaries in the Essex innings in the space of 11 overs, but Essex have gone rather further than that here, I think. Boundaries have become completely a thing of the past as far as the last sort of goodness knows how many overs have been. And next ball is played out to square leg, and they get a single. 132 for 4, with Compton on 45 off 70 and Finch into strike 11 off 25. He, for me, has really got to spread his wings now, and he has. He's hit it in the air. It's going to bounce in front of long off, and they will get just the single there, taking the score to 133 4 and Finch along to 12.
Yeah, lucky for him, he didn't quite get hold of that, and as a result it didn't reach long off. But again, look at this, there are runs out there, but there's nothing on the boundaries. Essex have got a real in-out field actually, haven't they?
They have. Next delivery from Benkenstein will go for a single to mid-wicket, and 134 for 4. Luke Benkenstein, who is the son of coach nowadays, Dale Benkenstein, who used to play for Zimbabwe. And Benkenstein is in bowls, and that's a wide. Outside off stump, 135 for 4. Up to that point, we'd had just a single off every ball of this over. Here is what should be the last ball of the over, and it's quite nicely flighted. And play and a miss outside off stump. Smart work with the gloves from Rolison, but batsman hadn't left his ground, and so at the end of that, 135 for 4 in 29 overs. Target 332, so another 197 needed, with Compton on a painstaking 46 and Finch on an innings that simply hasn't really taken off so far. He's on 12 off virtually double that number of deliveries, off 27 in fact.
It's too slow from Kent, and I was mentioning earlier there's clearly been a conversation about we'll get to this point and that's when we'll decide to have a go, but you lose a couple of wickets and the game's over. Snater in and bowling to Compton. Compton comes down the wicket, works that into the onside. They come through for, yes, you guessed it, a single. 136 for 4.
Yes, it's hard to criticise Compton, who's still there while 4 other people have got out. But on another hand, he's not analytically really doing Kent many favours here, because he's blocking one end off. But the trouble is there aren't runs coming from the other end either.
No, you play like that, you play around somebody, don't you? Snater over the wicket this time to the right-handed Finch, who comes down the wicket and lofts that straight into the hands of mid-on. I can see what he was trying to do, because mid-on was up and he was just trying to dink it over him, but he's got it far too high up the bat. He departs for 12 and Kent are 136 for 5, and that's all Essex really had to do. If Kent are looking to nudge and nurdle, just wait till they make a mistake.
Yeah, Josh Reimel with the catch at mid-on, and I don't like to be boastful, but I think even I might have managed to hang on to that one. No great fieldsman, that's to be sure, but it was just lobbed up in the air. And it's as a catch, you'd sort of say, well, you got lucky there. You know, anyone would have caught that. 136 for 5, and really things have gone from bad to worse from Kent. I mean, at one point when Denley came to the crease, I've seen him, you know, be in terrific form, and he can, you know, destroy an attack, end a game. But I guess he had one life when he was dropped by Snater, but I'm not sure he got another run after that. Actually, he was immediately caught. Good catch at extra cover by Feroz Kushi. And I suppose it's true to say that both these sides have got a rather long tail. I sort of said, without wishing to be unkind, that the Essex tale effectively began at 5 after that great partnership, and Kent look a little bit similar here.
Just looking at what's going on elsewhere, seeing some pictures from the 100 currently being played at the Oval, where it's not full, and there's news from Somerset County Cricket Club that their Royal London Cup game against Middlesex on Sunday is a sellout. Well done everyone down there at Taunton promoting the game and getting themselves a sellout there. So Joey Everson is the new man in for Kent. They require another 196 runs for victory. Snater is in, and that won't exactly improve Kent's hopes, because Everson's played and missed outside off stump.
Yes, I mean, it does rather show, doesn't it, that after all the hype about the 100, you know, Essex have had 2 thoroughly good crowds without quite being sellouts for their 2 home games in this competition. Obviously the weather helps, but then again, so it should help with the 100. And well done to Somerset for selling out down there, because they really haven't been having a great season.
This next one from Snater has Everson driving, gets a big thick outside edge all the way along the ground, and it goes down to 3rd, and they pick up a single, 137 for 5.
Well, I mean, I was talking earlier about disconnects in the ECB's thinking. Now, about 2015, they suddenly announced that the 50 over game, the ODIs, was going to be the big target. And in fairness, England delivered, you know, and won it. But almost before the shine had gone off the ball that was used for that match, if it hadn't already gone off, they completely abandoned 50 over cricket, really.
Snater around the wicket to the left-handed Compton. He's not going to change his approach, works it into the onside for 1, 138 for 5. Compton goes to 49 from 74 deliveries.
And Glenn, I mean, if Strauss were to have any chance of fulfilling his sort of manifesto speech that, you know, England will produce the best side in the world in all 3 forms within 5 years, how's he going to do that in 50 over cricket, you know, when it's set against the 100 and hardly any of the England players will be appearing in it?
Here's Snater over the wicket in to Everson, who drives and mistimes it, goes into the onside rather than the offside, picked up by mid-on. End of the over, a successful one for Shane Snater, 1 for 27 from his 5 overs now, and Kent to 138 for 5.
It's having a good game, Shane Snater. It was his 41 that just picked up the Essex innings after it had faltered badly from 217 for 3 to 250 for 6. He came in and got 41 at very nearly 2 runs a ball. And he made a brilliant attempt to take a catch that he couldn't quite reach, and then in the same over actually took a brilliant catch to get rid of Ollie Robinson. He then did put down a much easier chance off Joe Denley, but Denley was out immediately afterwards, so it wasn't a matter, and he's actually bowled pretty well today as well. So Benkenstein to continue from the river end, bowls, and down the pitch had come Compton. I think that one probably would have turned away down leg side, so there was no real appeal. It took the batsman on the pad and rolled out to short extra, and there is no run. Josh Rymel fielding there. As the next ball is a little bit too short from Benkenstein. It's played away down to long on, but they're only going to get a single from it, and that takes the score to 139 for 5.
Here's a tweet from Dino, who says, "I'm not sure what the Kent batting tactics are, but it works for me." I think it works for Essex as well.
Yes. And Everson taking guard. He'll be facing Benkenstein for the first time. That was a single to Compton to take him along to within 1 of a 50, but it's taken him rather too long to virtually get there. 49 of 75 deliveries. And Benkenstein, the number 99 on his back, is in. This is a full toss, and it's whacked away past mid-on and away to the long-on boundary. That was a loose delivery from Benkenstein. A rare boundary, and score to 143 for 5. Just ask David Jackman what over the previous boundary came in.
Well, it's the 4th boundary since the 14th over.
Yes, so 4th boundary since the 14th over.
So 4 in 16 overs they've hit.
Yeah, not enough. As Benkenstein bowls again. That's a better ball. It's back cut and will produce at least a single. They're going to come back for the second. Everson will have to hurry. Throw comes in. Peel for a run out and out. Great throw from Snater in the distance. He really does distinguish himself out on the boundaries because he's very fast over the ground and he's got a very strong arm. And they didn't quite go immediately for the second run. There was a sort of slight look up and he's only just out there, but that sort of glance up and the hesitation has made the difference between just being in and in the event just being out. Superb work from Snater again, but normally you have to be very cautious in a game like this in thinking that one side is necessarily as good as over the finishing line, but there's going to be some very, very spectacular hitting from Kent's last few batsmen if they're to get anywhere near 332 here. They're 143 for 6, where Duckworth Lewis is saying they should be 220 by the end of the over.
Well, as I say, as Dino tweeted, I'm not sure what the Kent tactics were, but it works for him. But they've just left themselves too much to do, and it's just struck me as very, very odd. But okay, you don't just want to go out and thrash and subside, but there's been no urgency to even knock 6 singles and over or anything like that, and that's credit to the Essex bowling clearly. But you know, there's singles out there all over the place. You've just got to be a little bit cute with your placement, and yeah, the tactics are strange.
Yeah. I mean, we know that it would have been a different story if Robinson, who played very well actually and was brilliantly caught by Snater, if the umpires had ruled that it wasn't a clean catch, he was going well, and we know that Denley, if he'd survived, by now would probably have 70 or 80 to his name, but sadly Kent seemed, amongst the rest of the batsmen, to lack the will to put pressure on the bowlers. And Essex have bowled very well, but they're not a great bowling side, as the other results would indicate, as they get a single here, and another throw hits the stumps. A brilliant bit of backing up by Benkenstein there. He did wonderfully well to follow that up and stop it going. And there was another fieldsman who wouldn't have gone for 4 overthrows, but he did very well. 144 for 6, I should say. But yeah, you know, you've got to put pressure on the bowlers.
Well, Kadri turned after he hit the stumps to go for a second run. He just wasn't alive to anything, and Compton sent him back.
Benkenstein, and the sun has disappeared now. And it almost feels as if someone switched the light off, even though we do have these very good floodlights at the county ground here now. Came in a couple of years ago and they were needed because the others have got a bit dingy. And this next delivery is played by Compton for his 50th run to mid-wicket, and there's a sort of lukewarm reception for it, and 140. Well, the board's gone back up on my screen here. It said 144 a moment ago. It's gone back to 143 for 5. I'm sure. What does David make it at the moment?
46.
Yeah, 146 for 5, and I think that's what it should be. So you'd have to say lukewarm applause for the 50, and I have to say I wouldn't be clapping my hands sore either, not because I want to be unsportsmanlike, but he's gone so slowly that he's cost Kent any momentum really.
So that was the end of the over then, and Kent struggling, 144 for 6, and at the moment it's going to be a very, very heavy defeat for them unless they start putting back to ball. Here's Snater, round the wicket, in and bowling to Compton, works that up to mid-on, sprints through for the single. They should have been showing this urgency about 10 overs ago, and the score moves on to 147 for 6, beg your pardon.
Yeah, and 76 balls for his 50. Now in the county championship you'd say, well played mate, and we've seen him do just that here at Chelmsford earlier in the season. We did say well played mate, but at 50 over cricket you can't go that slowly, and only 2 fours when boundaries were needed. Of course, I do remember in one of the early World Cups that Sonny Gavaskar, I think he opened, I think it was 39 not out in a 60 over innings.
Yeah, that's a famous story, isn't it?
Yeah.
How the game has moved on. Snater then. Right arm over from the Hayes close end. In, bowled to Kadri, bowled him. Kadri pinned on the crease line. Might be a smidgen of movement, but not all that much, and it didn't take a lot to get through his defences. 147 for 7, and this game's going to be over very, very quickly, I think now.
Well, you'd think so, because there's not a lot of reason for Kent to hang on. Certainly I can see Compton just batting the same way that he has done, the trouble is he's played it as though it's a county championship match, and actually I thought he batted an awful lot better when he got 100 down here, if I remember rightly. He was very, very good indeed. It's not that I want to run him down, but I think Kent supporters would be the first to say that he just hasn't sort of picked up the necessary mood of the target for Kent here, and so he remains on 51, and Essex are just having a sort of evening where absolutely everything is going their way, and Shane Snater, who has taken one absolutely brilliant catch. It was a wonderful piece of fielding and throw that brought about a run out for him. He got 41 very good runs, the fastest innings of the day. I mean, how Kent could have done with someone to come off the way he did, 41 off 22 deliveries. It's been, you know, arguably he's got to be in the. I think Wesley will be voted man of the match, and I wouldn't argue with that, but you'd have to include Snater in, you know, your subtitles.
Well, Nathan Gilchrist is the new man in. He's had a long conversation with Ben Compton. I can't really think what that conversation is about, other than the fact that, look, we need another 185 runs. We've got 18 and a bit overs to do it in. That's over 10 and over. Just have a swing.
Yes. Yes. Reminds me, we'll come back to that after this ball.
Right, Snater's ready. He's got now 2 in the match, 2 for 28. He's in and bowling to Gilchrist, who plays and misses.
Well, the Edinburgh Festival is currently underway, and I had the great pleasure of doing shows on the Fringe for 4 years back in my university days, or soon afterwards, and I was inspired by the show Beyond the Fringe with Peter Cook, Dudley Moore, etc., Alan Bennett and Jonathan Miller. There was a wonderful line in it where Peter Cook says to Jonathan Miller, "We need someone to make a pointless gesture, Perkins." And this is what you feel someone needs to say to Ben Compton.
Here's Snater into Gilchrist, who plays back to the bowler. Crowd catch, and 147 for 7 is the score.
Well, we know that hearing Matt Cole say earlier that Gilchrist is a very reasonable batsman, very decent batsman, and I think if he plays himself in, we might see 1 or 2 fireworks. But the trouble is, you need the batsman at both ends to be regularly hitting boundaries at this stage.
Let's see what Gilchrist does this time as Snater comes into him. Oh dear, big outside edge, he's gone. He just got squared up on the crease line, and he's got the outside edge, big outside edge actually, clearing from the commentary box here, and Snater has a third, and Kent a 147 for 8.
Well, you have to hand it to Shane Snater. He bowled an over that went all round the park. Penultimate over at Northampton on Sunday, with only 3 wickets left, needing 25 off 2, and Snater bowled the first of those 2, and it went for 23 and cost Essex the game. He couldn't have done much more to make up for that today. 41 with the bat, brilliant catch, splendid run out, and 3 wickets and power to add.
Yeah, he's had a quite exciting time to feel. It was one fantastic effort as well to take a diving catch, wasn't there? Well, not longer before he took it out, where he did take a spectacular catch. So he's been involved in virtually everything, and it really was his 41 which just got some momentum into that tail end of that Essex innings when they looked to be subsiding to below something around the 300 mark, but they got themselves up to 331. As it's turned out, even 300, 280 would be well beyond Kent on this evidence, because they've just been that bad with the bat.
Well, they haven't. The strange thing is, although it's not been a great season for Kent, but they've often got quite a lot of runs, even, you know, in either drawn matches in the Championship or in one-day cricket. It's not normally the batting, to my eye anyway, just glancing at scores elsewhere from my point of view, but I've seen them score quite a lot of runs, and I expected them to get over 300 here.
The former Essex man Matt Quinn is the new batter. Snater's bowling to him down the leg side. It's flicked something. There's an appeal for a catch. They'll turn round and see. Billy Taylor has got his arms outstretched, and that is a wide. Matt Quinn, who's sporting black gloves to go with his black pads.
Yes, I was saying earlier today, he did Essex a great favour when he came in for the last game of the season at the Oval in 2018, and Morley Morkel hit him on the helmet. Essex were 9 down, but he got back up, wasn't ruled out for concussion, and got Essex over the finishing line.
Snater's into him once again. Big shout for LBW. That's surely out. Squared up right in front of the stumps. Quinn has a little look back at the umpire and stands his ground, so whether he feels he might have got an inside edge, but from up here there was nothing we could sort of hear. Snater's taken 3 wickets in and over. Kent a 148 for 9, and we're going to get an early night.
Yep, no, you're right. It's hard to see this going on for a great deal longer. And that kept low, to be fair to Gilchrist. There was just a slight suspicion in my way of looking at it that might just possibly have missed leg stump, but Billy Taylor's Ian Blackwell's in a much better position than me to judge, and he had no hesitation in raising the finger there, because if it wasn't going past leg stump, it was most definitely out, because Matt Quinn's a big tall man, and it literally was going to hit the stumps about 2 inches up. It kept low.
Yeah, he was squared up on the crease, and that was out. And nice and simple for Essex. They're getting through the job nice and quickly at the end of it. Ben Compton is probably going to carry his bat through the Kent innings for 51 from 77 deliveries as it stands. He is now on strike, and with 1 wicket to go, you're kind of thinking he might as well just play for his average. Not to say that he might not have been in the first place.
And he's joined by Navdeep Saini, who bowled 2 consecutive beamers earlier on, and that means you can't bowl anymore. So he's not had the best of days. But it's going to be interesting to see if Compton has a real go at Benkenstein. I'd be surprised if he does, actually, but we'll see. Benkenstein, up a 3 pace run up, bowls to him, and he's hit this ball back to the bowler. And score remaining 148 for 9. Snater with the excellent figures of 6 overs, 4 for 29. Benkenstein in again, bowls, and balls again hit back to the bowler.
But there was more intent there from Compton, wasn't there?
Yeah, but I'm not sure it was a good thing, because at the end of it, he couldn't time it, and it just went rather tamely back to the bowler. I know what you mean, because he did aim to play an aggressive shot. Benkenstein bowls again, and he's hit this for a single down to Tom Wesley at mid-off. 149 for 9, and it looks as though Essex could well win this game by 160, 170, unless the last wicket really puts on a few. 331 were Essex, all out with 4 balls left of the final over. So Saini is just taking guard, has a peremptory glance at the field. I suspect if he connects at all, he's capable of hitting it some way, but he doesn't connect. He's taken on the pad and rolls out into the onside. 149 for 9.
Paul on Twitter says, selfish innings from Compton, playing for his average in my view. When people were clamouring for him at the start of the season to play for England, his scores were durable runs. It's not the style England play now.
And appeal for LBW, it was going to have beaten leg stump. Yeah, I have to agree with Paul there. You know, I'm afraid it does come across as being a little bit selfish. I was very impressed with him earlier in the season, but not today, I'm afraid. As Benkenstein is in and bowls to Saini, who defends, forward defensive, 149 for 9. And, you know, as I say, in county championship terms, it was a good defensive innings. That's the end of that over, the 33rd. But for me, he actually had the effect of putting more and more pressure on his colleagues at the other end. You know, at least if you rotate the strike, even if you never get much more than a single, as long as you're continually getting singles, and the field, you know, in these games is far flung enough to pick up a run virtually every ball, but he hasn't even really done that.
Right. Well, Shane Snater's going to continue. He's got 4 for 29 from 6 overs at the moment, so he's on for a 5-fer.
And the way his luck's gone today, he'll probably get it.
Yeah. Compton is the man on strike. 149 for 9. Snater is in. Bouncer, that'll be a wide, surely. Not given. But the one for the over, says Ian Blackwell.
Yes, I think in the 50 overs you can you're allowed 1. Although sometimes, you know, I think the one we saw earlier was actually going down leg side in the Essex innings, and that's why that was given and this one wasn't.
Essex needed to win to keep their hopes, they're slim, but their hopes alive of progressing further in the competition. Next one, Compton bullies it straight to mid-off and is out. And Snater has a fifer to complete a very eventful match for himself. It's very nicely snaffled at mid-off. The first time Ben Compton actually tries to play an aerial aggressive shot and he hits mid-off, so he won't carry his bat. He goes for 52 and Kent are all out for 149 and lose to Essex here by 182 runs.
Yeah, well, I think Tom Wesley was actually thinking of, maybe tactics. He's the captain, and I don't think he realised the ball was coming his way until quite late, but he suddenly thought, oh, okay then, snaffled the catch, and that, I'm afraid, I was hoping for a good close game, but Essex have won by a rather massive margin of 182 runs here, and it is disappointing that Kent folded as badly as they did, even if you're very much an Essex supporter, but you'd still like to have seen Kent put up a bit more of a fight than that, and I'm sure the Kent supporters feel a bit let down themselves. Certainly I would be, I mean, let's face it, we've seen Essex put in some in different performances at times, and you feel a bit let down. I know what it's like, and it's happened to Kent today. They've been beaten by a distance in racing terms. Essex 331 all out in 49.2. Kent 149 all out in 33. I've just lost the number of extra deliveries there were there in the 34th over. It's 2 or 3, I think. 2, 33.2. And Snater 5 for 29, I think.
Yeah.
So, well, it's been a great game for Snater. 41 with the bat off 22. Brilliant catch, very fine run out. Okay, he did drop one, but he almost took an even more amazing catch than the one he did take, and he's got 5 for 29.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic match in the end for Essex. They could have subsided in their innings. They lost a couple of early wickets, then Wesley and Rolifson repaired the damage with that fantastic third wicket stand, and then they're just in danger of petering out and tailing off after Wesley and Rolifson were out in quick succession. Wesley for that fantastic century, but then some late order hitting. Shane Snater, as Paul's mentioned, notably, and Jamal Richards again with a handy little contribution as well. Got them up to 331, and you were thinking, well, have Essex missed the boat? Are they 20 or 30 short? And as it turned out, they had a heck of a lot in hand.
Yeah, just give you the bowling figures in a minute. I'd have to say, if I were a Kent supporter, the only innings that I would give more than 6 out of 10, I'm afraid, on the day was Ollie Robinson. 31 off 28 balls, absolutely phenomenal catch to get rid of him, and slightly controversial. Did it carry, didn't it? Well, the umpire's given him out, but I could have envisaged, if he wasn't out then, going on to get, say, 100, and it wouldn't have taken him terribly long either. But when he went, the whole innings, it was like watching a really bad puncture and all the air going out of the tyre. Let me just give you the bowling figures. Beard, 6 overs, 1 for 30. Porter, 8 overs, 2 for 26, bowled really well. It was Snater's day, 6.2 overs, 5 for 29. Nijjar, 5 overs, none for 28. Richards, 5 overs, 1 for 19. Just to repeat, he's actually averaging 91 in the competition, batting at 9 or 10. So he's made a very good start to his young career, only 18 years of age. And Benkenstein, 3 overs for 15 runs. So Essex did bowl very well, but not as well, maybe, as Kent made them look.
Paul, thanks for your company today.
Thank you.
Thanks to Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent as well. So Essex are victorious here by 182 runs, and that keeps alive their hopes of going further in this competition, but they are still going to need some great form for the rest of the group games to keep themselves in with a chance of progressing. Next up for Essex, they're at home to Glamorgan here on Sunday. That's an 11 a.m. start. We'll have commentary of that for you on the BBC Sport website and the app. And Kent at home to Northamptonshire at Canterbury as well, also on the BBC Sport website.
Just one final point, Glenn. It'll have done Essex's run rate a lot of good, this victory today.
Well, everything they need needs to be positive. They need everything they can possibly get to help them if they're going to have any chance. Kent's still alive because they've got the one victory as well, but won't have helped them this evening, certainly, that heavy defeat. From myself, Glenn Sparrow, from Paul Newton and Matt Cole, a very good evening to you.
Of the pavilion, we've got the presentation for the Ambassador Cruise Line Player of the Match. No great surprise, is it? 41 off 22, 5 for 29, a worldie of a catch, a run out to boot. Guess who? It's Shane Slater! Now I'm going to invite Rebecca Jones and friends from Ambassador Cruise Line, if you'd like to step forward. And you can have your photo taken. Look, he's even got the Eagles shirt on. Can't be bad. Okay. All right, all done. Thank you, guys. Just with one with Rebecca. Excellent. Now, Whitehall Resources are our match ball sponsor this evening. So we're joined by Ricky Knight and his fan club. Guys, do you want to step forward? Excuse the shoes. That's all right. I won't look at the shoes much. Thankfully, the photo's all head and above. What are you doing? Get in the picture. You've got decent shoes on. So thanks to Ambassador Cruise Line and to Whitehall Resources for their sponsorship. Okay, Snates, that was some performance. Now, first up, I'm going to talk you into batting mode because you were action man through the course of this. When you came out, I mean, they'd set the score out, Tom Wester got that century. What was the feeling about what you needed to do to finish off with a reasonable score?
I think just try and crack on and just go out there and enjoy yourself, try and whack a few bombs. That's it, really.
You certainly whacked a few bombs. So at half-time, was that score acceptable? Did you think it was enough?
Yeah, I think so. I think we could have got a few more if a few of us stayed in towards the end, but I think we're happy with it walking off.
And then when you came out, now, before we talk wickets, we've got to talk that catch. You had a sighter, and then you took one of the best catches we've seen this season into the sun. What were you thinking when that ball was coming your way?
Yeah, just try and hang on to be honest.
The fact that you'd had that sighter, did that help in any way, shape or form?
Not necessarily. It kind of went out of the sun, pushed to the right, so it was actually all right and quite flat. So.
And then the run out. I mean, we used to have a fielder here called Keith Boyce, who used to throw it like that, so flat, and it hit the goalkeeper, the wicket keeper's gloves. Any doubt in your mind that it was out?
No, I think Grant did a good job of cleaning it up, so yeah, credit to him.
And then the fifer. It was a tough day at Wantage Road on Sunday, but when you pick up a fifer like that, that must be sweet.
Yeah, it's cricket. That's how cricket goes, isn't it? Up and down. So obviously you've got to ride the wave while it's good. So just enjoy it while we can.
And be honest, when you got Quinny for a duck, what were you thinking? Was there much banter going?
Nah, not necessarily. It's all good.
I mentioned Wantage Road and highs and lows, disappointing outcome. How important was it to get the win tonight? Not just for you, but for this group, which, as we all know, is relatively young, just to get the confidence going, perhaps.
Yeah, I think altogether we played a good brand of cricket. It's just nice for everything to come together and everyone just to kind of click in the field with the bat and with the ball. So we're making progress and hopefully we can carry this on.
Yeah, looking forward to the defending champions Glamorgan arriving on Sunday. It's going to be another big game here at the Cloud County Ground.
Yeah, of course, and I think all the boys are up for it, so we'll see what it brings.
Well, this has brought you the Ambassador Cruise Line Player of the Match. Outstanding performance, mate. Enjoy it. Shane Slater.